Chapter 12 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 12. "Now then, Maria," said Zerkow, his cracked, strained voice just rising above a whisper, hitching his chair closer to the table. "Now then, my girl, let's have it all over again. Tell us about the gold plate. The service. Begin with, 'There were over 100 pieces and every one of them gold.'" "I don't know what you're talking about, Zerkow," answered Maria. "There never was no gold plate, no gold service. I guess you must have dreamed it." Maria and the red-headed Polish Jew had been married about a month after the McTeague's picnic, which had ended in such lamentable fashion. Zerkow had taken Maria home to his wretched hovel in the alley back of the flat, and the flat had been obliged to get another maid of all work. Time passed, a month, 6 months, a whole year went by. At length Maria gave birth to a child, a wretched, sickly child, with not even strength enough nor wits enough to cry. At the time of its birth Maria was out of her mind, and continued in a state of dementia for nearly 10 days. She recovered just in time to make the arrangements for the baby's burial. Neither Zerkow nor Maria was much affected by either the birth or the death of this little child. Zerkow had welcomed it with pronounced disfavor, since it had a mouth to be fed and wants to be provided for. Maria was out of her head so much of the time that she could scarcely remember how it looked when alive. The child was a mere incident in their lives, a thing that had come undesired and had gone unregretted. It had not even a name, a strange hybrid little being, come and gone within a fortnight's time, yet combining in its puny little body the blood of the Hebrew, the Pole, and the Spaniard. But the birth of this child had peculiar consequences. Maria came out of her dementia, and in a few days the household settled itself again to its sordid regime, and Maria went about her duties as usual. Then one evening, about a week after the child's burial, Zerkow had asked Maria to tell him the story of the famous service of gold plate for the 100th time. Zerkow had come to believe in this story infallibly. He was immovably persuaded that at one time Maria or Maria's people had possessed these 100 golden dishes. In his perverted mind the hallucination had developed still further. Not only had that service of gold plate once existed, but it existed now, entire, intact. Not a single burnished golden piece of it was missing. It was somewhere, somebody had it, locked away in that leather trunk with its quilted lining and round brass locks. It was to be searched for and secured, to be fought for, to be gained at all hazards. Maria must know where it was. By dint of questioning, Zerkow would surely get the information from her. Some day, if only he was persistent, he would hit upon the right combination of questions, the right suggestion that would disentangle Maria's confused recollections. Maria would tell him where the thing was kept, was concealed, was buried, and he would go to that place and secure it, and all that wonderful gold would be his for ever and ever. This service of plate had come to be Zerkow's mania. On this particular evening, about a week after the child's burial, in the wretched back room of the junk shop, Zerkow had made Maria sit down to the table opposite him, the whiskey bottle and the red glass tumbler with its broken base between them, and had said, "Now then, Maria, tell us that story of the gold dishes again." Maria stared at him, an expression of perplexity coming into her face. "What gold dishes?" said she. "The ones your people used to own in Central America. Come on, Maria, begin, begin." The Jew craned himself forward, his lean fingers clawing eagerly at his lips. "What gold plate?" said Maria, frowning at him as she drank her whiskey. "What gold plate? I don't know what you're talking about, Zerkow." Zerkow sat back in his chair, staring at her. "Why, your people's gold dishes. What they used to eat off of. You've told me about it 100 times." "You're crazy, Zerkow," said Maria. "Push the bottle here, will you?" "Come now," insisted Zerkow, sweating with desire. "Come now, my girl, don't be a fool. Let's have it. Let's have it. Begin now. There were more'n 100 pieces, and every one of 'em gold. Oh, you know. Come on. Come on." "I don't remember nothing of the kind," protested Maria, reaching for the bottle. Zerkow snatched it from her. "You fool," he wheezed, trying to raise his broken voice to a shout. "You fool, don't you dare try and cheat me, or I'll do for you. You know about the gold plate, and you know where it is." Suddenly he pitched his voice at the prolonged rasping shout with which he made his street cry. He rose to his feet, his long prehensile fingers curled into fists. He was menacing, terrible in his rage. He leaned over Maria, his fists in her face. "I believe you've got it," he yelled. "I believe you've got it and are hiding it from me. Where is it? Where is it? Is it here?" He rolled his eyes wildly about the room. "Hey? Hey," he went on, shaking Maria by the shoulders. "Where is it? Is it here? Tell me where it is. Tell me, or I'll do for you." "It ain't here," cried Maria, wrenching from him. "It ain't anywhere. What gold plate? What are you talking about? I don't remember nothing about no gold plate at all." No, Maria did not remember. The trouble and turmoil of her mind consequent upon the birth of her child seemed to have readjusted her disordered ideas upon this point. Her mania had come to a crisis, which in subsiding had cleared her brain of its one illusion. She did not remember. Or it was possible that the gold plate she had once remembered had had some foundation in fact, that her recital of its splendors had been truth, sound and sane. It was possible that now her forgetfulness of it was some form of brain trouble, a relic of the dementia of childbirth. At all events Maria did not remember. The idea of the gold plate had passed entirely out of her mind, and it was now Zerkow who labored under its hallucination. It was now Zerkow, the raker of the city's muck heap, the searcher after gold, that saw that wonderful service in the eye of his perverted mind. It was he who could now describe it in a language almost eloquent. Maria had been content merely to remember it, but Zerkow's avarice goaded him to a belief that it was still in existence, hid somewhere, perhaps in that very house, stowed away there by Maria. For it stood to reason, didn't it, that Maria could not have described it with such wonderful accuracy and such careful detail unless she had seen it recently. The day before, perhaps, or that very day, or that very hour, that very hour. "Look out for yourself," he whispered hoarsely to his wife. "Look out for yourself, my girl. I'll hunt for it, and hunt for it, and hunt for it. And some day I'll find it. I will, you'll see. I'll find it. I'll find it. And if I don't, I'll find a way that'll make you tell me where it is. I'll make you speak. Believe me, I will. I will, my girl. Trust me for that." And at night Maria would sometimes wake to find Zerkow gone from the bed, and would see him burrowing into some corner by the light of his dark lantern, and would hear him mumbling to himself. "There were more'n 100 pieces, and every one of 'em gold. When the leather trunk was opened it fair dazzled your eyes. Why, just that punch bowl was worth a fortune, I guess. Solid, solid, heavy, rich, pure gold, nothing but gold. Gold. Heaps and heaps of it. What a glory! I'll find it yet, I'll find it. It's here somewheres, hid somewheres in this house." At length his continued ill success began to exasperate him. One day he took his whip from his junk wagon and thrashed Maria with it, gasping the while, "Where is it, you beast? Where is it? Tell me where it is. I'll make you speak." "I don't know. I don't know," cried Maria, dodging his blows. "I'd tell you, Zerkow, if I knew, but I don't know nothing about it. How can I tell you if I don't know?" Then one evening matters reached a crisis. Marcus Schouler was in his room, the room in the flat just over McTeague's parlors, which he had always occupied. It was between 11 and 12 o'clock. The vast house was quiet. Polk Street outside was very still, except for the occasional whir and trundle of a passing cable car and the persistent calling of ducks and geese in the deserted market directly opposite. Marcus was in his shirt sleeves, perspiring and swearing with exertion, as he tried to get all his belongings into an absurdly inadequate trunk. The room was in great confusion. It looked as though Marcus was about to move. He stood in front of his trunk, his precious silk hat in its hat box in his hand. He was raging at the perverseness of a pair of boots that refused to fit in his trunk, no matter how he arranged them. "I've tried you so, and I've tried you so," he exclaimed fiercely between his teeth. "And you won't go." He began to swear horribly, grabbing at the boots with his free hand. "Pretty soon I won't take you at all. I won't, for a fact." He was interrupted by a rush of feet upon the back stairs, and a clamorous pounding upon his door. He opened it to let in Maria Macapa, her hair disheveled and her eyes starting with terror. "Oh, Mister Schouler," she gasped. "Lock the door quick. Don't let him get me. He's got a knife, and he says sure he's going to do for me if I don't tell him where it is." "Who has? What has? Where is what?" shouted Marcus, flaming with excitement upon the instant. He opened the door and peered down the dark hall, both fists clenched, ready to fight. He did not know whom, and he did not know why. "It's Zerkow," wailed Maria, pulling him back into the room and bolting the door. "And he's got a knife as long as that. Oh, my Lord, here he comes now. Ain't that him? Listen." Zerkow was coming up the stairs, calling for Maria. "Don't you let him get me, will you, Mr. Schouler?" gasped Maria. "I'll break him in two," shouted Marcus, livid with rage. "Think I'm afraid of his knife?" "I know where you are," cried Zerkow on the landing outside. "You're in Schouler's room. What are you doing in Schouler's room at this time of night? Come out of there. You ought to be ashamed. I'll do for you yet, my girl. Come out of there once and see if I don't. I'll do for you myself, you dirty Jew," shouted Marcus, unbolting the door and running out into the hall. "I want my wife," exclaimed the Jew, backing down the stairs. "What you mean by running away from me and going into your room?" "Look out, he's got a knife," cried Maria through the crack of the door. "Ah, there you are. Come out of that and come back home," exclaimed Zerkow. "Get out of here yourself," cried Marcus, advancing on him angrily. "Get out of here. Maria's got to come too." "Get out of here," vociferated Marcus, "and put up that knife. I see it. You needn't try and hide it behind your leg. Give it to me, anyhow," he shouted suddenly, and before Zerkow was aware, Marcus had wrenched it away. "Now, get out of here." Zerkow backed away, peering and peeping over Marcus's shoulder. "I want Maria." "Get out of here. Get along out, or I'll put you out." The street door closed. The Jew was gone. "Huh!" snorted Marcus, swelling with arrogance. "Huh! Think I'm afraid of his knife? I ain't afraid of anybody," he shouted pointedly, for McTeague and his wife, roused by the clamor, were peering over the banisters from the landing above. "Not of anybody," repeated Marcus. Maria came out into the hall. "Is he gone? Is he sure gone?" "What was the trouble?" inquired Marcus, suddenly. "I woke up about an hour ago," Maria explained, "and Zerkow wasn't in bed. Maybe he hadn't come to bed at all. He was down on his knees by the sink, and he'd pried up some boards off the floor and was digging there. He had his dark lantern. He was digging with that knife, I guess, and all the time he kept mumbling to himself, 'More'n 100 pieces, and every one of 'em gold. More'n 100 pieces, and every one of 'em gold.' Then all of a sudden he caught sight of me. I was sitting up in bed, and he jumped up and came at me with his knife, and he says, 'Where is it? Where is it? I know you got it hid somewhere. Where is it? Tell me or I'll knife you.' I kind of fooled him and kept him off till I got my wrapper on, and then I run out. I didn't dare stay." "Well, what did you tell him about your gold dishes for in the first place?" cried Marcus. "I never told him," protested Maria, with the greatest energy. "I never told him. I never heard of any gold dishes. I don't know where he got the idea. He must be crazy." By this time Trina and McTeague, Old Grannis, and little Miss Baker, all the lodgers on the upper floors of the flat, had gathered about Maria. Trina and the dentist, who had gone to bed, were partially dressed, and Trina's enormous mane of black hair was hanging in two thick braids far down her back. But late as it was, Old Grannis and the retired dressmaker had still been up and about when Maria had aroused them. "Why, Maria," said Trina, "you always used to tell us about your gold dishes. You said your folks used to have them." "Never, never, never!" exclaimed Maria, vehemently. "You folks must all be crazy. I never heard of any gold dishes." "Well," spoke up Miss Baker, "you're a queer girl, Maria. That's all I can say." She left the group and returned to her room. Old Grannis watched her go from the corner of his eye, and in a few moments followed her, leaving the group as unnoticed as he had joined it. By degrees the flat quieted down again. Trina and McTeague returned to their rooms. "I guess I'll go back now," said Maria. "He's all right now. I ain't afraid of him so long as he ain't got his knife." "Well, say," Marcus called to her as she went downstairs, "if he gets funny again, you just yell out. I'll hear you. I won't let him hurt you." Marcus went into his room again and resumed his wrangle with the refractory boots. His eye fell on Zerkow's knife, a long, keen-bladed hunting knife with a buckhorn handle. "I'll take you along with me," he exclaimed suddenly. "I'll just need you where I'm going." Meanwhile, old Miss Baker was making tea to calm her nerves after the excitement of Maria's incursion. This evening she went so far as to make tea for two, laying an extra place on the other side of her little tea table, setting out a cup and saucer and one of the Gorham's silver spoons. Close upon the other side of the partition old Grannis bound uncut numbers of The Nation. "Do you know what I think, Mac?" said Trina, when the couple had returned to their rooms. "I think Marcus is going away." "What? What?" muttered the dentist, very sleepy and stupid. "What you saying? What's that about Marcus?" "I believe Marcus has been packing up the last 2 or 3 days. I wonder if he's going away." "Who's going away?" said McTeague, blinking at her. "Oh, go to bed," said Trina, pushing him good-naturedly. "Mac, you're the stupidest man I ever knew." But it was true. Marcus was going away. Trina received a letter the next morning from her mother. The carpet cleaning and upholstery business in which Mr. Sieppe had involved himself was going from bad to worse. Mr. Sieppe had even been obliged to put a mortgage upon their house. Mrs. Sieppe didn't know what was to become of them all. Her husband had even begun to talk of emigrating to New Zealand. Meanwhile, she informed Trina that Mr. Sieppe had finally come across a man with whom Marcus could "go in with" on a cattle ranch in the southeastern portion of the state. Her ideas were vague upon the subject, but she knew that Marcus was wildly enthusiastic at the prospect, and was expected down before the end of the month. In the meantime, could Trina send them $50? "Marcus is going away after all, Mac," said Trina to her husband that day, as he came out of his "Parlors" and sat down to the lunch of sausages, mashed potatoes, and chocolate in the sitting room. "Huh?" said the dentist, a little confused. "Who's going away? Schouler going away? Why Schouler going away?" Trina explained. "Oh," growled McTeague, behind his thick mustache. "He can go far before I'll stop him." "And say, Mac," continued Trina, pouring the chocolate, "what do you think? Mamma wants us to send her $50. She says they're hard up." "Well," said the dentist, after a moment, "well, I guess we can send it, can't we?" "Oh, that's easy to say," complained Trina, her little chin in the air, her small, pale lips pursed. "I wonder if mamma thinks we're millionaires." "Trina, you're getting to be regular stingy," muttered McTeague. "You're getting worse and worse every day." "But $50 is $50, Mac. Just think how long it takes you to earn $50. $50! That's 2 months of our interest." "Well," said McTeague, easily, his mouth full of mashed potato, "you got a lot saved up." Upon every reference to that little hoard in the brass match safe and chamois skin bag at the bottom of her trunk, Trina bridled on the instant. "Don't talk that way, Mac. A lot of money. What do you call a lot of money? I don't believe I've got $50 saved." "Ho!" exclaimed McTeague. "Ho! I guess you got nearer 150. That's what I guess you got." "I've not. I've not," declared Trina. "And you know I've not. I wish mamma hadn't asked me for any money. Why can't she be a little more economical? I manage all right. No, no, I can't possibly afford to send her 50.
"Oh, pshaw! What will you do, then?" grumbled her husband.
I'll send her 25 this month, and tell her I'll send the rest as soon as I can afford it."
"Trina, you're a regular little miser," said McTeague.
"I don't care," answered Trina, beginning to laugh. "I guess I am, but I can't help it, and it's a good fault." Trina put off sending this money for a couple of weeks, and her mother made no mention of it in her next letter. "Oh, I guess if she wants it so bad," said Trina, "she'll speak about it again." So she again postponed the sending of it. Day by day she put it off. When her mother asked her for it a second time, it seemed harder than ever for Trina to part with even half the sum requested. She answered her mother, telling her that they were very hard up themselves for that month, but that she would send down the amount in a few weeks. "I'll tell you what we'll do, Mac," she said to her husband. "You send half, and I'll send half. We'll send $25 altogether. 12 and a half apiece. That's an idea. How will that do?"
"Sure, sure," McTeague had answered, giving her the money.
Trina sent McTeague's $12, but never sent the 12 that was to be her share. One day the dentist happened to ask her about it.
"You sent that 25 to your mother, didn't you?" said he.
"Oh, long ago," answered Trina, without thinking. In fact, Trina never allowed herself to think very much of this affair, and in fact, another matter soon came to engross her attention. One Sunday evening Trina and her husband were in their sitting room together. It was dark, but the lamp had not been lit. McTeague had brought up some bottles of beer from the Weinstube on the ground floor, where the branch post office used to be, but they had not opened the beer. It was a warm evening in summer. Trina was sitting on McTeague's lap in the bay window, and had looped back the Nottingham curtains so the two could look out into the darkened street and watch the moon coming up over the glass roof of the huge public baths. On occasions they sat like this for an hour or so, philandering, Trina cuddling herself down upon McTeague's enormous body, rubbing her cheek against the grain of his unshaven chin, kissing the bald spot on the top of his head, or putting her fingers into his ears and eyes. At times a brusque access of passion would seize upon her, and with a nervous little sigh she would clasp his thick red neck in both her small arms and whisper in his ear, "Do you love me, Mac dear? Love me big? Big? Sure, do you love me as much as you did when we were married?" Puzzled, McTeague would answer, "Well, you know it, don't you, Trina?" "But I want you to say so. Say so always and always." "Well, I do. Of course I do." "Say it then." "Well, then, I love you." "But you don't say it of your own accord." "Well, what? "I don't understand," stammered the dentist, bewildered. There was a knock on the door. Confused and embarrassed as if they were not married, Trina scrambled off McTeague's lap, hastening to light the lamp, whispering, "Put on your coat, Mac, and smooth your hair," and making gestures for him to put the beer bottles out of sight. She opened the door and uttered an exclamation. "Why, Cousin Mark," she said. McTeague glared at him, struck speechless, confused beyond expression. Marcus Schouler, perfectly at his ease, stood in the doorway, smiling with great affability. "Say," he remarked, "can I come in?" Taken all aback, Trina could only answer, "Why, I suppose so. Yes, of course, come in." "Yes, yes, come in," exclaimed the dentist suddenly, speaking without thought. "Have some beer?" he added, struck with an idea. "No, thanks, doctor," said Marcus, pleasantly. McTeague and Trina were puzzled. What could it all mean? Did Marcus want to become reconciled to his enemy? "I know," Trina said to herself. "He's going away, and he wants to borrow some money. He won't get a penny, not a penny." She set her teeth together hard. "Well," said Marcus, "how's business, doctor?" "Oh," said McTeague, uneasily. "Oh, I don't know. I guess." He broke off in helpless embarrassment. They had all sat down by now. Marcus continued, holding his hat and his cane, the black wand of ebony with the gold top presented to him by the Improvement Club. "Ah," said he, wagging his head and looking about the sitting room, "you people have got the best fixed rooms in the whole flat. Yes, sir, you have, for a fact." He glanced from the lithograph framed in gilt and red plush, the two little girls at their prayers, to the "I'm Grandpa" and "I'm Grandma" pictures, noted the clean white matting and the gay worsted tidies over the chair backs, and appeared to contemplate in ecstasy the framed photograph of McTeague and Trina in their wedding finery. "Well, the two of you are pretty happy together, ain't you?" said he, smiling good humoredly. "Oh, we don't complain," answered Trina. "Plenty of money, lots to do, everything fine, hey?" "We've got lots to do," returned Trina, thinking to head him off. "But we've not got lots of money." But evidently Marcus wanted no money. "Well, Cousin Trina," he said, rubbing his knee, "I'm going away." "Yes, mamma wrote me. You're going on a ranch." "I'm going in ranching with an English duck," corrected Marcus. "Mr. Sieppe has fixed things. We'll see if we can't raise some cattle. I know a lot about horses, and he's ranched some before, this English duck, and then I'm going to keep my eye open for a political chance down there. I got some introductions from the president of the Improvement Club. I'll work things somehow, oh sure." "How long you going to be gone?" asked Trina. Marcus stared. "Why, I ain't ever coming back," he vociferated. "I'm going tomorrow, and I'm going for good. I come to say good by." Marcus stayed for upwards of an hour that evening. He talked on easily and agreeably, addressing himself as much to McTeague as to Trina. At last he rose. "Well, good by, Doc." "Good by, Marcus," returned McTeague. The two shook hands. "Guess we won't ever see each other again," continued Marcus. "But good luck to you, Doc. Hope some day you'll have the patients standing in line on the stairs. Ah,
"I guess so. I guess so," said the dentist. "Goodbye, Cousin Trina."
"Goodbye, Marcus," answered Trina. "You be sure to remember me to mamma and papa and everybody. I'm going to make two great big sets of Noah's Ark animals for the twins on their next birthday. August is too old for toys. But you can tell the twins that I'll make them some great big animals. Goodbye. Success to you, Marcus."
"Goodbye. Goodbye. Good luck to you both."
"Goodbye, Cousin Mark."
"Goodbye, Marcus." He was gone. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 13. One morning, about a week after Marcus had left for the southern part of the state, McTeague found an oblong letter thrust through the letter drop of the door of his parlors. The address was typewritten. He opened it. The letter had been sent from the city hall and was stamped in one corner with the seal of the state of California. Very official, the form and file numbers superscribed. McTeague had been making fillings when this letter arrived. He was in his parlors, pottering over his movable rack underneath the birdcage in the bay window. He was making blocks to be used in large proximal cavities and cylinders for commencing fillings. He heard the postman's step in the hall and saw the envelopes begin to shuttle themselves through the slit of his letter drop. Then came the fat oblong envelope with its official seal that dropped flatwise to the floor with a sodden, dull impact. The dentist put down the broach and scissors and gathered up his mail. There were 4 letters altogether. One was for Trina, in Selina's elegant handwriting. Another was an advertisement of a new kind of operating chair for dentists. The third was a card from a milliner on the next block, announcing an opening. And the fourth, contained in the fat oblong envelope, was a printed form with blanks left for names and dates, and addressed to McTeague from an office in the city hall. McTeague read it through laboriously. I don't know," he muttered, looking stupidly at the rifle manufacturer's calendar. Then he heard Trina from the kitchen, singing as she made a clattering noise with the breakfast dishes. "I guess I'll ask Trina about it," he muttered. He went through the suite by the sitting room, where the sun was pouring in through the looped-backed Nottingham curtains upon the clean white matting and the varnished surface of the melodeon, passed on through the bedroom with its framed lithographs of round-cheeked English babies and alert fox terriers, and came out into the brick-paved kitchen. The kitchen was clean as a new whistle. The freshly blackened cook-stove glowed like a negro's hide. The tins and porcelain-lined stewpans might have been of silver and of ivory. Trina was in the center of the room wiping off, with a damp sponge, the oilcloth table cover on which they had breakfasted. Never had she looked so pretty. Early though it was, her enormous tiara of swarthy hair was neatly combed and coiled. Not a pin was so much as loose. She wore a blue calico skirt with a white figure, and a belt of imitation alligator skin clasped around her small, firmly corseted waist. Her shirtwaist was of pink linen, so new and crisp that it crackled with every movement, while around the collar, tied in a neat knot, was one of McTeague's lawn ties which she had appropriated. Her sleeves were carefully rolled up almost to her shoulders, and nothing could have been more delicious than the sight of her small, round arms, white as milk, moving back and forth as she sponged the table cover, a faint touch of pink coming and going at the elbows as they bent and straightened. She looked up quickly as her husband entered, her narrow eyes alight, her adorable little chin in the air, her lips rounded and opened with the last words of her song, so that one could catch a glint of gold in the fillings of her upper teeth. The whole scene, the clean kitchen and its clean brick floor, the smell of coffee that lingered in the air, Trina herself, fresh as if from a bath, and singing at her work, the morning sun, striking obliquely through the white muslin half-curtain of the window and spanning the little kitchen with a bridge of golden mist, gave off, as it were, a note of gaiety that was not to be resisted. Through the opened top of the window came the noises of Polk Street, already long awake. One heard the chanting of street cries, the shrill calling of children on their way to school, the merry rattle of a butcher's cart, the brisk noise of hammering, or the occasional prolonged roll of a cable car trundling heavily past, with a vibrant whirring of its jostled glass and the joyous clanging of its bells. "What is it, Mac, dear?" said Trina. McTeague shut the door behind him with his heel and handed her the letter. Trina read it through. Then suddenly her small hand gripped tightly upon the sponge, so that the water started from it and dripped in a little pattering deluge upon the bricks. The letter, or rather printed notice, informed McTeague that he had never received a diploma from a dental college, and that in consequence he was forbidden to practice his profession any longer. A legal extract bearing upon the case was attached in small type. "Why, what's all this?" said Trina, calmly, without thought as yet. "I don't know. I don't know," answered her husband. "You can't practice any longer," continued Trina. "Is herewith prohibited and enjoined from further continuing." She reread the extract, her forehead lifting and puckering. She put the sponge carefully away in its wire rack over the sink, and drew up a chair to the table, spreading out the notice before her. "Sit down," she said to McTeague. "Draw up to the table here, Mac, and let's see what this is." "I got it this morning," murmured the dentist. "It just now came. I was making some fillings, there in the parlors, in the window, and the postman shoved it through the door. I thought it was a number of the American System of Dentistry at first, and when I'd opened it and looked at it, I thought I'd better—" "Say, Mac," interrupted Trina, looking up from the notice, "didn't you ever go to a dental college?" "Huh? What? What?" exclaimed McTeague. "How did you learn to be a dentist? Did you go to a college?" "I went along with a fellow who came to the mine once. My mother sent me. We used to go from one camp to another. I sharpened his excavators for him and put up his notices in the towns, stuck them up in the post offices and on the doors of the Odd Fellows' halls. He had a wagon." "But didn't you never go to a college?" "Huh? What? College? No, I never went. I learned from the fellow." Trina rolled down her sleeves. She was a little paler than usual. She fastened the buttons into the cuffs and said, "But do you know you can't practice unless you're graduated from a college? You haven't the right to call yourself doctor." McTeague stared a moment, then, "Why, I've been practising 10 years, more, nearly 12." "But it's the law." "What's the law?" "That you can't practice or call yourself doctor unless you've got a diploma." "What's that, a diploma?" "I don't know exactly. It's a kind of paper that Oh, Mac, we're ruined." Trina's voice rose to a cry. "What do you mean, Trina? Ain't I a dentist? Ain't I a doctor? Look at my sign and the gold tooth you gave me. Why, I've been practising nearly 12 years." Trina shut her lips tightly, cleared her throat, and pretended to resettle a hairpin at the back of her head. "I guess it isn't as bad as that," she said, very quietly. "Let's read this again. Herewith prohibited and enjoined from further continuing." She read to the end. "Why, it isn't possible," she cried. "They can't mean— Oh, Mac, I do believe—" "Pshaw!" she exclaimed, her pale face flushing. "They don't know how good a dentist you are. What difference does a diploma make if you're a first-class dentist? I guess that's all right. Mac, didn't you ever go to a dental college?" "No," answered McTeague, doggedly. "What was the good? I learned how to operate. Wasn't that enough?" "Hark," said Trina, suddenly. "Wasn't that the bell of your office?" They had both heard the jangling of the bell that McTeague had hung over the door of his parlors. The dentist looked at the kitchen clock. "That's Vanovitch," said he. "He's a plumber round on Sutter Street. He's got an appointment with me to have a bicuspid pulled. I got to go back to work." He rose. "But you can't," cried Trina, the back of her hand upon her lips, her eyes brimming. "Mac, don't you see? Can't you understand? You've got to stop. Oh, it's dreadful. Listen." She hurried around the table to him and caught his arm in both her hands. "Huh?" growled McTeague, looking at her with a puzzled frown. "They'll arrest you. You'll go to prison. You can't work any more. We're ruined." Vanovitch was pounding on the door of the sitting room. "He'll be gone in a minute," exclaimed McTeague. "Well, let him go. Tell him to go. Tell him to come again." "Why, he's got an appointment with me," exclaimed McTeague, his hand upon the door. Trina caught him back. "But, Mac, you ain't a dentist any longer. You ain't a doctor. You haven't the right to work. You never went to a dental college." "Well, suppose I never went to a college, ain't I a dentist just the same? Listen, he's pounding there again. No, I'm going, sure." "Well, of course. Go," said Trina, with sudden reaction. "It ain't possible they'll make you stop. If you're a good dentist, that's all that's wanted. Go on, Mac. Hurry before he goes." McTeague went out, closing the door. Trina stood for a moment looking intently at the bricks at her feet. Then she returned to the table and sat down again before the notice, and resting her head in both her fists, read it yet another time. Suddenly the conviction seized upon her that it was all true. McTeague would be obliged to stop work, no matter how good a dentist he was. But why had the authorities at the City Hall waited this long before serving the notice? All at once Trina snapped her fingers, with a quick flash of intelligence. "It's Marcus that's done it," she cried. It was like a clap of thunder. McTeague was stunned, stupefied. He said nothing. Never in his life had he been so taciturn. At times he did not seem to hear Trina when she spoke to him, and often she had to shake him by the shoulder to arouse his attention. He would sit apart in his parlors, turning the notice about in his enormous, clumsy fingers, reading it stupidly over and over again. He couldn't understand. What had a clerk at the City Hall to do with him? Why couldn't they let him alone? "Oh, what's to become of us now?" wailed Trina. "What's to become of us now? We're paupers, beggars, and all so sudden." And once, in a quick, inexplicable fury, totally unlike anything that McTeague had noticed in her before, she had started up, with fists and teeth shut tight, and had cried, "Oh, if you'd only killed Marcus Schouler that time he fought you!" McTeague had continued his work, acting from sheer force of habit, his sluggish, deliberate nature, methodical, obstinate, refusing to adapt itself to the new conditions. "Maybe Marcus was only trying to scare us," Trina had said. "How are they going to know whether you're practicing or not?" "I got a mold to make tomorrow," McTeague said. "And Vanovitch, that plumber around on Sutter Street, he's coming again at 3." "Well, you go right ahead," Trina told him, decisively. "You go right ahead and make the mold, and pull every tooth in Vanovitch's head if you want to. Who's going to know? Maybe they just sent that notice as a matter of form. Maybe Marcus got that paper and filled it in himself." The two would lie awake all night long, staring up into the dark, talking, talking. "Haven't you got any right to practice if you've not been to a dental college, Mac? Didn't you ever go?" Trina would ask again and again. No," answered the dentist. "I never went. I learnt from the fellow I was apprenticed to. I don't know anything about a dental college. Ain't I got a right to do as I like?" he suddenly exclaimed. "If you know your profession, isn't that enough?" cried Trina. Sure, growled McTeague. "I ain't going to stop for them." "You go right on," Trina said, "and I bet you won't hear another word about it." "Suppose I go round to the City Hall and see them," hazarded McTeague. No, don't you do it, Mac," exclaimed Trina. "Because if Marcus has done this just to scare you, they won't know anything about it there at the City Hall, but they'll begin to ask you questions and find out that you never had graduated from a dental college, and you'd be just as bad off as ever." "Well, I ain't going to quit for just a piece of paper," declared the dentist. The phrase stuck to him. All day long he went about the rooms or continued at his work in the parlors, growling behind his thick mustache. "I ain't going to quit for just a piece of paper. No, I ain't going to quit for just a piece of paper. Sure not." The days passed. A week went by. McTeague continued his work as usual. They heard no more from the City Hall, but the suspense of the situation was harrowing. Trina was actually sick with it. The terror of the thing was ever at their elbows, going to bed with them, sitting down with them at breakfast in the kitchen, keeping them company all through the day. Trina dared not think of what would be their fate if the income derived from McTeague's practice was suddenly taken from them. Then they would have to fall back on the interest of her lottery money and the pittance she derived from the manufacture of the Noah's Ark animals, a little over $30 a month. No, it was not to be thought of. It could not be that their means of livelihood was to be thus stricken from them. A fortnight went by. "I guess we're all right, Mac," Trina allowed herself to say. "It looks as though we were all right. How are they going to tell whether you're practicing or not?" That day a second and much more peremptory notice was served upon McTeague by an official in person. Then suddenly Trina was seized with a panic terror, unreasoned, instinctive. If McTeague persisted, they would both be sent to a prison. She was sure of it, a place where people were chained to the wall, in the dark, and fed on bread and water. "Oh, Mac, you've got to quit," she wailed. "You can't go on. They can make you stop. Oh, why didn't you go to a dental college? Why didn't you find out that you had to have a college degree? And now we're paupers, beggars. We've got to leave here. Leave this flat where I've been, where we've been so happy, and sell all the pretty things, sell the pictures and the melodeon, and Oh, it's too dreadful. Huh? Huh? What? What? Exclaimed the dentist, bewildered. I ain't going to quit for just a piece of paper. Let them put me out. I'll show them. They can't make small of me. Oh, that's all very fine to talk that way, but you'll have to quit. Well, we ain't paupers, McTeague suddenly exclaimed, an idea entering his mind. We've got our money yet. You've got your $5,000 and the money you've been saving up. People ain't paupers when they've got over $5,000. What do you mean, Mac? Cried Trina, apprehensively. Well, we can live on that money until. He broke off with an uncertain movement of his shoulders, looking about him stupidly. Until when? Cried Trina. There ain't ever going to be any until. We've got the interest of that 5,000, and we've got what Uncle Oberman gives me, a little over $30 a month, and that's all we've got. You'll have to find something else to do. What will I find to do? What indeed? McTeague was over 30 now, sluggish and slow-witted at best. What new trade could he learn at this age? Little by little Trina made the dentist understand the calamity that had befallen them, and McTeague at last began canceling his appointments. Trina gave it out that he was sick. Not a soul need know what's happened to us, she said to her husband. But it was only by slow degrees that McTeague abandoned his profession. Every morning after breakfast he would go into his parlors as usual and potter about his instruments, his dental engine, and his washstand in the corner behind his screen where he made his molds. Now he would sharpen a hoe excavator. Now he would busy himself for a whole hour making mats and cylinders. Then he would look over his slate where he kept a record of his appointments. One day Trina softly opened the door of the parlors and came in from the sitting room. She had not heard McTeague moving about for some time, and had begun to wonder what he was doing. She came in, quietly shutting the door behind her. McTeague had tidied the room with the greatest care. The volumes of The Practical Dentist and The American System of Dentistry were piled upon the marble-top center table in rectangular blocks. The few chairs were drawn up against the wall under the steel engraving of Lorenzo de' Medici with more than usual precision. The dental engine and the nickeled trimmings of the operating chair had been furbished till they shone, while on the movable rack in the bay window McTeague had arranged his instruments with the greatest neatness and regularity. Hoe excavators, pluggers, forceps, pliers, corundum discs and burrs, even the boxwood mallet that Trina was never to use again, all were laid out and ready for immediate use. McTeague himself sat in his operating chair, looking stupidly out of the windows, across the roofs opposite, with an unseeing gaze, his red hands lying idly in his lap. Trina came up to him. There was something in his eyes that made her put both arms around his neck and lay his huge head with its coarse blond hair upon her shoulder. I got everything fixed," he said. "I got everything fixed and ready. See, everything ready and waiting, and nobody comes, and nobody's ever going to come any more. Oh, Trina!" He put his arms about her and drew her down closer to him. "Never mind, dear, never mind," cried Trina through her tears. "It'll all come right in the end, and we'll be poor together if we have to. You can sure find something else to do. We'll start in again." "Look at this slate there," said McTeague, pulling away from her and reaching down the slate on which he kept a record of his appointments. "Look at them. There's Vanovitch at 2 on Wednesday, and Loughead's wife Thursday morning, and Heise's little girl Thursday afternoon at 1:30. Mrs. Watson on Friday, and Vanovitch again Saturday morning early at 7. That's what I was to have had, and they ain't going to come. They ain't ever going to come any more." Trina took the little slate from him and looked at it ruefully. "Rub them out," she said, her voice trembling. "Rub it all out." And as she spoke her eyes brimmed again, and a great tear dropped on the slate. "That's it," she said. "That's the way to rub it out, by me crying on it." Then she passed her fingers over the tear-blurred writing and washed the slate clean. All gone, she said. "All gone," echoed the dentist. There was a silence. Then McTeague heaved himself up to his full 6 feet 2, his face purpling, his enormous mallet-like fists raised over his head. His massive jaw protruded more than ever, while his teeth clicked and grated together. Then he growled, "If ever I meet Marcus Schouler—" He broke off abruptly, the white of his eyes growing suddenly pink. "Oh, if ever you do!" exclaimed Trina, catching her breath. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 14. "Well, what do you think?" said Trina. She and McTeague stood in a tiny room at the back of the flat and on its very top floor. The room was whitewashed. It contained a bed, 3 cane-seated chairs, and a wooden washstand with its washbowl and pitcher. From its single uncurtained window one looked down into the flat's dirty backyard and upon the roofs of the hovels that bordered the alley in the rear. There was a rag carpet on the floor. In place of a closet, some dozen wooden pegs were affixed to the wall over the washstand. There was a smell of cheap soap and of ancient hair oil in the air. "That's a single bed," said Trina, "but the landlady says she'll put in a double one for us. You see?" "I ain't going to live here," growled McTeague. "Well, you've got to live somewhere," said Trina, impatiently. "We've looked Polk Street over, and this is the only thing we can afford." Afford," muttered the dentist. "You with your $5,000 and the 200 or 300 you got saved up, talking about afford. You make me sick." "Now, Mac," exclaimed Trina, deliberately, sitting down in one of the cane-seated chairs. "Now, Mac, let's have this thing." "Well, I don't figure on living in one room," growled the dentist sullenly. "Let's live decently until we can get a fresh start. We've got the money." "Who's got the money?" "We've got it." "We?" "Well, it's all in the family. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours, ain't it?" "No, it's not. No, it's not," cried Trina, vehemently. "It's all mine, mine. There's not a penny of it belongs to anybody else. I don't like to have to talk this way to you, but you just make me. We're not going to touch a penny of my 5,000, nor a penny of that little money I managed to save, that 75. That 200, you mean? That's 75. We're just going to live on the interest of that and on what I earned from Uncle Obermann, on just that 31 or $2. Ha! Think I'm going to do that, and live in such a room as this?" Trina folded her arms and looked him squarely in the face. "Well, what are you going to do, then?" "Huh?" "I say, what are you going to do? You can go on and find something to do and earn some more money, and then we'll talk." "Well, I ain't going to live here." "Oh, very well, suit yourself. I'm going to live here." "You'll live where I tell you," the dentist suddenly cried, exasperated at the mincing tone she affected. "Then you'll pay the rent," exclaimed Trina, quite as angry as he. "Are you my boss, I'd like to know? Who's the boss, you or I? Who's got the money, I'd like to know?" cried Trina, flushing to her pale lips. "Answer me that, McTeague. Who's got the money?" "You make me sick, you and your money. Why, you're a miser. I never saw anything like it. When I was practicing, I never thought of my fees as my own. We lumped everything in together." "Exactly, and I'm doing the working now. I'm working for Uncle Obermann, and you're not lumping in anything now. I'm doing it all. Do you know what I'm doing, McTeague? I'm supporting you." "Ah, shut up. You make me sick. You got no right to talk to me that way. I won't let you. I won't have it." She caught her breath. Tears were in her eyes. "Oh, live where you like, then," said McTeague sullenly. "Well, shall we take this room, then?" "All right, we'll take it. But why can't you take a little of your money and sort of fix it up?" "Not a penny. Not a single penny." "Oh, I don't care what you do." And for the rest of the day the dentist and his wife did not speak. This was not the only quarrel they had during these days when they were occupied in moving from their suite and in looking for new quarters. Every hour the question of money came up. Trina had become more niggardly than ever since the loss of McTeague's practice. It was not mere economy with her now. It was a panic terror lest a fraction of a cent of her little savings should be touched, a passionate eagerness to continue to save in spite of all that had happened. Trina could have easily afforded better quarters than the single whitewashed room at the top of the flat, but she made McTeague believe that it was impossible. "I can still save a little," she said to herself, after the room had been engaged. perhaps almost as much as ever. I'll have $300 pretty soon, and Mac thinks it's only 200. It's almost 250, and I'll get a good deal out of the sale." But the sale was a long agony. It lasted a week. Everything went, everything but the few big pieces that went with the suite, and that belonged to the photographer. The melodeon, the chairs, the black walnut table before which they were married, the extension table in the sitting room, the kitchen table with its oilcloth cover, the framed lithographs from the English illustrated papers, the very carpets on the floors. But Trina's heart nearly broke when the kitchen utensils and furnishings began to go. Every pot, every stewpan, every knife and fork was an old friend. How she had worked over them! How clean she had kept them! What a pleasure it had been to invade that little brick-paved kitchen every morning, and to wash up and put to rights after breakfast, turning on the hot water at the sink, raking down the ashes in the cook stove, going and coming over the warm bricks, her head in the air, singing at her work, proud in the sense of her proprietorship and her independence. How happy had she been the day after her marriage when she had first entered that kitchen and knew that it was all her own. And how well she remembered her raids upon the bargain counters in the house furnishing departments of the great downtown stores. And now it was all to go. Someone else would have it all, while she was relegated to cheap restaurants and meals cooked by hired servants. Night after night she sobbed herself to sleep at the thought of her past happiness and her present wretchedness. However, she was not alone in her unhappiness. "Anyhow, I'm going to keep the steel engraving and the stone pug dog," declared the dentist, his fist clenching. When it had come to the sale of his office effects, McTeague had rebelled with the instinctive obstinacy of a boy, shutting his eyes and ears. Only little by little did Trina induce him to part with his office furniture. He fought over every article, over the little iron stove, the bed lounge, the marble-topped center table, the whatnot in the corner, the bound volumes of Allen's Practical Dentist, the rifle manufacturer's calendar, and the prim military chairs. A veritable scene took place between him and his wife before he could bring himself to part with the steel engraving of Lorenzo de' Medici and his court, and the stone pug dog with its goggle eyes. "Why," he would cry, "I've had him ever since I began, long before I knew you, Trina. That steel engraving I bought in Sacramento one day when it was raining. I saw it in the window of a second-hand store, and a fellow gave me that stone pug dog. He was a druggist. It was in Sacramento, too. We traded. I gave him a shaving mug and a razor, and he gave me the pug dog." There were, however, two of his belongings that even Trina could not induce him to part with. "And your concertina, Mac," she prompted, as they were making out the list for the second-hand dealer. "The concertina and, oh yes, the canary and the bird cage." "No. Mac, you must be reasonable. The concertina would bring quite a sum, and the bird cage is as good as new. I'll sell the canary to the bird store man on Kearney Street." "No. If you're going to make objections to every single thing, we might as well quit. Come now, Mac, the concertina and the bird cage. We'll put them in Lot D." "No. You'll have to come to it sooner or later. I'm giving up everything. I'm going to put them down, see?" "No." And she could get no further than that. The dentist did not lose his temper, as in the case of the steel engraving or the stone pug dog. He simply opposed her entreaties and persuasions with a passive, inert obstinacy that nothing could move. In the end, Trina was obliged to submit. McTeague kept his concertina and his canary, even going so far as to put them both away in the bedroom, attaching to them tags on which he had scrawled in immense round letters, "Not for sale." One evening during that same week the dentist and his wife were in the dismantled sitting room. The room presented the appearance of a wreck. The Nottingham lace curtains were down. The extension table was heaped high with dishes, with tea and coffee pots, and with baskets of spoons and knives and forks. The melodeon was hauled out into the middle of the floor and covered with a sheet marked Lot A. The pictures were in a pile in a corner. The chenille portieres were folded on top of the black walnut table. The room was desolate, lamentable. Trina was going over the inventory. McTeague, in his shirt sleeves, was smoking his pipe, looking stupidly out of the window. All at once there was a brisk rapping at the door. "Come in," called Trina, apprehensively. Nowadays, at every unexpected visit she anticipated a fresh calamity. The door opened to let in a young man wearing a check suit, a gay cravat, and a marvelously figured waistcoat. Trina and McTeague recognized him at once. It was the other dentist, the debonair fellow whose clients were the barbers and the young women of the candy stores and soda water fountains, the poser, the wearer of waistcoats, who bet money on greyhound races. "How do?" said this one, bowing gracefully to the McTeagues as they stared at him distrustfully. "How do? They tell me, doctor, that you are going out of the profession." McTeague muttered indistinctly behind his mustache and glowered at him. "Well, say," continued the other, cheerily, "I'd like to talk business with you. That sign of yours, that big golden tooth that you got outside of your window, I don't suppose you'll have any further use for it? Maybe I'd buy it if we could agree on terms." Trina shot a glance at her husband. McTeague began to glower again. "What do you say?" said the other dentist. "I guess not," growled McTeague. "What do you say to $10?" "$10?" cried Trina, her chin in the air. "Well, what figure do you put on it?" Trina was about to answer when she was interrupted by McTeague. "You go out of here." "Hey? What?" "You go out of here." The other retreated toward the door. "You can't make small of me. Go out of here." McTeague came forward a step, his great red fist clenching. The young man fled, but halfway down the stairs he paused long enough to call back. "You don't want to trade anything for a diploma, do you?" McTeague and his wife exchanged looks. "How did he know?" exclaimed Trina, sharply. They had invented and spread the fiction that McTeague was merely retiring from business without assigning any reason, but evidently everyone knew the real cause. The humiliation was complete now. Old Miss Baker confirmed their suspicions on this point the next day. The little retired dressmaker came down and wept with Trina over her misfortune and did what she could to encourage her. But she too knew that McTeague had been forbidden by the authorities from practicing. Marcus had evidently left them no loophole of escape. "It's just like cutting off your husband's hands, my dear," said Miss Baker. "And you two were so happy. When I first saw you together I said, 'What a pair.'" Old Grannis also called during this period of the breaking up of the McTeague household. "Dreadful, dreadful," murmured the old Englishman, his hand going tremulously to his chin. "It seems unjust, it does, but Mr. Schouler could not have set them on to do it. I can't quite believe it of him." "Of Marcus?" cried Trina. "Oh, why, he threw his knife at Mac one time, and another time he bit him, actually bit him with his teeth while they were wrestling just for fun. Marcus would do anything to injure Mac." "Dear, dear," returned old Grannis, genuinely pained. "I had always believed Schouler to be such a good fellow." "That's because you're so good yourself, Mr. Grannis," responded Trina. "I tell you what, Doc," declared Heise the harness maker, shaking his finger impressively at the dentist. "You must fight it. You must appeal to the courts. You've been practicing too long to be debarred now. The statute of limitations, you know." "No, no," Trina had exclaimed, when the dentist had repeated this advice to her. "No, no, don't go near the law courts. I know them. The lawyers take all your money and you lose your case. We're bad off as it is, without lawing about it." Then at last came the sale. McTeague and Trina, whom Miss Baker had invited to her room for that day, sat there side by side, holding each other's hands, listening nervously to the turmoil that rose to them from the direction of their suite. From 9 o'clock till dark the crowds came and went. All Polk Street seemed to have invaded the suite, lured on by the red flag that waved from the front windows. It was a fête, a veritable holiday, for the whole neighborhood. People with no thought of buying presented themselves. Young women, the candy store girls and florist's apprentices, came to see the fun, walking arm in arm from room to room, making jokes about the pretty lithographs and mimicking the picture of the two little girls saying their prayers. "Look here," they would cry. "Look here what she used for curtains. Nottingham lace, actually. Whoever thinks of buying Nottingham lace nowadays? Say, don't that jar you?" "And a melodeon," another one would exclaim, lifting the sheet. "A melodeon, when you can rent a piano for $1 a week, and say, I really believe they used to eat in the kitchen." "Dollar and half, dollar and half, dollar and half, give me two," intoned the auctioneer from the second-hand store. By noon the crowd became a jam. Wagons backed up to the curb outside and departed heavily laden. In all directions people could be seen going away from the house, carrying small articles of furniture, a clock, a water pitcher, a towel rack. Every now and then old Miss Baker, who had gone below to see how things were progressing, returned with reports of the foray. "Mrs. Heise bought the chenille portieres.
Mr. Ryer made a bid for your bed, but a man in a gray coat bid over him. It was knocked down for $3.50. The German shoemaker on the next block bought the stone pug dog. I saw a postman going away with a lot of the pictures. Zerkow has come, on my word. The rags bottle sax man. He's buying lots. He bought all Dr. McTeague's gold tape and some of the instruments. Maria's there, too. That dentist on the corner took the dental engine and wanted to get the sign, the big gold tooth. And so on, and so on. Cruelest of all, however, at least to Trina, was when Miss Baker herself began to buy, unable to resist a bargain. The last time she came up, she carried a bundle of the gay tidies that used to hang over the chair backs. He offered them 3 for a nickel, she explained to Trina, and I thought I'd spend just a quarter. You don't mind now, do you, Mrs. McTeague? Why, no, of course not, Miss Baker, answered Trina, bravely. They'll look very pretty on some of my chairs, went on the little old dressmaker, innocently. See? She spread one of them on a chair back for inspection. Trina's chin quivered. Oh, very pretty, she answered. At length that dreadful day was over. The crowd dispersed. Even the auctioneer went at last, and as he closed the door with a bang, the reverberation that went through the suite gave evidence of its emptiness. Come, said Trina to the dentist, let's go down and look. Take a last look. They went out of Miss Baker's room and descended to the floor below. On the stairs, however, they were met by Old Grannis. In his hands he carried a little package. Was it possible that he too had taken advantage of their misfortunes to join in the raid upon the suite? I went in, he began, timidly, for a few moments. This, he indicated the little package he carried. This was put up. It was of no value but to you. I ventured to bid it in. I thought perhaps. His hand went to his chin. That you wouldn't mind, that. In fact, I bought it for you, as a present. Will you take it? He handed the package to Trina and hurried on. Trina tore off the wrappings. It was the framed photograph of McTeague and his wife in their wedding finery, the one that had been taken immediately after the marriage. It represented Trina sitting very erect in a rep armchair, holding her wedding bouquet straight before her. McTeague standing at her side, his left foot forward, one hand upon her shoulder, and the other thrust into the breast of his Prince Albert coat, in the attitude of a statue of a Secretary of State. "Oh, it was good of him. It was good of him," cried Trina, her eyes filling again. "I had forgotten to put it away. Of course it was not for sale." They went on down the stairs, and arriving at the door of the sitting room, opened it and looked in. It was late in the afternoon, and there was just light enough for the dentist and his wife to see the results of that day of sale. Nothing was left, not even the carpet. It was a pillage, a devastation, the barrenness of a field after the passage of a swarm of locusts. The room had been picked and stripped till only the bare walls and floor remained. Here where they had been married, where the wedding supper had taken place, where Trina had bade farewell to her father and mother, here where she had spent those first few hard months of her married life, where afterward she had grown to be happy and contented, where she had passed the long hours of the afternoon at her work of whittling, and where she and her husband had spent so many evenings looking out of the window before the lamp was lit. Here in what had been her home, nothing was left but echoes and the emptiness of complete desolation. Only one thing remained. On the wall between the windows, in its oval glass frame, preserved by some unknown and fearful process, a melancholy relic of a vanished happiness, unsold, neglected, and forgotten, a thing that nobody wanted, hung Trina's wedding bouquet. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 15. Then the grind began. It would have been easier for the McTeagues to have faced their misfortunes had they befallen them immediately after their marriage, when their love for each other was fresh and fine, and when they could have found a certain happiness in helping each other and sharing each other's privations. Trina, no doubt, loved her husband more than ever, in the sense that she felt she belonged to him. But McTeague's affection for his wife was dwindling a little every day, had been dwindling for a long time, in fact. He had become used to her by now.
She was part of the order of the things with which he found himself surrounded. He saw nothing extraordinary about her. It was no longer a pleasure for him to kiss her and take her in his arms. She was merely his wife. He did not dislike her, he did not love her. She was his wife, that was all. But he sadly missed and regretted all those little animal comforts which in the old prosperous life Trina had managed to find for him. He missed the cabbage soups and steaming chocolate that Trina had taught him to like. He missed his good tobacco that Trina had educated him to prefer. He missed the Sunday afternoon walks that she had caused him to substitute in place of his nap in the operating chair. And he missed the bottled beer that she had induced him to drink in place of the steam beer from Frenna's. In the end he grew morose and sulky, and sometimes neglected to answer his wife when she spoke to him. Besides this, Trina's avarice was a perpetual annoyance to him. Oftentimes, when a considerable alleviation of this unhappiness could have been obtained at the expense of a nickel or a dime, Trina refused the money with a pettishness that was exasperating. "No, no," she would exclaim. "To ride to the park Sunday afternoon, that means 10 cents, and I can't afford it." "Let's walk there, then." "I've got to work." "But you've worked morning and afternoon every day this week." "I don't care. I've got to work." There had been a time when Trina had hated the idea of McTeague drinking steam beer as common and vulgar. "Say, let's have a bottle of beer tonight. We haven't had a drop of beer in 3 weeks." "We can't afford it. It's 15 cents a bottle." "But I haven't had a swallow of beer in 3 weeks." "Drink steam beer, then. You've got a nickel. I gave you a quarter day before yesterday." "But I don't like steam beer now." It was so with everything. Unfortunately, Trina had cultivated tastes in McTeague which now could not be gratified. He had come to be very proud of his silk hat and Prince Albert coat, and liked to wear them on Sundays. Trina had made him sell both. He preferred Yale mixture in his pipe. Trina had made him come down to Mastiff, a 5-cent tobacco with which he was once contented, but now abhorred. He liked to wear clean cuffs. Trina allowed him a fresh pair on Sundays only. At first these deprivations angered McTeague. Then all of a sudden he slipped back into the old habits that had been his before he knew Trina with an ease that was surprising. Sundays he dined at the car conductor's coffee joint once more, and spent the afternoon lying full length upon the bed, cropful, stupid, warm, smoking his huge pipe, drinking his steam beer, and playing his 6 mournful tunes upon his concertina, dozing off to sleep towards 4 o'clock. The sale of their furniture had, after paying the rent and outstanding bills, netted about $130. Trina believed that the auctioneer from the second-hand store had swindled and cheated them, and had made a great outcry to no effect. But she had arranged the affair with the auctioneer herself, and offset her disappointment in the matter of the sale by deceiving her husband as to the real amount of the returns. It was easy to lie to McTeague, who took everything for granted, and since the occasion of her trickery with the money that was to have been sent to her mother, Trina had found falsehood easier than ever. $70 is all the auctioneer gave me," she told her husband, "and after paying the balance due on the rent and the grocer's bill, there's only 50 left." "Only 50?" murmured McTeague, wagging his head. "Only 50. Think of that." "Only 50," declared Trina. Afterward she said to herself with a certain admiration for her cleverness, "Couldn't save $60 much easier than that." And she had added the 130 to the little hoard in the chamois skin bag and brass matchbox in the bottom of her trunk. In these first months of their misfortunes, the routine of the McTeagues was as follows. They rose at 7 and breakfasted in their room, Trina cooking the very meager meal on an oil stove. Immediately after breakfast Trina sat down to her work of whittling the Noah's Ark animals, and McTeague took himself off to walk downtown. He had by the greatest good luck secured a position with the manufacturer of surgical instruments, where his manual dexterity in the making of excavators, pluggers, and other dental contrivances stood him in fairly good stead. He lunched at a sailor's boarding house near the waterfront, and in the afternoon worked till 6. He was home at 6:30, and he and Trina had supper together in the ladies' dining parlor, an adjunct of the car conductor's coffee joint. Trina, meanwhile, had worked at her whittling all day long, with but half an hour's interval for lunch, which she herself prepared upon the oil stove. In the evening they were both so tired that they were in no mood for conversation, and went to bed early, worn out, harried, nervous, and cross. Trina was not quite so scrupulously tidy now as in the old days. At one time while whittling the Noah's Ark animals she had worn gloves. She never wore them now. She still took pride in neatly combing and coiling her wonderful black hair, but as the days passed she found it more and more comfortable to work in her blue flannel wrapper. Whittlings and chips accumulated under the window where she did her work, and she was at no great pains to clear the air of the room vitiated by the fumes of the oil stove and heavy with the smell of cooking. It was not gay, that life. The room itself was not gay. The huge double bed sprawled over nearly a fourth of the available space. The angles of Trina's trunk and the washstand projected into the room from the walls, and barked shins and scraped elbows. Streaks and spots of the non-poisonous paint that Trina used were upon the walls and woodwork. However, in one corner of the room, next the window, monstrous, distorted, brilliant, shining with a light of its own, stood the dentist's sign, the enormous golden tooth, the tooth of a Brobdingnag. One afternoon in September, about 4 months after the McTeagues had left their suite, Trina was at her work by the window. She had whittled some half-dozen sets of animals, and was now busy painting them and making the arks. Little pots of non-poisonous paint stood at her elbow on the table, together with a box of labels that read, "Made in France." Her huge clasp knife was stuck into the underside of the table. She was now occupied solely with the brushes and the glue pot. She turned the little figures in her fingers with a wonderful lightness and deftness, painting the chickens Naples yellow, the elephants blue-gray, the horses Vandyke brown, adding a dot of Chinese white for the eyes and sticking in the ears and tail with a drop of glue. The animals once done, she put together and painted the arks, some dozen of them, all windows and no doors, each one opening only by a lid, which was half the roof. She had all the work she could handle these days, for from this time till a week before Christmas, Uncle Obermann could take as many Noah's Ark sets as she could make. Suddenly, Trina paused in her work, looking expectantly toward the door. McTeague came in. "Why, Mac," exclaimed Trina, "it's only 3 o'clock. What are you home so early for? Have they discharged you?" "They've fired me," said McTeague, sitting down on the bed. "Fired you? What for?" "I don't know. Said the times were getting hard and they had to let me go." Trina let her paint-stained hands fall into her lap. "Oh," she cried, "if we don't have the hardest luck of any two people I ever heard of. What can you do now? Is there another place like that where they make surgical instruments?" "Huh?" "No, I don't know. There's 3 more." "Well, you must try them right away. Go down there right now." "Huh? Right now?" "No, I'm tired. I'll go down in the morning." "Mac," cried Trina, in alarm, "what are you thinking of? You talk as though we were millionaires. You must go down this minute. You're losing money every second you sit there." She goaded the huge fellow to his feet again, thrust his hat into his hands, and pushed him out of the door, he obeying the while, docile and obedient as a big cart horse. He was on the stairs when she came running after him. "Mac, they paid you off, didn't they, when they discharged you?" "Yes." "Then you must have some money. Give it to me." The dentist heaved a shoulder uneasily. "No, I don't want to." "I've got to have that money. There's no more oil for the stove, and I must buy some more meal tickets tonight." "Always after me about money," muttered the dentist, but he emptied his pockets for her, nevertheless. "You've taken it all," he grumbled. "Better leave me something for car fare. It's going to rain." "Pshaw! You can walk just as well as not. A big fellow like you 'fraid of a little walk. And it ain't going to rain." Trina had lied again both as to the want of oil for the stove and the commutation ticket for the restaurant. But she knew by instinct that McTeague had money about him, and she did not intend to let it go out of the house. She listened intently until she was sure McTeague was gone. Then she hurriedly opened her trunk and hid the money in the chamois bag at the bottom. The dentist presented himself at every one of the makers of surgical instruments that afternoon, and was promptly turned away in each case. Then it came on to rain, a fine cold drizzle that chilled him and wet him to the bone. He had no umbrella, and Trina had not left him even 5 cents for car fare. He started to walk home through the rain. It was a long way to Polk Street, as the last manufactory he had visited was beyond even Folsom Street, and not far from the city front. By the time McTeague reached Polk Street his teeth were chattering with the cold. He was wet from head to foot. As he was passing Heis's harness shop, a sudden deluge of rain overtook him, and he was obliged to dodge into the vestibule for shelter. He, who loved to be warm, to sleep, and to be well fed, was icy cold, was exhausted and footsore from tramping the city. He could look forward to nothing better than a badly cooked supper at the coffee joint, hot meat on a cold plate, half-done suet pudding, muddy coffee, and bad bread, and he was cold, miserably cold and wet to the bone. All at once a sudden rage against Trina took possession of him. It was her fault. She knew it was going to rain, and she had not let him have a nickel for car fare. She who had $5,000. She let him walk the streets in the cold and in the rain. "Miser," he growled behind his mustache. "Miser. Nasty little old miser. You're worse than old Zerkow, always nagging about money. Money. And you got $5,000. You got more. And you live in that stinking hole of a room, and you won't drink any decent beer. I ain't going to stand it much longer." She knew it was going to rain. She knew it. Didn't I tell her? And she drives me out of my own home in the rain for me to get money for her. More money, and she takes it. She took that money from me that I earned. 'Twasn't hers. It was mine. I earned it. And not a nickel for car fare. She don't care if I get wet and get a cold and die. No, she don't, as long as she's warm and's got her money. He became more and more indignant at the picture he made of himself. "I ain't going to stand it much longer," he repeated. "Why, hello, Doc. Is that you?" exclaimed Heise, opening the door of the harness shop behind him. "Come in out of the wet. Why, you're soaked through," he added as he and McTeague came back into the shop that reeked of oiled leather. "Didn't you have any umbrella? Ought to have taken a car." "I guess so. I guess so," murmured the dentist, confused. His teeth were chattering. "You are going to catch your death a cold," exclaimed Heise. "Tell you what," he said, reaching for his hat. "Come in next door to Frenna's and have something to warm you up. I'll get the old lady to mind the shop." He called Mrs. Heise down from the floor above and took McTeague into Joe Frenna's saloon, which was 2 doors above his harness shop. "Whiskey and gum twice, Joe," said he to the barkeeper as he and the dentist approached the bar. "Huh? What?" said McTeague. "Whiskey? No, I can't drink whiskey. It kind of disagrees with me." "Oh, the hell!" returned Heise, easily. "Take it as medicine. You'll get your death a cold if you stand round soaked like that. 2 whiskey and gum, Joe." McTeague emptied the pony glass at a single enormous gulp. "That's the way," said Heise, approvingly. "Do you good." He drank his off slowly. "I'd ask you to have a drink with me, Heise," said the dentist, who had an indistinct idea of the amenities of the barroom. "Only," he added shamefacedly, "only, you see, I don't believe I got any change." His anger against Trina, heated by the whiskey he had drank, flamed up afresh. What a humiliating position for Trina to place him in, not to leave him the price of a drink with a friend, she who had $5,000. "Shaw, that's all right, Doc," returned Heise, nibbling on a grain of coffee. "Want another? Hey, this is my treat. 2 more of the same, Joe." McTeague hesitated. It was lamentably true that whiskey did not agree with him. He knew it well enough. However, by this time he felt very comfortably warm at the pit of his stomach. The blood was beginning to circulate in his chilled fingertips and in his soggy, wet feet. He had had a hard day of it. In fact, the last week, the last month, the last 3 or 4 months had been hard. He deserved a little consolation, nor could Trina object to this. It wasn't costing a cent. He drank again with Heise. "Get up here to the stove and warm yourself," urged Heise, drawing up a couple of chairs and cocking his feet upon the guard. The two fell to talking while McTeague's draggled coat and trousers smoked. "What a dirty turn that was that Marcus Schouler did to you," said Heise, wagging his head. "You ought to have fought that, Doc, sure. You'd been practicing too long." They discussed this question some 10 or 15 minutes, and then Heise rose. "Well, this ain't earning any money. I got to get back to the shop." McTeague got up as well, and the pair started for the door. Just as they were going out, Ryer met them. "Hello, hello," he cried. "Lord, what a wet day. You two are going the wrong way. You're going to have a drink with me. 3 whiskey punches, Joe." "No, "No," answered McTeague, shaking his head. "I'm going back home. I've had 2 glasses of whiskey already." "Pshaw!" cried Heise, catching his arm. "A strapping big chap like you ain't afraid of a little whiskey." "Well, I got to go right afterwards," protested McTeague. About half an hour after the dentist had left to go downtown, Maria Macapa had come in to see Trina. Occasionally Maria dropped in on Trina in this fashion and spent an hour or so chatting with her while she worked. At first Trina had been inclined to resent these intrusions of the Mexican woman, but of late she had begun to tolerate them. Her day was long and cheerless at the best, and there was no one to talk to. Trina even fancied that old Miss Baker had come to be less cordial since their misfortune. Maria retailed to her all the gossip of the flat and the neighborhood and, which was much more interesting, told her of her troubles with Zerkow. Trina said to herself that Maria was common and vulgar, but one had to have some diversion, and Trina could talk and listen without interrupting her work. On this particular occasion Maria was much excited over Zerkow's demeanor of late. "He's gettin' worse and worse," she informed Trina, as she sat on the edge of the bed, her chin in her hand. "He says he knows I got the dishes and am hidin' them from him. The other day I thought he'd gone off with his wagon, and I was doin' a bit of ironin', and by all of a sudden I saw him peeping at me through the crack of the door. I never let on that I saw him, and honest, he stayed there over 2 hours, watchin' everything I did. I could just feel his eyes on the back of my neck all the time. Last Sunday he took down part of the wall, 'cause he said he'd seen me making figures on it. Well, I was, but it was just the wash list. All the time he says he'll kill me if I don't tell." "Why, what do you stay with him for?" exclaimed Trina. "I'd be deathly afraid of a man like that, and he did take a knife to you once." "Ho, he won't kill me, never fear. If he'd kill me he'd never know where the dishes were. That's what he thinks. But I can't understand, Maria. You told him about those gold dishes yourself." "Never. Never. I never saw such a lot of crazy folks as you are. But you say he hits you sometimes." "Ah," said Maria, tossing her head scornfully. "I ain't afraid of him. He takes his horsewhip to me now and then, but I can always manage. I say, if you touch me with that, then I'll never tell you. Just pretending, you know. And he drops it as though it was red hot. Say, Mrs. McTeague, have you got any tea? Let's make a cup of tea over the stove." "No, no," cried Trina, with niggardly apprehension. "No, I haven't got a bit of tea." Trina's stinginess had increased to such an extent that it had gone beyond the mere hoarding of money. She grudged even the food that she and McTeague ate, and even brought away half loaves of bread, lumps of sugar, and fruit from the car conductor's coffee joint. She hid these pilferings away on the shelf by the window, and often managed to make a very creditable lunch from them, enjoying the meal with the greater relish because it cost her nothing. "No, Maria, I haven't got a bit of tea," she said, shaking her head decisively. "Hark, ain't that Mac?" she added, her chin in the air. "That's his step, sure." "Well, I'm going to skip," said Maria. She left hurriedly, passing the dentist in the hall just outside the door. "Well?" said Trina, interrogatively, as her husband entered. McTeague did not answer. He hung his hat on the hook behind the door and dropped heavily into a chair. "Well?" asked Trina, anxiously. "How did you make out, Mac?" Still the dentist pretended not to hear, scowling fiercely at his muddy boots. "Tell me, Mac, I want to know. Did you get a place? Did you get caught in the rain?" "Did I? Did I?" cried the dentist, sharply, an alacrity in his manner and voice that Trina had never observed before. Look at me," he went on, speaking with an unwonted rapidity, his wits sharp, his ideas succeeding each other quickly. "Look at me, drenched through, shivering cold. I've walked the city over. Caught in the rain. Yes, I guess I did get caught in the rain, and it ain't your fault I didn't catch my death a cold. Wouldn't even let me have a nickel for carfare." "But, Mac," protested Trina, "I didn't know it was going to rain." The dentist put back his head and laughed scornfully. His face was very red, and his small eyes twinkled. "Ho! No, you didn't know it was going to rain. Didn't I tell you it was?" he exclaimed, suddenly angry again. "Oh, you're a daisy, you are. Think I'm going to put up with your foolishness all the time? Who's the boss, you or I?" "Why, Mac, I never saw you this way before. You talk like a different man." "Well, I am a different man," retorted the dentist, savagely. "You can't make small of me always." Well, never mind that. You know I'm not trying to make small of you. But never mind that. Did you get a place?" "Give me my money," exclaimed McTeague, jumping up briskly. There was an activity, a positive nimbleness about the huge blond giant that had never been his before. Also his stupidity, the sluggishness of his brain, seemed to be unusually stimulated. "Give me my money, the money I gave you as I was going away." "I can't," exclaimed Trina. "I paid the grocer's bill with it while you were gone." "Don't believe you." "Truly, truly, Mac. Do you think I'd lie to you? Do you think I'd lower myself to do that?" "Well, the next time I earn any money, I'll keep it myself. But tell me, Mac, did you get a place?" McTeague turned his back on her. "Tell me, Mac, please, did you?" The dentist jumped up and thrust his face close to hers, his heavy jaw protruding, his little eyes twinkling meanly. "No," he shouted. "No, no, no. Do you hear? No." Trina cowered before him. Then suddenly she began to sob aloud, weeping partly at his strange brutality, partly at the disappointment of his failure to find employment. McTeague cast a contemptuous glance about him, a glance that embraced the dingy, cheerless room, the rain streaming down the panes of the one window, and the figure of his weeping wife. "Oh, ain't this all fine?" he exclaimed. "Ain't it lovely?" "It's not my fault," sobbed Trina. "It is too," vociferated McTeague. "It is too. We could live like Christians and decent people if you wanted to. You got more'n $5,000, and you're so damned stingy that you'd rather live in a rat hole, and make me live there too, before you'd part with a nickel of it. I tell you I'm sick and tired of the whole business." An allusion to her lottery money never failed to rouse Trina. "And I'll tell you this much too," she cried, winking back the tears. "Now that you're out of a job, we can't afford even to live in your rat hole, as you call it. We've got to find a cheaper place than this, even." "What?" exclaimed the dentist, purple with rage. "What? Get into a worse hole in the wall than this? Well, we'll see if we will. We'll just see about that. You're going to do just as I tell you after this, Trina McTeague." And once more he thrust his face close to hers. "I know what's the matter," cried Trina, with a half sob. "I know. I can smell it on your breath. You've been drinking whiskey." "Yes, I've been drinking whiskey," retorted her husband. "I've been drinking whiskey. Have you got anything to say about it?" "Ah, yes, you're right. I've been drinking whiskey. What have you got to say about my drinking whiskey? Let's hear it." "Oh, oh, oh," sobbed Trina, covering her face with her hands. McTeague caught her wrists in one palm and pulled them down. Trina's pale face was streaming with tears, her long, narrow blue eyes were swimming, her adorable little chin upraised and quivering. "Let's hear what you got to say," exclaimed McTeague. "Nothing, nothing," said Trina between her sobs. "Then stop that noise. Stop it, do you hear me? Stop it." He threw up his open hand threateningly. "Stop!" he exclaimed. Trina looked at him fearfully, half blinded with weeping. Her husband's thick mane of yellow hair was disordered and rumpled upon his great square-cut head. His big red ears were redder than ever. His face was purple. The thick eyebrows were knotted over the small, twinkling eyes. The heavy yellow mustache, that smelt of alcohol, drooped over the massive protruding chin, salient, like that of the carnivora. The veins were swollen and throbbing on his thick red neck, while over her head Trina saw his upraised palm, calloused, enormous. "Stop!" he exclaimed. And Trina, watching fearfully, saw the palm suddenly contract into a fist that was hard as a wooden mallet, the fist of the old-time carboy. And then her ancient terror of him, the intuitive fear of the male, leaped to life again. She was afraid of him. Every nerve of her quailed and shrank from him. She choked back her sobs, catching her breath. "There," growled the dentist, releasing her. "That's more like. Now," he went on, fixing her with his little eyes. "Now listen to me. I'm beat out. I've walked the city over. 10 miles, I guess. And I'm going to bed, and I don't want to be bothered. You understand? I want to be let alone." Trina was silent. "Do you hear?" he snarled. "Yes, Mac." The dentist took off his coat, his collar and necktie, unbuttoned his vest, and slipped his heavy-soled boots from his big feet. Then he stretched himself upon the bed and rolled over towards the wall. In a few minutes the sound of his snoring filled the room. Trina craned her neck and looked at her husband over the footboard of the bed. She saw his red, congested face, the huge mouth wide open, his unclean shirt with its frayed wristbands, and his huge feet encased in thick woolen socks. Then her grief and the sense of her unhappiness returned more poignant than ever. She stretched her arms out in front of her on her work table, and burying her face in them, cried and sobbed as though her heart would break. The rain continued. The panes of the single window ran with sheets of water. The eaves dripped incessantly. It grew darker. The tiny, grimy room, full of the smells of cooking and of non-poisonous paint, took on an aspect of desolation and cheerlessness lamentable beyond words. The canary in its little gilt prison chittered feebly from time to time. Sprawled at full length upon the bed, the dentist snored and snored, stupefied, inert, his legs wide apart, his hands lying palm upward at his sides. At last Trina raised her head with a long, trembling breath. She rose, and going over to the washstand poured some water from the pitcher into the basin, and washed her face and swollen eyelids, and rearranged her hair. Suddenly, as she was about to return to her work, she was struck with an idea. "I wonder," she said to herself, "I wonder where he got the money to buy his whiskey." She searched the pockets of his coat, which he had flung into a corner of the room, and even came up to him as he lay upon the bed, and went through the pockets of his vest and trousers. She found nothing. "I wonder," she murmured, "I wonder if he's got any money he don't tell me about. I'll have to look out for that." End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 16. A week passed, then a fortnight, then a month. It was a month of the greatest anxiety and unquietude for Trina. McTeague was out of a job, could find nothing to do, and Trina, who saw the impossibility of saving as much money as usual out of her earnings under the present conditions, was on the lookout for cheaper quarters. In spite of his outcries and sulky resistance, Trina had induced her husband to consent to such a move, bewildering him with a torrent of phrases and marvelous columns of figures by which she proved conclusively that they were in a condition but one remove from downright destitution. The dentist continued idle. Since his ill success with the manufacturers of surgical instruments, he had made but 2 attempts to secure a job. Trina had gone to see Uncle Obermann and had obtained for McTeague a position in the shipping department of the wholesale toy store. However, it was a position that involved a certain amount of ciphering, and McTeague had been obliged to throw it up in 2 days. Then for a time they had entertained a wild idea that a place on the police force could be secured for McTeague. He could pass the physical examination with flying colors, and Ryer, who had become the secretary of the Polk Street Improvement Club, promised the requisite political pull. If McTeague had shown a certain energy in the matter, the attempt might have been successful, but he was too stupid, or of late had become too listless to exert himself greatly, and the affair resulted only in a violent quarrel with Ryer. McTeague had lost his ambition. He did not care to better his situation. All he wanted was a warm place to sleep and 3 good meals a day. At the very first, he had chafed at his idleness and had spent the days with his wife in their one narrow room, walking back and forth with the restlessness of a caged brute, or sitting motionless for hours, watching Trina at her work, feeling a dull glow of shame at the idea that she was supporting him. This feeling had worn off quickly, however. Trina's work was only hard when she chose to make it so, and as a rule she supported their misfortunes with a silent fortitude. Then, wearied at his inaction and feeling the need of movement and exercise, McTeague would light his pipe and take a turn upon the great avenue 1 block above Polk Street. A gang of laborers were digging the foundations for a large brownstone house, and McTeague found interest and amusement in leaning over the barrier that surrounded the excavations and watching the progress of the work. He came to see it every afternoon. By and by he even got to know the foreman who superintended the job,
and the two had long talks together. Then McTeague would return to Polk Street and find Heise in the back room of the harness shop, and occasionally the day ended with some half-dozen drinks of whiskey at Joe Frenna's saloon. It was curious to note the effect of the alcohol upon the dentist. It did not make him drunk, it made him vicious. So far from being stupefied, he became, after the fourth glass, active, alert, quick-witted, even talkative. A certain wickedness stirred in him then. He was intractable, mean, and when he had drunk a little more heavily than usual, he found a certain pleasure in annoying and exasperating Trina, even in abusing and hurting her. It had begun on the evening of Thanksgiving Day, when Heise had taken McTeague out to dinner with him. The dentist on this occasion had drunk very freely. He and Heise had returned to Polk Street towards 10 o'clock, and Heise at once suggested a couple of drinks at Frenna's. All right," said McTeague. "Drinks, that's the word. I'll go home and get some money and meet you at Joe's." Trina was awakened by her husband pinching her arm. "Oh, Mac," she cried, jumping up in bed with a little scream. "How you hurt! Oh, that hurt me dreadfully." "Give me a little money," answered the dentist, grinning and pinching her again. "I haven't a cent. There's not a—" "Oh, Mac, will you stop? I won't have you pinch me that way." "Hurry up," answered her husband, calmly, nipping the flesh of her shoulder between his thumb and finger. "Heise is waiting for me." Trina wrenched from him with a sharp intake of breath, frowning with pain, and caressing her shoulder. "Mac, you've no idea how that hurts. Mac, stop." "Give me some money, then." In the end, Trina had to comply. She gave him $50 from her dress pocket, protesting that it was the only piece of money she had. "One more, just for luck," said McTeague, pinching her again. "And another." How can you hurt a woman so?" exclaimed Trina, beginning to cry with the pain. "Ah, now, cry," retorted the dentist. "That's right, cry. I never saw such a little fool." He went out, slamming the door in disgust. But McTeague never became a drunkard in the generally received sense of the term. He did not drink to excess more than 2 or 3 times in a month, and never upon any occasion did he become maudlin or staggering. Perhaps his nerves were naturally too dull to admit of any excitation. Perhaps he did not really care for the whiskey, and only drank because Heise and the other men at Frenna's did. Trina could often reproach him with drinking too much. She never could say that he was drunk. The alcohol had its effect for all that. It roused the man, or rather the brute in the man, and now not only roused it but goaded it to evil. McTeague's nature changed. It was not only the alcohol. It was idleness and a general throwing off of the good influence his wife had had over him in the days of their prosperity. McTeague disliked Trina. She was a perpetual irritation to him. She annoyed him because she was so small, so prettily made, so invariably correct and precise. Her avarice incessantly harassed him. Her industry was a constant reproach to him. She seemed to flaunt her work defiantly in his face. It was the red flag in the eyes of the bull. One time, when he had just come back from Frenna's and had been sitting in the chair near her, silently watching her at her work, he exclaimed all of a sudden, "Stop working. Stop it, I tell you. Put 'em away. Put 'em all away, or I'll pinch you." "But why? Why?" Trina protested. The dentist cuffed her ears. "I won't have you work." He took her knife and her paint pots away, and made her sit idly in the window the rest of the afternoon. It was, however, only when his wits had been stirred with alcohol that the dentist was brutal to his wife. At other times, say 3 weeks of every month, she was merely an encumbrance to him. They often quarreled about Trina's money, her savings. The dentist was bent upon having at least a part of them. What he would do with the money once he had it, he did not precisely know. He would spend it in royal fashion, no doubt, feasting continually, buying himself wonderful clothes. The miner's idea of money quickly gained and lavishly squandered persisted in his mind. As for Trina, the more her husband stormed, the tighter she drew the strings of the little chamois-skin bag that she hid at the bottom of her trunk underneath her bridal dress. Her $5,000 invested in Uncle Obermann's business was a glittering, splendid dream which came to her almost every hour of the day as a solace and a compensation for all her unhappiness. At times, when she knew that McTeague was far from home, she would lock her door, open her trunk, and pile all her little hoard on her table. By now it was $407.50. Trina would play with this money by the hour, piling it and repiling it, or gathering it all into one heap, and drawing back to the farthest corner of the room to note the effect, her head on one side. She polished the gold pieces with a mixture of soap and ashes until they shone, wiping them carefully on her apron. Or again, she would draw the heap lovingly toward her and bury her face in it, delighted at the smell of it and the feel of the smooth, cool metal on her cheeks. She even put the smaller gold pieces in her mouth and jingled them there. She loved her money with an intensity that she could hardly express. She would plunge her small fingers into the pile with little murmurs of affection, her long, narrow eyes half closed and shining, her breath coming in long sighs. "Ah, the dear money," she would whisper. "I love you so. All mine, every penny of it. No one shall ever, ever get you. How I've worked for you. How I've slaved and saved for you. And I'm going to get more. I'm going to get more, more, a little every day." She was still looking for cheaper quarters. Whenever she could spare a moment from her work, she would put on her hat and range up and down the entire neighborhood from Sutter to Sacramento streets, going into all the alleys and by-streets, her head in the air, looking for the rooms to let sign. But she was in despair. All the cheaper tenements were occupied. She could find no room more reasonable than the one she and the dentist now occupied. As time went on, McTeague's idleness became habitual. He drank no more whiskey than at first, but his dislike for Trina increased with every day of their poverty, with every day of Trina's persistent stinginess. At times, fortunately rare, he was more than ever brutal to her. He would box her ears or hit her a great blow with the back of a hairbrush, or even with his closed fist. His old-time affection for his little woman, unable to stand the test of privation, had lapsed by degrees, and what little of it was left was changed, distorted, and made monstrous by the alcohol. The people about the house and the clerks at the provision stores often remarked that Trina's fingertips were swollen and the nails purple as though they had been shut in a door. Indeed, this was the explanation she gave. The fact of the matter was that McTeague, when he had been drinking, used to bite them, crunching and grinding them with his immense teeth, always ingenious enough to remember which were the sorest. Sometimes he extorted money from her by this means, but as often as not he did it for his own satisfaction. And in some strange, inexplicable way this brutality made Trina all the more affectionate, aroused in her a morbid, unwholesome love of submission, a strange, unnatural pleasure in yielding, in surrendering herself to the will of an irresistible, virile power. Trina's emotions had narrowed with the narrowing of her daily life. They reduced themselves at last to but two, her passion for her money and her perverted love for her husband when he was brutal. She was a strange woman during these days. Trina had come to be on very intimate terms with Maria Macapa, and in the end the dentist's wife and the maid of all work became great friends. Maria was constantly in and out of Trina's room, and whenever she could Trina threw a shawl over her head and returned Maria's calls. Trina could reach Zerkow's dirty house without going into the street. The backyard of the flat had a gate that opened into a little enclosure where Zerkow kept his decrepit horse and ramshackle wagon, and from thence Trina could enter directly into Maria's kitchen. Trina made long visits to Maria during the morning in her dressing gown and curl papers, and the two talked at great length over a cup of tea served on the edge of the sink or a corner of the laundry table. The talk was all of their husbands and of what to do when they came home in aggressive moods. "You never ought to fight 'em," advised Maria. "It only makes 'em worse. Just hump your back, and it's soonest over." They told each other of their husbands' brutalities, taking a strange sort of pride in recounting some particularly savage blow, each trying to make out that her own husband was the most cruel. They critically compared each other's bruises, each one glad when she could exhibit the worst. They exaggerated, they invented details, and, as if proud of their beatings, as if glorifying in their husband's mishandling, lied to each other, magnifying their own maltreatment. They had long and excited arguments as to which were the most effective means of punishment, the rope's ends and cart whips such as Zerkow used, or the fists and backs of hairbrushes affected by McTeague. Maria contended that the lash of the whip hurt the most, Trina that the butt did the most injury. Maria showed Trina the holes in the walls and the loosened boards in the flooring where Zerkow had been searching for the gold plate. Of late he had been digging in the backyard, and had ransacked the hay in his horse shed for the concealed leather chest he imagined he would find. But he was becoming impatient, evidently. "The way he goes on," Maria told Trina, "is something dreadful. He's getting regularly sick with it. Got a fever every night. Don't sleep. And when he does, talks to himself. Says, 'More'n 100 pieces, and every one of 'em gold. More'n 100 pieces, and every one of 'em gold.' Then he'll whale me with his whip and shout, 'You know where it is. Tell me, you swine, or I'll do for you.' And then he'll get down on his knees and whimper, and beg me to tell him where I've hid it. He's just gone plumb crazy. Sometimes he has regular fits. He gets so mad, and rolls on the floor and scratches himself." One morning in November, about 10 o'clock, Trina pasted a "Made in France" label on the bottom of a Noah's Ark, and leaned back in her chair with a long sigh of relief. She had just finished a large Christmas order for Uncle Obermann, and there was nothing else she could do that morning. The bed had not yet been made, nor had the breakfast things been washed. Trina hesitated for a moment, then put her chin in the air indifferently. "Bah," she said, "let them go till this afternoon. I don't care when the room is put to rights, and I know Mac don't." She determined that instead of making the bed or washing the dishes, she would go and call on Miss Baker on the floor below. The little dressmaker might ask her to stay to lunch, and that would be something saved, as a dentist had announced his intention that morning of taking a long walk out to the Presidio to be gone all day. But Trina rapped on Miss Baker's door in vain that morning. She was out. Perhaps she was gone to the florist to buy some geranium seeds. However, old Grannis's door stood a little ajar, and on hearing Trina at Miss Baker's room, the old Englishman came out into the hall. "She's gone out," he said, uncertainly, and in a half whisper. "Went out about half an hour ago. I think she went to the drug store to get some wafers for the goldfish." "Don't you go to your dog hospital any more, Mr. Grannis?" said Trina, leaning against the balustrade in the hall, willing to talk a moment. Old Grannis stood in the doorway of his room, in his carpet slippers and faded corduroy jacket that he wore when at home. Why, he said, hesitating, tapping his chin thoughtfully. "You see, I'm thinking of giving up the little hospital." "Giving it up? You see, the people at the bookstore where I buy my pamphlets have found out. I told them of my contrivance for binding books, and one of the members of the firm came up to look at it. He offered me quite a sum if I would sell him the right of it, the patent of it, quite a sum. In fact, yes, quite a sum, quite." He rubbed his chin tremulously and looked about him on the floor. "Why, isn't that fine?" said Trina, good-naturedly. "I'm very glad, Mr. Grannis. Is it a good price?" "Quite a sum, quite. In fact, I never dreamed of having so much money." "Now see here, Mr. Grannis," said Trina, decisively. "I want to give you a good piece of advice. Here are you and Miss Baker." The old Englishman started nervously. "You and Miss Baker that have been in love with each other for—" "Oh, Mrs. McTeague, that subject, if you would please. Miss Baker is such an estimable lady." "Fiddlesticks!" said Trina. "You're in love with each other, and the whole flat knows it, and you two have been living here side by side year in and year out, and you've never said a word to each other. It's all nonsense. Now I want you should go right in and speak to her just as soon as she comes home, and say you've come into money, and you want her to marry you." "Impossible, impossible!" exclaimed the old Englishman, alarmed and perturbed. "It's quite out of the question. I wouldn't presume." "Well, do you love her or not?" "Really, Mrs. McTeague, I You must excuse me. It's a matter so personal, Oh, yes, I love her. Oh, yes, indeed," he exclaimed suddenly. "Well, then, she loves you. She told me so." "Oh, she did. She said those very words." Miss Baker had said nothing of the kind, would have died sooner than have made such a confession, but Trina had drawn her own conclusions, like every other lodger of the flat, and thought the time was come for decided action. "Now you do just as I tell you, and when she comes home go right in and see her, and have it over with. Now don't say another word. I'm going, but you do just as I tell you." Trina turned about and went downstairs. She had decided, since Miss Baker was not at home, that she would run over and see Maria. Possibly she could have lunch there. At any rate, Maria would offer her a cup of tea. Old Grannis stood for a long time just as Trina had left him, his hands trembling, the blood coming and going in his withered cheeks. She said, she told her, she said that. He could get no farther. Then he faced about and entered his room, closing the door behind him. For a long time he sat in his armchair, drawn close to the wall in front of the table on which stood his piles of pamphlets and his little binding apparatus. "I wonder," said Trina, as she crossed the yard back of Zerkow's house. "I wonder what rent Zerkow and Maria pay for this place. I'll bet it's cheaper than where Mac and I are." Trina found Maria sitting in front of the kitchen stove, her chin upon her breast. Trina went up to her. She was dead. And as Trina touched her shoulder, her head rolled sideways and showed a fearful gash in her throat under her ear. All the front of her dress was soaked through and through. Trina backed sharply away from the body, drawing her hands up to her very shoulders, her eyes staring and wide, an expression of unutterable horror twisting her face. "Oh!" she exclaimed in a long breath, her voice hardly rising above a whisper. "Oh, isn't that horrible?" Suddenly she turned and fled through the front part of the house to the street door that opened upon the little alley. She looked wildly about her. Directly across the way a butcher's boy was getting into his two-wheeled cart, drawn up in front of the opposite house, while near by a peddler of wild game was coming down the street, a brace of ducks in his hand. "Oh, say," gasped Trina, trying to get her voice. "Say, come over here quick." The butcher's boy paused, one foot on the wheel, and stared. Trina beckoned frantically. Come over here quick." The young fellow swung himself into his seat. "What's the matter with that woman?" he said, half aloud. "There's a murder been done," cried Trina, swaying in the doorway. The young fellow drove away, his head over his shoulder, staring at Trina with eyes that were fixed and absolutely devoid of expression. "What's the matter with that woman?" he said again to himself as he turned the corner. Trina wondered why she didn't scream, how she could keep from it, how at such a moment as this she could remember that it was improper to make a disturbance and create a scene in the street. The peddler of wild game was looking at her suspiciously. It would not do to tell him. He would go away like the butcher's boy. "Now wait a minute," Trina said to herself, speaking aloud. She put her hands to her head. "Now wait a minute. It won't do for me to lose my wits now. What must I do?" She looked about her. There was the same familiar aspect of Polk Street. She could see it at the end of the alley. The big market opposite the flat, the delivery carts rattling up and down, the great ladies from the avenue at their morning shopping, the cable cars trundling past, loaded with passengers. She saw a little boy in a flat leather cap whistling and calling for an unseen dog, slapping a small knee from time to time. Two men came out of Frenna's saloon, laughing heartily. Heise the harness maker stood in the vestibule of his shop, a bundle of whittlings in his apron of greasy ticking. And all this was going on. People were laughing and living, buying and selling, walking about there on the sunny sidewalks, while behind her in there, Heise started back from the sudden apparition of a white-lipped woman in a blue dressing gown that seemed to rise up before him from his very doorstep. "Well, Mrs. McTeague, you did scare me, for—" "Oh, come over here, quick." Trina put her hand to her neck, swallowing something that seemed to be choking her. "Maria's killed. Zerkow's wife. I found her." "Get out!" exclaimed Heise. "You're joking." "Come over here, over into the house. I found her. She's dead." Heise dashed across the street on the run, with Trina at his heels, a trail of spilled whittlings marking his course. The two ran down the alley, the wild game peddler, a woman who had been washing down the steps in a neighboring house, and a man in a broad-brimmed hat stood at Zerkow's doorway, looking in from time to time, and talking together. They seemed puzzled. "Anything wrong in here?" asked the wild game peddler as Heise and Trina came up. Two more men stopped on the corner of the alley and Polk Street and looked at the group. A woman with a towel round her head raised a window opposite Zerkow's house and called to the woman who had been washing the steps. "What is it, Mrs. Flint?" Heise was already inside the house. He turned to Trina, panting from his run. "Where did you say? Where was it? Where?" "In there," said Trina. "Farther in. The next room." They burst into the kitchen. "Lord!" ejaculated Heise, stopping a yard or so from the body and bending down to peer into the gray face with its brown lips. By God, he's killed her. Who? Zerkow, by God. He's killed her, cut her throat. He always said he would. Zerkow? He's killed her, her throat's cut. Good Lord, how she did bleed. By God, he's done for her in good shape this time. Oh, I told her, cried Trina. He's done for her sure this time. She said she could always manage. Oh, it's horrible. He's done for her sure this trip. Cut her throat. Lord, how she has bled. Did you ever see so much? That's murder. That's cold-blooded murder. He's killed her. Say, we must get a policeman. Come on. They turned back through the house. Half a dozen people, the wild game peddler, the man with the broad-brimmed hat, the washwoman, and 3 other men, were in the front room of the junk shop. A bank of excited faces surged at the door. Beyond this, outside, the crowd was packed solid from one end of the alley to the other. Out in Polk Street the cable cars were nearly blocked and were bunting away slowly through the throng with clanging bells. Every window had its group. And as Trina and the harness maker tried to force the way from the door of the junk shop, the throng suddenly parted right and left before the passage of 2 blue-coated policemen who clove a passage through the press, working their elbows energetically. They were accompanied by a 3rd man in citizen's clothes. Heise and Trina went back into the kitchen with the 2 policemen. The 3rd man in citizen's clothes cleared the intruders from the front room of the junk shop and kept the crowd back, his arm across the open door. "Whew," whistled one of the officers as they came out into the kitchen. "Cutting scrape? By George, somebody's been using his knife all right." He turned to the other officer. "Better get the wagon. There's a box on the second corner south. Now then," he continued, turning to Trina and the harness maker and taking out his notebook and pencil, "I want your names and addresses." It was a day of tremendous excitement for the entire street. Long after the patrol wagon had driven away, the crowd remained. In fact, until 7 o'clock that evening groups collected about the door of the junk shop, where a policeman stood guard, asking all manner of questions, advancing all manner of opinions. "Do you think they'll get him?" asked Ryer of the policeman. A dozen necks craned forward eagerly. "Oh, we'll get him all right, easy enough," answered the other, with a grand air. "What? What's that? What did he say?" asked the people on the outskirts of the group. Those in front passed the answer back. "He says they'll get him all right, easy enough." The group looked at the policeman admiringly. He skipped to San Jose. Where the rumor started and how, no one knew, but everyone seemed persuaded that Zerkow had gone to San Jose. But what did he kill her for? Was he drunk? No, he was crazy, I tell you, crazy in the head. Thought she was hiding some money from him. Frenna did a big business all day long. The murder was the one subject of conversation. Little parties were made up in his saloon, parties of 2s and 3s, to go over and have a look at the outside of the junk shop. Heise was the most important man the length and breadth of Polk Street. Almost invariably he accompanied these parties, telling again and again of the part he had played in the affair. It was about 11 o'clock. I was standing in front of the shop when Mrs. McTeague, you know, the dentist's wife, came running across the street. And so on, and so on. The next day came a fresh sensation. Polk Street read of it in the morning papers. Towards midnight on the day of the murder Zerkow's body had been found floating in the bay near Black Point. No one knew whether he had drowned himself or fallen from one of the wharves. Clutched in both his hands was a sack full of old and rusty pans, tin dishes, fully 100 of them, tin cans, and iron knives and forks, collected from some dump heap. "And all this," exclaimed Trina, "on account of a set of gold dishes that never existed." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 17. One day, about a fortnight after the coroner's inquest had been held, and when the excitement of the terrible affair was calming down and Polk Street beginning to resume its monotonous routine, Old Grannis sat in his clean, well-kept little room, in his cushioned armchair, his hands lying idly upon his knees. It was evening, not quite time to light the lamps. Old Grannis had drawn his chair close to the wall, so close in fact that he could hear Miss Baker's grenadine brushing against the other side of the thin partition, at his very elbow, while she rocked gently back and forth, a cup of tea in her hands. Old Grannis's occupation was gone. That morning the bookselling firm where he had bought his pamphlets had taken his little binding apparatus from him to use as a model. The transaction had been concluded. Old Grannis had received his check. It was large enough, to be sure, but when all was over, he returned to his room and sat there sad and unoccupied, looking at the pattern in the carpet and counting the heads of the tacks in the zinc guard that was fastened to the wall behind his little stove. By and by he heard Miss Baker moving about. It was 5 o'clock, the time when she was accustomed to make her cup of tea and keep company with him on her side of the partition. Old Grannis drew up his chair to the wall near where he knew she was sitting. The minutes passed, side by side, and separated by only a couple of inches of board, the two old people sat there together, while the afternoon grew darker. But for Old Grannis all was different that evening. There was nothing for him to do. His hands lay idly in his lap. His table, with its pile of pamphlets, was in a far corner of the room, and from time to time, stirred with an uncertain trouble, he turned his head and looked at it sadly, reflecting that he would never use it again. The absence of his accustomed work seemed to leave something out of his life. It did not appear to him that he could be the same to Miss Baker now. Their little habits were disarranged, their customs broken up. He could no longer fancy himself so near to her. They would drift apart now, and she would no longer make herself a cup of tea and keep company with him when she knew that he would never again sit before his table binding uncut pamphlets. He had sold his happiness for money. He had bartered all his tardy romance for some miserable banknotes. He had not foreseen that it would be like this. A vast regret welled up within him. What was that on the back of his hand? He wiped it dry with his ancient silk handkerchief. Old Grannis leaned his face in his hands. Not only did an inexplicable regret stir within him, but a certain great tenderness came upon him. The tears that swam in his faded blue eyes were not altogether those of unhappiness. No, this long-delayed affection that had come upon him in his later years filled him with a joy for which tears seemed to be the natural expression. For 30 years his eyes had not been wet, but tonight he felt as if he were young again. He had never loved before, and there was still a part of him that was only 20 years of age. He could not tell whether he was profoundly sad or deeply happy, but he was not ashamed of the tears that brought the smart to his eyes and the ache to his throat. He did not hear the timid rapping on his door, and it was not until the door itself opened that he looked up quickly and saw the little retired dressmaker standing on the threshold, carrying a cup of tea on a tiny Japanese tray. She held it toward him. "I was making some tea," she said, "and I thought you would like to have a cup." Never after could the little dressmaker understand how she had brought herself to do this thing. One moment she had been sitting quietly on her side of the partition, stirring her cup of tea with one of her Gorham spoons. She was quiet. She was peaceful. The evening was closing down tranquilly. Her room was the picture of calmness and order. The geraniums blooming in the starch boxes in the window, the aged goldfish occasionally turning his iridescent flank to catch a sudden glow of the setting sun. The next moment she had been all trepidation. It seemed to her the most natural thing in the world to make a steaming cup of tea and carry it in to Old Grannis next door. It seemed to her that he was wanting her, that she ought to go to him. With the brusque resolve and intrepidity that sometimes seizes upon very timid people, the courage of the coward greater than all others, she had presented herself at the old Englishman's half-open door, and, when he had not heeded her knock, had pushed it open, and at last, after all these years, stood upon the threshold of his room. She had found courage enough to explain her intrusion. "I was making some tea, and I thought you would like to have a cup." Old Grannis dropped his hands upon either arm of his chair, and leaning forward a little, looked at her blankly. He did not speak. The retired dressmaker's courage had carried her thus far. Now it deserted her as abruptly as it had come. Her cheeks became scarlet. Her funny little false curls trembled with her agitation. What she had done seemed to her indecorous beyond expression. It was an enormity. Fancy, she had gone into his room, Mr. Grannis's room. She had done this, she who could not pass him on the stairs without a qualm. What to do she did not know.
She stood, a fixture on the threshold of his room, without even resolution enough to beat a retreat. Helplessly, and with a little quaver in her voice, she repeated obstinately, "I was making some tea, and I thought you would like to have a cup of tea." Her agitation betrayed itself in the repetition of the word. She felt that she could not hold the tray out another instant. Already she was trembling so that half the tea was spilled. Old Grannis still kept silence, still bending forward with wide eyes, his hands gripping the arms of his chair. Then, with the tea tray still held straight before her, the little dressmaker exclaimed tearfully, "Oh, I didn't mean. I didn't know it would seem like this. I only meant to be kind and bring you some tea, and now it seems so improper. I'm so ashamed. I don't know what you will think of me. She caught her breath. "Improper," she managed to exclaim. "Unladylike. You can never think well of me. I'll go. I'll go." She turned about. "Stop!" cried Old Grannis, finding his voice at last. Miss Baker paused, looking at him over her shoulder, her eyes very wide open, blinking through her tears, for all the world like a frightened child. "Stop!" exclaimed the old Englishman, rising to his feet. "I didn't know it was you at first. I hadn't dreamed. I couldn't believe you would be so good, so kind to me. Oh," he cried, with a sudden sharp breath. "Oh, you are kind. I, you have made me very happy." "No, no," exclaimed Miss Baker, ready to sob. "It was unladylike. You must think ill of me." She stood in the hall. The tears were running down her cheeks, and she had no free hand to dry them. I'll take the tray from you," cried Old Grannis, coming forward. A tremulous joy came upon him. Never in his life had he been so happy. At last it had come when he had least expected it. That which he had longed for and hoped for through so many years. Behold, it was come tonight. He felt his awkwardness leaving him. He was almost certain that the little dressmaker loved him, and the thought gave him boldness. He came toward her and took the tray from her hands, and turning back into the room with it, made as if to set it upon his table, but the piles of his pamphlets were in the way. Both of his hands were occupied with the tray. He could not make a place for it on the table. He stood for a moment uncertain, his embarrassment returning. "Oh, won't you please?" He turned his head, looking appealingly at the little old dressmaker. "Wait, I'll help you," she said. She came into the room, up to the table, and moved the pamphlets to one side. "Thanks, thanks," murmured Old Grannis, setting down the tray. Now I will go back," she exclaimed, hurriedly. "No, no," returned the old Englishman. "Don't go, don't go. I've been so lonely tonight, and last night too. All this year. All my life," he suddenly cried. I've forgotten the sugar. But I never take sugar in my tea. But it's rather cold, and I've spilled it, almost all of it. I'll drink it from the saucer." Old Grannis had drawn up his armchair for her. "Oh, I shouldn't. This is so. You must think ill of me." Suddenly she sat down, and resting her elbows on the table, hid her face in her hands. "Think ill of you?" cried Old Grannis. "Think ill of you? Why, you don't know. You have no idea. All these years, living so close to you, I. He paused suddenly. It seemed to him as if the beating of his heart was choking him. "I thought you were binding your books tonight," said Miss Baker, suddenly, "and you looked tired. I thought you looked tired when I last saw you, and a cup of tea, you know, that does you so much good when you're tired. But you weren't binding books." "No, no," returned Old Grannis, drawing up a chair and sitting down. "No, the fact is, I've sold my apparatus. A firm of booksellers has bought the rights of it." "And aren't you going to bind books any more?" exclaimed the little dressmaker, a shade of disappointment in her manner. "I thought you always did about 4 o'clock. I used to hear you when I was making tea." It hardly seemed possible to Miss Baker that she was actually talking to Old Grannis, that the two were really chatting together, face to face, and without the dreadful embarrassment that used to overwhelm them both when they met on the stairs. She had often dreamed of this, but had always put it off to some far distant day,
It was to come gradually, little by little, instead of, as now, abruptly and with no preparation. That she should permit herself the indiscretion of actually intruding herself into his room had never so much as occurred to her. Yet here she was, in his room, and they were talking together, and little by little her embarrassment was wearing away. "Yes, yes, I always heard you when you were making tea," returned the old Englishman. "I heard the tea things. Then I used to draw my chair and my work table close to the wall on my side, and sit there and work while you drank your tea just on the other side. And I used to feel very near to you then. I used to pass the whole evening that way." "And yes, yes, I did too," she answered. "I used to make tea just at that time and sit there for a whole hour." "And didn't you sit close to the partition on your side? Sometimes I was sure of it. I could even fancy that I could hear your dress brushing against the wallpaper close beside me. Didn't you sit close to the partition?" I don't know where I sat." Old Grannis shyly put out his hand and took hers as it lay upon her lap. "Didn't you sit close to the partition on your side?" he insisted. "No, I don't know. Perhaps, sometimes." "Oh, yes," she exclaimed with a little gasp. "Oh, yes, I often did." Then Old Grannis put his arm about her and kissed her faded cheek, that flushed to pink upon the instant. After that they spoke but little. The day lapsed slowly into twilight, and the two old people sat there in the gray evening, quietly, quietly, their hands in each other's hands, keeping company, but now with nothing to separate them. It had come at last. After all these years they were together. They understood each other. They stood at length in a little Elysium of their own creating. They walked hand in hand in a delicious garden where it was always autumn. Far from the world, and together they entered upon the long retarded romance of their commonplace and uneventful lives. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 18. That same night McTeague was awakened by a shrill scream, and woke to find Trina's arms around his neck. She was trembling so that the bed springs creaked. "Huh?" cried the dentist, sitting up in bed, raising his clenched fists. "Huh? What? What? What is it? What is it?" "Oh, Mac," gasped his wife. "I had such an awful dream. I dreamed about Maria. I thought she was chasing me, and I couldn't run, and her throat was oh, she was all covered with blood. Oh, I am so frightened." Trina had borne up very well for the first day or so after the affair, and had given her testimony to the coroner with far greater calmness than Heise. It was only a week later that the horror of the thing came upon her again. She was so nervous that she hardly dared to be alone in the daytime, and almost every night woke with a cry of terror, trembling with the recollection of some dreadful nightmare. The dentist was irritated beyond all expression by her nervousness, and especially was he exasperated when her cries woke him suddenly in the middle of the night. He would sit up in bed, rolling his eyes wildly, throwing out his huge fists, at what, he did not know, exclaiming, "What? What?" bewildered and hopelessly confused. Then when he realized that it was only Trina, his anger kindled abruptly. "Oh, you and your dreams. You go to sleep, or I'll give you a dressing down." Sometimes he would hit her a great thwack with his open palm, or catch her hand and bite the tips of her fingers. Trina would lie awake for hours afterward, crying softly to herself. Then by and by, "Mac," she would say timidly. "Huh?" "Mac, do you love me?" "Huh? What?" "Go to sleep." "Don't you love me any more, Mac?" "Oh, go to sleep. Don't bother me." "Well, do you love me, Mac?" "I guess so." "Oh, Mac, I've only you now, and if you don't love me, what is going to become of me?" "Shut up, and let me go to sleep." "Well, just tell me that you love me." The dentist would turn abruptly away from her, burying his big blond head in the pillow, and covering up his ears with the blankets. Then Trina would sob herself to sleep. The dentist had long since given up looking for a job.
Between breakfast and supper time Trina saw but little of him. Once the morning meal over, McTeague bestirred himself, put on his cap he had given up wearing even a hat since his wife had made him sell his silk hat and went out. He had fallen into the habit of taking long and solitary walks beyond the suburbs of the city. Sometimes it was to the Cliff House, occasionally to the park, where he would sit on the sun-warmed benches smoking his pipe and reading ragged ends of old newspapers, but more often it was to the Presidio reservation. McTeague would walk out to the end of the Union Street car line, entering the reservation at the terminus. Then he would work down to the shore of the bay, follow the shoreline to the old fort at the Golden Gate, and turning the point here, come out suddenly upon the full sweep of the Pacific. Then he would follow the beach down to a certain point of rocks that he knew. Here he would turn inland, climbing the bluffs to a rolling grassy down sown with blue iris and a yellow flower that he did not know the name of. On the far side of this down was a broad, well-kept road. McTeague would keep to this road until he reached the city again by the way of the Sacramento Street car line. The dentist loved these walks. He liked to be alone. He liked the solitude of the tremendous tumbling ocean, the fresh windy downs. He liked to feel the gusty trades flogging his face, and he would remain for hours watching the roll and plunge of the breakers with the silent, unreasoned enjoyment of a child. All at once he developed a passion for fishing. He would sit all day nearly motionless upon a point of rocks, his fish line between his fingers, happy if he caught 3 perch in 12 hours. At noon he would retire to a bit of level turf around an angle of the shore and cook his fish, eating them without salt or knife or fork. He thrust a pointed stick down the mouth of the perch and turned it slowly over the blaze. When the grease stopped dripping, he knew that it was done, and would devour it slowly and with tremendous relish, picking the bones clean, eating even the head. He remembered how often he used to do this sort of thing when he was a boy in the mountains of Placer County, before he became a carboy at the mine. The dentist enjoyed himself hugely during these days. The instincts of the old-time miner were returning. In the stress of his misfortune, McTeague was lapsing back to his early estate. One evening as he reached home after such a tramp, he was surprised to find Trina standing in front of what had been Zerkow's house, looking at it thoughtfully, her finger on her lips. "What you doing here?" growled the dentist as he came up. There was a rooms to let sign on the street door of the house. "Now we've found a place to move to," exclaimed Trina. "What?" cried McTeague. "There, in that dirty house where you found Maria?" "I can't afford that room in the flat any more, now that you can't get any work to do." "But there's where Zerkow killed Maria, the very house, and you wake up and squeal in the night just thinking of it." "I know. I know it will be bad at first, but I'll get used to it, and it's just half again as cheap as where we are now. I was looking at a room. We can have it dirt cheap. It's a back room over the kitchen. A German family are going to take the front part of the house and sublet the rest. I'm going to take it. It'll be money in my pocket." "But it won't be any in mine," vociferated the dentist angrily. "I'll have to live in that dirty rat hole just so's you can save money. I ain't any the better off for it." "Find work to do, and then we'll talk," declared Trina. "I'm going to save up some money against a rainy day, and if I can save more by living here, I'm going to do it, even if it is the house Maria was killed in. I don't care." "All right," said McTeague, and did not make any further protest. His wife looked at him surprised. She could not understand this sudden acquiescence. Perhaps McTeague was so much away from home of late that he had ceased to care where or how he lived. But this sudden change troubled her a little for all that. The next day the McTeagues moved for a second time. It did not take them long. They were obliged to buy the bed from the landlady, a circumstance which nearly broke Trina's heart, and this bed, a couple of chairs, Trina's trunk, an ornament or two, the oil stove, and some plates and kitchenware were all that they could call their own now. And this back room in that wretched house with its grisly memories, the one window looking out into a grimy maze of backyards and broken sheds, was what they now knew as their home. The McTeagues now began to sink rapidly lower and lower. They became accustomed to their surroundings. Worst of all, Trina lost her pretty ways and her good looks. The combined effects of hard work, avarice, poor food, and her husband's brutalities told on her swiftly. Her charming little figure grew coarse, stunted, and dumpy. She who had once been of a cat-like neatness now slovened all day about the room in a dirty flannel wrapper, her slippers clapping after her as she walked.
At last she even neglected her hair, the wonderful swarthy tiara, the coiffure of a queen, that shaded her little pale forehead. In the morning she braided it before it was half combed, and piled and coiled it about her head in haphazard fashion. It came down half a dozen times a day. By evening it was an unkempt, tangled mass, a veritable rat's nest. Ah, no. It was not very gay, that life of hers, when one had to rustle for two, cook and work and wash, to say nothing of paying the rent. What odds was it if she was slatternly, dirty, coarse? Was there time to make herself look otherwise? And who was there to be pleased when she was all prinked out? Surely not a great brute of a husband who bit you like a dog, and kicked and pounded you as though you were made of iron. Ah, no. Better let things go and take it as easy as you could. Hump your back, and it was soonest over. The one room grew abominably dirty, reeking with the odors of cooking and of non-poisonous paint. The bed was not made until late in the afternoon, sometimes not at all. Dirty, unwashed crockery, greasy knives, sodden fragments of yesterday's meals cluttered the table, while in one corner was the heap of evil-smelling, dirty linen. Cockroaches appeared in the crevices of the woodwork. The wallpaper bulged from the damp walls and began to peel. Trina had long ago ceased to dust or to wipe the furniture with a bit of rag. The grime grew thick upon the window panes and in the corners of the room. All the filth of the alley invaded their quarters like a rising muddy tide. Between the windows, however, the faded photograph of the couple in their wedding finery looked down upon the wretchedness, Trina still holding her set bouquet straight before her, McTeague standing at her side, his left foot forward, in the attitude of a Secretary of State, while near by hung the canary, the one thing the dentist clung to obstinately, piping and chittering all day, in its little gilt prison. And the tooth, the gigantic golden molar of French gilt, enormous and ungainly, sprawled its branching prongs in one corner of the room by the footboard of the bed. The McTeagues had come to use it as a sort of substitute for a table. After breakfast and supper Trina piled the plates and greasy dishes upon it, to have them out of the way. One afternoon the other dentist, McTeague's old-time rival, the wearer of marvelous waistcoats, was surprised out of all countenance to receive a visit from McTeague. The other dentist was in his operating room at the time, at work upon a plaster of Paris mold. To his call of "Come right in, don't you see the sign, enter without knocking?" McTeague came in. He noted at once how airy and cheerful was the room. A little fire coughed and tittered on the hearth. A brindled greyhound sat on his haunches watching it intently. A great mirror over the mantel offered to view an array of actresses' pictures thrust between the glass and the frame, and a big bunch of freshly cut violets stood in a glass bowl on the polished cherry-wood table. The other dentist came forward briskly, exclaiming cheerfully, "Oh, Doctor, Mr. McTeague, how do? How do?" The fellow was actually wearing a velvet smoking jacket. A cigarette was between his lips. His patent leather boots reflected the firelight. McTeague wore a black surah negligee shirt without a cravat. Huge buckled brogans, hobnailed, gross, encased his feet. The hems of his trousers were spotted with mud. His coat was frayed at the sleeves, and a button was gone. In 3 days he had not shaved. His shock of heavy blond hair escaped from beneath the visor of his woolen cap and hung low over his forehead. He stood with awkward shifting feet and uncertain eyes before the dapper young fellow who reeked of the barber shop, and whom he had once ordered from his rooms. "What can I do for you this morning, Mr. McTeague? Something wrong with the teeth, eh?" "No, no." McTeague, floundering in the difficulties of his speech, forgot the carefully rehearsed words with which he had intended to begin this interview. "I want to sell you my sign," he said stupidly. "That big tooth of French gilt. You know, that you made an offer for once." "Oh, I don't want that now," said the other loftily. "I prefer a little quiet signboard, nothing pretentious, just the name and 'Dentist' after it. These big signs are vulgar. No, I don't want it." McTeague remained, looking about on the floor, horribly embarrassed, not knowing whether to go or to stay. "But I don't know," said the other dentist, reflectively. "If it will help you out any, I guess you're pretty hard up. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you $5 for it." "All right, all right." On the following Thursday morning McTeague woke to hear the eaves dripping and the prolonged rattle of the rain upon the roof. "Raining," he growled, in deep disgust, sitting up in bed and winking at the blurred window. "It's been raining all night," said Trina.
She was already up and dressed, and was cooking breakfast on the oil stove. McTeague dressed himself, grumbling. "Well, I'll go, anyhow. The fish will bite all the better for the rain." "Look here, Mac," said Trina, slicing a bit of bacon as thinly as she could. "Look here, why don't you bring some of your fish home sometime?" "Huh," snorted the dentist. "So's we could have 'em for breakfast. Might save you a nickel, mightn't it?" "Well, and if it did. Or you might fish for the market. The fishermen across the street would buy 'em of you." "Shut up!" exclaimed the dentist, and Trina obediently subsided. "Look here," continued her husband, fumbling in his trousers pocket and bringing out $1. "I'm sick and tired of coffee and bacon and mashed potatoes. Go over to the market and get some kind of meat for breakfast. Get a steak, or chops, or something." "Why, Mac, that's a whole $1, and he only gave you 5 for your sign. We can't afford it." "Sure, Mac. Let me put that money away against a rainy day. You're just as well off without meat for breakfast. You do as I tell you. Get some steak or chops or something." "Please, Mac, dear." "Go on, now. I'll bite your fingers again pretty soon." "But—" The dentist took a step towards her, snatching at her hand. "All right, I'll go," cried Trina, wincing and shrinking. "I'll go." She did not get the chops at the big market, however. Instead, she hurried to a cheaper butcher shop on a side street 2 blocks away, and bought 15 cents worth of chops from a side of mutton some 2 or 3 days old. She was gone some little time. "Give me the change," exclaimed the dentist as soon as she returned. Trina handed him a quarter, and when McTeague was about to protest, broke in upon him with a rapid stream of talk that confused him upon the instant. But for that matter, it was never difficult for Trina to deceive the dentist. He never went to the bottom of things. He would have believed her if she had told him the chops had cost $1. "There's 60 cents saved, anyhow," thought Trina, as she clutched the money in her pocket to keep it from rattling. Trina cooked the chops, and they breakfasted in silence. "Now," said McTeague as he rose, wiping the coffee from his thick mustache with the hollow of his palm. "Now I'm going fishing, rain or no rain. I'm going to be gone all day." He stood for a moment at the door, his fish line in his hand, swinging the heavy sinker back and forth. He looked at Trina as she cleared away the breakfast things. "So long," said he, nodding his huge square-cut head. This amiability in the matter of leave-taking was unusual. Trina put the dishes down and came up to him, her little chin, once so adorable, in the air. "Kiss me good-by, Mac," she said, putting her arms around his neck. "You do love me a little yet, don't you, Mac? We'll be happy again some day. This is hard times now, but we'll pull out. You'll find something to do pretty soon." "I guess so," growled McTeague, allowing her to kiss him. The canary was stirring nimbly in its cage, and just now broke out into a shrill trilling, its little throat bulging and quivering. The dentist stared at it. "Say," he remarked slowly, "I think I'll take that bird of mine along." "Sell it?" inquired Trina. "Yes, yes, sell it." "Well, you are coming to your senses at last," answered Trina, approvingly. "But don't you let the bird store man cheat you. That's a good songster, and with the cage, you ought to make him give you $5. You stick out for that at first, anyhow." McTeague unhooked the cage and carefully wrapped it in an old newspaper, remarking, "He might get cold." "Well, so long," he repeated. "So long." "Good-by, Mac." When he was gone, Trina took the 60 cents she had stolen from him out of her pocket and recounted it. "It's 60 cents, all right," she said proudly, "but I do believe that dime is too smooth." She looked at it critically. The clock on the power house of the Sutter Street cable struck 8. 8 o'clock already!" she exclaimed. "I must get to work." She cleared the breakfast things from the table, and drawing up her chair and her workbox began painting the set of Noah's Ark animals she had whittled the day before. She worked steadily all the morning. At noon she lunched, warming over the coffee left from breakfast, and frying a couple of sausages. By 1 she was bending over her table again. Her fingers, some of them lacerated by McTeague's teeth, flew, and the little pile of cheap toys in the basket at her elbow grew steadily. "Where do all the toys go to?" she murmured. "The thousands and thousands of these Noah's Arks that I have made, horses and chickens and elephants, and always there never seems to be enough. It's a good thing for me that children break their things, and that they all have to have birthdays and Christmases." She dipped her brush into a pot of Vandyke brown and painted one of the whittled toy horses in 2 strokes. Then a touch of ivory black with a small flat brush created the tail and mane, and dots of Chinese white made the eyes. The turpentine in the paint dried it almost immediately, and she tossed the completed little horse into the basket. At 6 o'clock the dentist had not returned. Trina waited until 7, and then put her work away and ate her supper alone. "I wonder what's keeping Mac," she exclaimed as the clock from the power house on Sutter Street struck 7:30. "I know he's drinking somewhere," she cried, apprehensively. "He had the money from his sign with him." At 8 o'clock she threw a shawl over her head and went over to the harness shop. If anybody would know where McTeague was, it would be Heise. But the harness maker had seen nothing of him since the day before. "He was in here yesterday afternoon, and we had a drink or two at Frenna's. Maybe he's been in there today." "Oh, won't you go in and see?" said Trina. "Mac always came home to his supper. He never likes to miss his meals. And I'm getting frightened about him." Heise went into the barroom next door, and returned with no definite news. Frenna had not seen the dentist since he had come in with the harness maker the previous afternoon. Trina even humbled herself to ask of the Ryers, with whom they had quarreled, if they knew anything of the dentist's whereabouts, but received a contemptuous negative. "Maybe he's come in while I've been out," said Trina to herself. She went down Polk Street again, going towards the flat. The rain had stopped, but the sidewalks were still glistening. The cable cars trundled by, loaded with theater goers. The barbers were just closing their shops. The candy store on the corner was brilliantly lighted and was filling up, while the green and yellow lamps from the drug store directly opposite threw kaleidoscopic reflections deep down into the shining surface of the asphalt. A band of Salvationists began to play and pray in front of Frenna's saloon. Trina hurried on down the gay street, with its evening's brilliancy and small activities, her shawl over her head, one hand lifting her faded skirt from off the wet pavements. She turned into the alley, entered Zerkow's old home by the ever-open door, and ran upstairs to the room. Nobody. "Why, isn't this funny?" she exclaimed half aloud, standing on the threshold, her little milk-white forehead curdling to a frown, one sore finger on her lips. Then a great fear seized upon her. Inevitably she associated the house with a scene of violent death. "No, no," she said to the darkness. "Mac is all right. He can take care of himself." But for all that she had a clear-cut vision of her husband's body, bloated with sea-water, his blond hair streaming like kelp, rolling inertly in shifting waters. "He couldn't have fallen off the rocks," she declared firmly. There he is now." She heaved a great sigh of relief as a heavy tread sounded in the hallway below. She ran to the banisters, looking over and calling, "Oh, Mac, is that you, Mac?" It was the German whose family occupied the lower floor. The power house clock struck 9. "My God, where is Mac?" cried Trina, stamping her foot. She put the shawl over her head again, and went out and stood on the corner of the alley and Polk Street, watching and waiting, craning her neck to see down the street. Once even she went out upon the sidewalk in front of the flat, and sat down for a moment upon the horse block there. She could not help remembering the day when she had been driven up to the horse block in a hack. Her mother and father and Auguste and the twins were with her. It was her wedding day. Her wedding dress was in a huge tin trunk on the driver's seat. She had never been happier before in all her life. She remembered how she got out of the hack and stood for a moment upon the horse block, looking up at McTeague's windows. She had caught a glimpse of him at his shaving, the lather still on his cheek, and they had waved their hands at each other. Instinctively Trina looked up at the flat behind her, looked up at the bay window where her husband's dental parlors had been. It was all dark, the windows had the blind, sightless appearance imparted by vacant, untenanted rooms. A rusty iron rod projected mournfully from one of the window ledges. "There's where our sign hung once," said Trina. She turned her head and looked down Polk Street towards where the other dentist had his rooms, and there, overhanging the street from his window, newly furbished and brightened, hung the huge tooth, her birthday present to her husband, flashing and glowing in the white glare of the electric lights like a beacon of defiance and triumph. "Ah, no, ah, no," whispered Trina, choking back a sob. "Life isn't so gay. But I wouldn't mind, no, I wouldn't mind anything, if only Mac was home all right." She got up from the horse block and stood again on the corner of the alley, watching and listening. It grew later.
The hours passed. Trina kept at her post. The noise of approaching footfalls grew less and less frequent. Little by little Polk Street dropped back into solitude. 11 o'clock struck from the power house clock. Lights were extinguished. At 1 o'clock the cable stopped, leaving an abrupt and numbing silence in the air. All at once it seemed very still. The only noises were the occasional footfalls of a policeman and the persistent calling of ducks and geese in the closed market across the way. The street was asleep. When it is night and dark and one is awake and alone, one's thoughts take the color of the surroundings, become gloomy, somber, and very dismal. All at once an idea came to Trina, a dark, terrible idea, worse even than the idea of McTeague's death. "Oh, no," she cried. "Oh, no, it isn't true. But suppose." She left her post and hurried back to the house. "No, no," she was saying under her breath. "It isn't possible. Maybe he's even come home already by another way. But suppose. She ran up the stairs, opened the door of the room, and paused, out of breath. The room was dark and empty. With cold, trembling fingers she lighted the lamp, and turning about looked at her trunk. The lock was burst. "No, no, no," cried Trina. "It's not true. It's not true." She dropped on her knees before the trunk, and tossed back the lid, and plunged her hands down into the corner underneath her wedding dress, where she always kept the savings. The brass match safe and the chamois skin bag were there. They were empty. Trina flung herself full length upon the floor, burying her face in her arms, rolling her head from side to side. Her voice rose to a wail. "No, no, no. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. Oh, he couldn't have done it. Oh, how could he have done it? All my money, all my little savings, and deserted me. He's gone. My money's gone, my dear money. My dear, dear gold pieces that I've worked so hard for. Oh, to have deserted me, gone for good, gone and never coming back, gone with my gold pieces. Gone, gone, gone. I'll never see them again, and I've worked so hard, so hard for him, for them. No, 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 it's not true. It is true. What will become of me now? Oh, if you'll only come back you can have all the money. Half of it. Oh, give me back my money. Give me back my money and I'll forgive you. You can leave me then if you want to. Oh, my money. Mac, you've gone for good. You don't love me any more, and now I'm a beggar. My money's gone, my husband's gone. Gone, gone, gone." Her grief was terrible. She dug her nails into her scalp, and clutching the heavy coils of her thick black hair tore it again and again. She struck her forehead with her clenched fists. Her little body shook from head to foot with the violence of her sobbing. She ground her small teeth together and beat her head upon the floor with all her strength. Her hair was uncoiled and hanging a tangled, disheveled mass far below her waist. Her dress was torn, a spot of blood was upon her forehead. Her eyes were swollen. Her cheeks flamed vermilion from the fever that raged in her veins. Old Miss Baker found her thus towards 5 o'clock the next morning. What had happened between 1 o'clock and dawn of that fearful night Trina never remembered. She could only recall herself, as in a picture, kneeling before her broken and rifled trunk, and then, weeks later, so it seemed to her, she woke to find herself in her own bed with an iced bandage about her forehead and the little old dressmaker at her side, stroking her hot, dry palm. The facts of the matter were that the German woman who lived below had been awakened some hours after midnight by the sounds of Trina's weeping. She had come upstairs and into the room to find Trina stretched face downward upon the floor, half conscious and sobbing, in the throes of an hysteria for which there was no relief. The woman, terrified, had called her husband, and between them they had got Trina upon the bed. Then the German woman happened to remember that Trina had friends in the big flat near by, and had sent her husband to fetch the retired dressmaker, while she herself remained behind to undress Trina and put her to bed. Miss Baker had come over at once, and began to cry herself at the sight of the dentist's poor little wife. She did not stop to ask what the trouble was, and indeed it would have been useless to attempt to get any coherent explanation from Trina at that time. Miss Baker had sent the German woman's husband to get some ice at one of the all-night restaurants of the street,
had kept cold, wet towels on Trina's head, had combed and recombed her wonderful thick hair, and had sat down by the side of the bed, holding her hot hand with its poor, maimed fingers, waiting patiently until Trina should be able to speak. Towards morning Trina awoke, or perhaps it was a mere regaining of consciousness, looked a moment at Miss Baker, then about the room until her eyes fell upon her trunk with its broken lock. Then she turned over upon the pillow and began to sob again. She refused to answer any of the little dressmaker's questions, shaking her head violently, her face hidden in the pillow. By breakfast time her fever had increased to such a point that Miss Baker took matters into her own hands and had the German woman call a doctor. He arrived some 20 minutes later. He was a big, kindly fellow who lived over the drug store on the corner. He had a deep voice and a tremendous striding gait less suggestive of a physician than of a sergeant of a cavalry troop. By the time of his arrival little Miss Baker had divined intuitively the entire trouble. She heard the doctor's swinging tramp in the entry below, and heard the German woman saying, "Right up der stairs, at der back of der hall, der room mit der door open." Miss Baker met the doctor at the landing. She told him in a whisper of the trouble. "Her husband's deserted her, I'm afraid, doctor, and took all of her money, a good deal of it. It's about killed the poor child. She was out of her head a good deal of the night, and now she's got a raging fever." The doctor and Miss Baker returned to the room and entered, closing the door. The big doctor stood for a moment looking down at Trina, rolling her head from side to side upon the pillow, her face scarlet, her enormous mane of hair spread out on either side of her. The little dressmaker remained at his elbow, looking from him to Trina. "Poor little woman," said the doctor. "Poor little woman." Miss Baker pointed to the trunk, whispering, "See, there's where she kept her savings. See, he broke the lock." "Well, Mrs. McTeague," said the doctor, sitting down by the bed, and taking Trina's wrist, "a little fever, eh?" Trina opened her eyes and looked at him, and then at Miss Baker. She did not seem in the least surprised at the unfamiliar faces. She appeared to consider it all as a matter of course. "Yes," she said, with a long, tremulous breath. "I have a fever in my head. My head aches and aches." The doctor prescribed rest and mild opiates. Then his eye fell upon the fingers of Trina's right hand. He looked at them sharply. A deep, red glow, unmistakable to a physician's eyes, was upon some of them, extending from the finger tips up to the second knuckle. "Hello," he exclaimed. "What's the matter here?" In fact, something was very wrong indeed. For days Trina had noticed it. The fingers of her right hand had swollen as never before, aching and discolored. Cruelly lacerated by McTeague's brutality as they were, she had nevertheless gone on about her work on the Noah's Ark animals, constantly in contact with the non-poisonous paint. She told as much to the doctor in answer to his questions. He shook his head with an exclamation. "Why, this is blood poisoning, you know," he told her. "The worst kind. You'll have to have those fingers amputated beyond a doubt, or lose the entire hand, or even worse." "And my work!" exclaimed Trina. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 19. One can hold a scrubbing brush with 2 good fingers and the stumps of 2 others, even if both joints of the thumb are gone, but it takes considerable practice to get used to it. Trina became a scrub woman. She had taken counsel of Selina, and through her had obtained the position of caretaker in a little memorial kindergarten over on Pacific Street. Like Polk Street, it was an accommodation street, but running through a much poorer and more sordid quarter. Trina had a little room over the kindergarten schoolroom. It was not an unpleasant room. It looked out upon a sunny little court floored with boards and used as the children's playground. 2 great cherry trees grew here, the leaves almost brushing against the window of Trina's room and filtering the sunlight so that it fell in round golden spots upon the floor of the room. "Like gold pieces," Trina said to herself. Trina's work consisted in taking care of the kindergarten rooms, scrubbing the floors, washing the windows, dusting and airing, and carrying out the ashes. Besides this, she earned some $5 a month by washing down the front steps of some big flats on Washington Street, and by cleaning out vacant houses after the tenants had left. She saw no one. Nobody knew her. She went about her work from dawn to dark, and often entire days passed when she did not hear the sound of her own voice. She was alone, a solitary, abandoned woman, lost in the lowest eddies of the great city's tide, the tide that always ebbs. When Trina had been discharged from the hospital after the operation on her fingers, she found herself alone in the world, alone with her $5,000. The interest of this would support her, and yet allow her to save a little. But for a time Trina had thought of giving up the fight altogether, and of joining her family in the southern part of the state. But even while she hesitated about this, she received a long letter from her mother, an answer to one she herself had written just before the amputation of her right-hand fingers, the last letter she would ever be able to write. Mrs. Sieppes's letter was one long lamentation. She had her own misfortunes to bewail, as well as those of her daughter. The carpet cleaning and upholstery business had failed. Mr. Sieppe and Auguste had left for New Zealand with the colonization company, whither Mrs. Sieppe and the twins were to follow them as soon as the colony established itself. So far from helping Trina in her ill fortune, it was she, her mother, who might some day in the near future be obliged to turn to Trina for aid. So Trina had given up the idea of any help from her family. For that matter, she needed none. She still had her 5,000, and Uncle Obermann paid her the interest with a machine-like regularity. Now that McTeague had left her, there was one less mouth to feed, and with this saving, together with the little she could earn as a scrub-woman, Trina could almost manage to make good the amount she lost by being obliged to cease work upon the Noah's Ark animals. Little by little her sorrow over the loss of her precious savings overcame the grief of McTeague's desertion of her. Her avarice had grown to be her one dominant passion. Her love of money for the money's sake brooded in her heart, driving out by degrees every other natural affection. She grew thin and meager. Her flesh clove tight to her small skeleton. Her small pale mouth and little uplifted chin grew to have a certain feline eagerness of expression. Her long, narrow eyes glistened continually, as if they caught and held the glint of metal. One day as she sat in her room, the empty brass matchbox and the limp chamois bag in her hands, she suddenly exclaimed, "I could have forgiven him if he had only gone away and left me my money. I could have, yes, I could have forgiven him even this." She looked at the stumps of her fingers. But now, her teeth closed tight and her eyes flashed. "Now I'll never forgive him as long as I live." The empty bag and the hollow light matchbox troubled her. Day after day she took them from her trunk and wept over them as other women weep over a dead baby's shoe. Her $400 were gone, were gone, were gone. She would never see them again. She could plainly see her husband spending her savings by handfuls, squandering her beautiful gold pieces that she had been at such pains to polish with soap and ashes. The thought filled her with an unspeakable anguish. She would wake at night from a dream of McTeague reveling down her money, and ask of the darkness, "How much did he spend today? How many of the gold pieces are left? Has he broken either of the two $20 pieces yet? What did he spend it for?" The instant she was out of the hospital, Trina had begun to save again, but now it was with an eagerness that amounted at times to a veritable frenzy. She even denied herself lights and fuel in order to put by a quarter or so, grudging every penny she was obliged to spend. She did her own washing and cooking. Finally, she sold her wedding dress, that had hitherto lain in the bottom of her trunk. The day she moved from Zerkow's old house, she came suddenly upon the dentist's concertina under a heap of old clothes in the closet. Within 20 minutes she had sold it to the dealer in second-hand furniture, returning to her room with $7 in her pocket, happy for the first time since McTeague had left her. But for all that the matchbox and the bag refused to fill up. After 3 weeks of the most rigid economy they contained but $18 and some small change. What was that compared with 400? Trina told herself that she must have her money in hand. She longed to see again the heap of it upon her work table, where she could plunge her hands into it, her face into it, feeling the cool, smooth metal upon her cheeks. At such moments she would see in her imagination her wonderful $5,000 piled in columns, shining and gleaming somewhere at the bottom of Uncle Obermann's vault. She would look at the paper that Uncle Obermann had given her, and tell herself that it represented $5,000. But in the end, this ceased to satisfy her. She must have the money itself. She must have her $400 back again, there in her trunk, in her bag and her matchbox, where she could touch it and see it whenever she desired. At length she could stand it no longer, and one day presented herself before Uncle Obermann as he sat in his office in the wholesale toy store, and told him she wanted to have $400 of her money. "But this is very irregular, you know, Mrs. McTeague," said the great man. "Not businesslike at all." But his niece's misfortunes and the sight of her poor maimed hand appealed to him. He opened his checkbook. "You understand, of course," he said, "that this will reduce the amount of your interest by just so much." I know. I've thought of that," said Trina. "400, did you say?" remarked Uncle Obermann, taking the cap from his fountain pen. "Yes, 400," exclaimed Trina, quickly, her eyes glistening. Trina cashed the check and returned home with the money, all in $20 pieces as she had desired, in an ecstasy of delight. For half of that night she sat up playing with her money, counting it and recounting it, polishing the duller pieces until they shone. Altogether there were 20 $20 gold pieces. "Oh, you beauties," murmured Trina, running her palms over them, fairly quivering with pleasure. "You beauties, is there anything prettier than a $20 gold piece? You dear, dear money. Oh, don't I love you? Mine, mine, mine. All of you, mine." She laid them out in a row on the ledge of the table, or arranged them in patterns, triangles, circles, and squares, or built them all up into a pyramid which she afterward overthrew for the sake of hearing the delicious clink of the pieces tumbling against each other. Then at last she put them away in the brass matchbox and chamois bag, delighted beyond words that they were once more full and heavy. Then, a few days after, the thought of the money still remaining in Uncle Obermann's keeping returned to her. It was hers, all that 4,600. She could have as much of it or as little of it as she chose. She only had to ask. For a week Trina resisted, knowing very well that taking from her capital was proportionately reducing her monthly income. Then at last she yielded. Just to make it an even 500 anyhow, she told herself. That day she drew $100 more in $20 gold pieces as before. From that time Trina began to draw steadily upon her capital, a little at a time. It was a passion with her, a mania, a veritable mental disease, a temptation such as drunkards only know. It would come upon her all of a sudden, while she was about her work, scrubbing the floor of some vacant house, or in her room, in the morning, as she made her coffee on the oil stove, or when she woke in the night, a brusque access of cupidity would seize upon her. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes glistened, her breath came short. At times she would leave her work just as it was, put on her old bonnet of black straw, throw her shawl about her, and go straight to Uncle Obermann's store and draw against her money. Now it would be $100, now 60. Now she would content herself with only 20, and once, after a fortnight's abstinence, she permitted herself a positive debauch of 500. Little by little she drew her capital from Uncle Obermann, and little by little her original interest of $25 a month dwindled. One day she presented herself again in the office of the wholesale toy store. "Will you let me have a check for $200, Uncle Obermann?" she said. The great man laid down his fountain pen, and leaned back in his swivel chair with great deliberation. "I don't understand, Mrs. McTeague," he said. "Every week you come here and draw out a little of your money. I've told you that it is not at all regular or businesslike for me to let you have it this way. And more than this, it's a great inconvenience to me to give you these checks at unstated times. If you wish to draw out the whole amount, let's have some understanding. Draw it in monthly installments of, say, $500, or else," he added, abruptly, "draw it all at once, now, today. I would even prefer it that way. Otherwise it's annoying. Come, shall I draw you a check for 3,700 and have it over and done with?" "No, no," cried Trina, with instinctive apprehension, refusing. She did not know why. No, I'll leave it with you. I won't draw out any more." She took her departure, but paused on the pavement outside the store, and stood for a moment lost in thought, her eyes beginning to glisten and her breath coming short. Slowly she turned about and re-entered the store. She came back into the office and stood trembling at the corner of Uncle Obermann's desk. He looked up sharply. Twice Trina tried to get her voice, and when it did come to her she could hardly recognize it. Between breaths she said, "Yes, all right. I'll You can give me will you give me a check for 3,700? Give me all of my money." A few hours later she entered her little room over the kindergarten, bolted the door with shaking fingers, and emptied a heavy canvas sack upon the middle of her bed. Then she opened her trunk, and taking thence the brass matchbox and chamois-skin bag, added their contents to the pile. Next she laid herself upon the bed and gathered the gleaming heaps of gold pieces to her with both arms, burying her face in them with long sighs of unspeakable delight. It was a little past noon, and the day was fine and warm. The leaves of the huge cherry trees threw off a certain pungent aroma that entered through the open window, together with long, thin shafts of golden sunlight. Below in the kindergarten the children were singing gaily and marching to the jangling of the piano. Trina heard nothing, saw nothing. She lay on her bed, her eyes closed, her face buried in a pile of gold that she encircled with both her arms. Trina even told herself at last that she was happy once more. McTeague became a memory that faded a little every day, dim and indistinct in the golden splendor of $5,000. "And yet," Trina would say, "I did love Mac, loved him dearly only a little while ago. Even when he hurt me, it only made me love him more. How is it I've changed so sudden? How could I forget him so soon? It must be because he stole my money. That is it. I couldn't forgive anyone that, no, not even my mother. And I never, never will forgive him." What had become of her husband Trina did not know. She never saw any of the old Polk Street people. There was no way she could have news of him, even if she had cared to have it. She had her money, that was the main thing. Her passion for it excluded every other sentiment. There it was in the bottom of her trunk, in the canvas sack, the chamois-skin bag, and the little brass match safe. Not a day passed that Trina did not have it out where she could see and touch it. One evening she had even spread all the gold pieces between the sheets, and had then gone to bed, stripping herself, and had slept all night upon the money, taking a strange and ecstatic pleasure in the touch of the smooth, flat pieces the length of her entire body. One night, some 3 months after she had come to live at the kindergarten, Trina was awakened by a sharp tap on the pane of the window. She sat up quickly in bed, her heart beating thickly, her eyes rolling wildly in the direction of her trunk. The tap was repeated. Trina rose and went fearfully to the window. The little court below was bright with moonlight, and standing just on the edge of the shadow thrown by one of the cherry trees was McTeague. A bunch of half-ripe cherries was in his hand. He was eating them and throwing the pits at the window. As he caught sight of her, he made an eager sign for her to raise the sash. Reluctant and wondering, Trina obeyed, and the dentist came quickly forward. He was wearing a pair of blue overalls, a navy blue flannel shirt without a cravat, an old coat, faded, rain-washed, and ripped at the seams, and his woolen cap. "Say, Trina," he exclaimed, his heavy bass voice pitched just above a whisper, "let me in, will you, huh? Say, will you? I'm regularly starving, and I haven't slept in a Christian bed for 2 weeks." At sight of him standing there in the moonlight, Trina could only think of him as the man who had beaten and bitten her, had deserted her and stolen her money, had made her suffer as she had never suffered before in all her life. Now that he had spent the money that he had stolen from her, he was whining to come back, so that he might steal more, no doubt. Once in her room, he could not help but smell out her $5,000. Her indignation rose. "No," she whispered back at him. "No, I will not let you in. But listen here, Trina. I tell you I am starving, regularly—" "Ho!" interrupted Trina scornfully. "A man can't starve with $400, I guess." "Well, well, faltered the dentist. "Never mind now. Give me something to eat, and let me in and sleep. I've been sleeping in the plaza for the last 10 nights, and Damn it, Trina, I ain't had anything to eat since—" "Where's the $400 you robbed me of when you deserted me?" returned Trina, coldly. "Well, I've spent it," growled the dentist. "But you can't see me starve, Trina, no matter what's happened. Give me a little money, then." "I'll see you starve before you get any more of my money." The dentist stepped back a pace and stared up at her wonder-stricken. His face was lean and pinched. Never had the jawbone looked so enormous, nor the square-cut head so huge. The moonlight made deep black shadows in the shrunken cheeks. "Huh?" asked the dentist, puzzled. "What did you say?" "I won't give you any money. Never again. Not a cent." "But do you know that I'm hungry?" "Well, I've been hungry myself. Besides, I don't believe you." "Trina, I ain't had a thing to eat since yesterday morning, that's God's truth. Even if I did get off with your money, you can't see me starve, can you? You can't see me walk the streets all night because I ain't got a place to sleep. Will you let me in? Say, will you? Huh?" "No." "Well, will you give me some money then? Just a little? Give me $1. Give me half a doll. Say, give me a dime, and I can get a cup of coffee." "No." The dentist paused and looked at her with curious intentness, bewildered, nonplussed. "Say, you must be crazy, Trina. I wouldn't let a dog go hungry." "Not even if he'd bitten you, perhaps." The dentist stared again. There was another pause. McTeague looked up at her in silence, a mean and vicious twinkle coming into his small eyes. He uttered a low exclamation, and then checked himself. "Well, look here, for the last time. I'm starving. I've got nowhere to sleep. Will you give me some money or something to eat? Will you let me in?" "No. No. No." Trina could fancy she almost saw the brassy glint in her husband's eyes. He raised one enormous lean fist. Then he growled, "If I had hold of you for a minute, by God, I'd make you dance. And I will yet. I will yet. Don't you be afraid of that." He turned about, the moonlight showing like a layer of snow upon his massive shoulders. Trina watched him as he passed under the shadow of the cherry trees and crossed the little court. She heard his great feet grinding on the board flooring. He disappeared. Miser though she was, Trina was only human, and the echo of the dentist's heavy feet had not died away before she began to be sorry for what she had done. She stood by the open window in her nightgown, her finger upon her lips. "He did looked pinched," she said half aloud. "Maybe he was hungry. I ought to have given him something. I wish I had. I wish I had. Oh," she cried, suddenly, with a frightened gesture of both hands, "what have I come to be that I would see Mac, my husband, that I would see him starve rather than give him money? No, no, it's too dreadful. I will give him some. I'll send it to him tomorrow. Where? Well, he'll come back." She leaned from the window and called as loudly as she dared, "Mac. Oh, Mac." There was no answer. When McTeague had told Trina he had been without food for nearly 2 days, he was speaking the truth. The week before he had spent the last of the $400 in the bar of a sailor's lodging house near the waterfront, and since that time had lived in a veritable hand-to-mouth existence. He had spent her money here and there about the city in royal fashion, absolutely reckless of the morrow, feasting and drinking for the most part with companions he picked up heaven knows where, acquaintances of 24 hours, whose names he forgot in 2 days. Then suddenly he found himself at the end of his money. He no longer had any friends. Hunger rode him and rowelled him. He was no longer well fed, comfortable. There was no longer a warm place for him to sleep. He went back to Polk Street in the evening, walking on the dark side of the street, lurking in the shadows, ashamed to have any of his old-time friends see him. He entered Zerkow's old house and knocked at the door of the room Trina and he had occupied. It was empty. Next day he went to Uncle Obermann's store and asked news of Trina. Trina had not told Uncle Obermann of McTeague's brutalities, giving him other reasons to explain the loss of her fingers. Neither had she told him of her husband's robbery. So when the dentist had asked where Trina could be found, Uncle Obermann, believing that McTeague was seeking a reconciliation, had told him without hesitation, and he added, "She was in here only yesterday and drew out the balance of her money. She's been drawing against her money for the last month or so. She's got it all now, I guess." "Ah, she's got it all." The dentist went away from his bootless visit to his wife shaking with rage, hating her with all the strength of a crude and primitive nature. He clenched his fists till his knuckles whitened, his teeth ground furiously upon one another. Ah, if I had hold of you once, I'd make you dance. She had $5,000 in that room, while I stood there not 20 feet away and told her I was starving, and she wouldn't give me a dime to get a cup of coffee with. Not a dime to get a cup of coffee. Oh, if I once get my hands on you. His wrath strangled him. He clutched at the darkness in front of him, his breath fairly whistling between his teeth. That night he walked the streets until the morning, wondering what now he was to do to fight the wolf away. The morning of the next day, towards 10 o'clock, he was on Kearney Street, still walking, still tramping the streets, since there was nothing else for him to do. By and by he paused on a corner near a music store, finding a momentary amusement in watching 2 or 3 men loading a piano upon a dray. Already half its weight was supported by the dray's backboard. One of the men, a big mulatto, almost hidden under the mass of glistening rosewood, was guiding its course, while the other two heaved and tugged in the rear. Something in the street frightened the horses, and they shied abruptly. The end of the piano was twitched sharply from the backboard. There was a cry. The mulatto staggered and fell with the falling piano, and its weight dropped squarely upon his thigh, which broke with a resounding crack. An hour later McTeague had found his job. The music store engaged him as handler at $6 a week. McTeague's enormous strength, useless all his life, stood him in good stead at last. He slept in a tiny back room opening from the storeroom of the music store. He was in some sense a watchman as well as handler, and went the rounds of the store twice every night. His room was a box of a place that reeked with odors of stale tobacco smoke. The former occupant had papered the walls with newspapers and had pasted up figures cut out from the posters of some Kiralfy ballet, very gaudy. By the one window, chittering all day in its little gilt prison, hung the canary bird, a tiny atom of life that McTeague still clung to with a strange obstinacy. McTeague drank a good deal of whiskey in these days, but the only effect it had upon him was to increase the viciousness and bad temper that had developed in him since the beginning of his misfortunes. He terrorized his fellow handlers, powerful men though they were. For a gruff word, for an awkward movement in lading the pianos, for a surly look or a muttered oath, the dentist's elbow would crook, and his hand contract to a mallet-like fist. As often as not the blow followed, colossal in its force, swift as the leap of the piston from its cylinder. His hatred of Trina increased from day to day. He'd make her dance yet. Wait only till he got his hands upon her. She'd let him starve, would she? She'd turn him out of doors while she hid her $5,000 in the bottom of her trunk. Aha, he would see about that some day. She couldn't make small of him. Ah, no. She'd dance all right. All right. McTeague was not an imaginative man by nature, but he would lie awake nights, his clumsy wits galloping and frisking under the lash of the alcohol, and fancy himself thrashing his wife, till a sudden frenzy of rage would overcome him, and he would shake all over, rolling upon the bed and biting the mattress. On a certain day, about a week after Christmas of that year, McTeague was on one of the top floors of the music store, where the second-hand instruments were kept, helping to move about and rearrange some old pianos. As he passed by one of the counters he paused abruptly, his eye caught by an object that was strangely familiar. "Say," he inquired, addressing the clerk in charge, "say, where'd this come from?" "Why, let's see. We got that from a second-hand store up on Polk Street, I guess. It's a fairly good machine, a little tinkering with the stops and a bit of shellac, and we'll make it about's good as new. Good tone, see?" And the clerk drew a long, sonorous wail from the depths of McTeague's old concertina. "Well, it's mine," growled the dentist. The other laughed. "It's yours for $11." "It's mine," persisted McTeague. "I want it." "Go 'long with you, Mac. What do you mean?" "I mean that it's mine, that's what I mean. You got no right to it. It was stolen from me, that's what I mean," he added, a sullen anger flaming up in his little eyes. The clerk raised a shoulder and put the concertina on an upper shelf. "You talk to the boss about that. 'Tain't none of my affair. If you want to buy it, it's $11." The dentist had been paid off the day before and had $4 in his wallet at the moment. He gave the money to the clerk. "Here, there's part of the money. You put that concertina aside for me, and I'll give you the rest in a week or so. I'll give it to you tomorrow," he exclaimed, struck with a sudden idea. McTeague had sadly missed his concertina. Sunday afternoons, when there was no work to be done, he was accustomed to lie flat on his back on his springless bed in the little room in the rear of the music store, his coat and shoes off, reading the paper, drinking steam beer from a pitcher, and smoking his pipe. But he could no longer play his 6 lugubrious airs upon his concertina, and it was a deprivation. He often wondered where it was gone. It had been lost, no doubt, in the general wreck of his fortunes. Once even the dentist had taken a concertina from the lot kept by the music store. It was a Sunday and no one was about. But he found he could not play upon it. The stops were arranged upon a system he did not understand. Now his own concertina was come back to him. He would buy it back. He had given the clerk $4. He knew where he would get the remaining 7. The clerk had told him the concertina had been sold on Polk Street to the second-hand store there. Trina had sold it. McTeague knew it. Trina had sold his concertina, had stolen it and sold it. His concertina, his beloved concertina, that he had had all his life. Why, barring the canary, there was not one of all his belongings that McTeague had cherished more dearly. His steel engraving of Lorenzo de' Medici and his court might be lost, his stone pug dog might go, but his concertina. And she sold it, stole it from me and sold it, just because I happened to forget to take it along with me. Well, we'll just see about that. You'll give me the money to buy it back, or—" His rage loomed big within him. His hatred of Trina came back upon him like a returning surge. He saw her small prim mouth, her narrow blue eyes, her black mane of hair, and up-tilted chin, and hated her the more because of them. Aha! He'd show her. He'd make her dance. He'd get that $7 from her, or he'd know the reason why. He went through his work that day, heaving and hauling at the ponderous pianos, handling them with the ease of a lifting crane, impatient for the coming of evening, when he could be left to his own devices. As often as he had a moment to spare, he went down the street to the nearest saloon and drank a pony of whiskey. Now and then, as he fought and struggled with the vast masses of ebony, rosewood, and mahogany on the upper floor of the music store, raging and chafing at their inertness and unwillingness, while the whiskey pirouetted in his brain, he would mutter to himself, "And I got to do this. I got to work like a dray horse while she sits at home by her stove and counts her money, and sells my concertina." 6 o'clock came. Instead of supper, McTeague drank some more whiskey, 5 ponies in rapid succession. After supper he was obliged to go out with the dray to deliver a concert grand at the Oddfellows Hall, where a piano recital was to take place. "Ain't you comin' back with us?" asked one of the handlers, as he climbed upon the driver's seat after the piano had been put in place. "No, no," returned the dentist. "I got something else to do." The brilliant lights of a saloon near the city hall caught his eye. He decided he would have another drink of whiskey. It was about 8 o'clock. The following day was to be a fete day at the kindergarten, the Christmas and New Year festivals combined. All that afternoon the little 2-story building on Pacific Street had been filled with a number of grand ladies of the kindergarten board, who were hanging up ropes of evergreen and sprays of holly, and arranging a great Christmas tree that stood in the center of the ring in the schoolroom. The whole place was pervaded with a pungent, piney odor. Trina had been very busy since the early morning, coming and going at everybody's call, now running down the street after another tack hammer or a fresh supply of cranberries, now tying together the ropes of evergreen and passing them up to one of the grand ladies as she carefully balanced herself on a stepladder. By evening everything was in place. As the last grand lady left the school, she gave Trina an extra $1 for her work, and said, "Now if you'll just tidy up here, Mrs. McTeague, I think that will be all. Sweep up the pine needles here. You see they are all over the floor. And look through all the rooms and tidy up generally. Good night and a happy New Year," she cried pleasantly as she went out. Trina put the $1 away in her trunk before she did anything else and cooked herself a bit of supper. Then she came downstairs again. The kindergarten was not large. On the lower floor were but 2 rooms, the main schoolroom and another room, a cloakroom very small, where the children hung their hats and coats. This cloakroom opened off the back of the main schoolroom. Trina cast a critical glance into both of these rooms. There had been a great deal of going and coming in them during the day, and she decided that the first thing to do would be to scrub the floors. She went up again to her room overhead and heated some water over her oil stove, then redescending, set to work vigorously. By 9 o'clock she had almost finished with the schoolroom. She was down on her hands and knees in the midst of a steaming muck of soapy water. On her feet were a pair of man's shoes fastened with buckles, a dirty cotton gown, damp with the water, clung about her shapeless, stunted figure. From time to time she sat back on her heels to ease the strain of her position, and with one smoking hand, white and parboiled with the hot water, brushed her hair, already streaked with gray, out of her weazened, pale face and the corners of her mouth. It was very quiet. A gas jet without a globe lit up the place with a crude, raw light. The cat who lived on the premises, preferring to be dirty rather than to be wet, had got into the coal scuttle, and over its rim watched her sleepily with a long, complacent purr. All at once he stopped purring, leaving an abrupt silence in the air, like the sudden shutting off of a stream of water, while his eyes grew wide, two lambent disks of yellow in the heap of black fur. "Who is there?" cried Trina, sitting back on her heels. In the stillness that succeeded, the water dripped from her hands with the steady tick of a clock. Then a brutal fist swung open the street door of the schoolroom, and McTeague came in. He was drunk, not with that drunkenness which is stupid, maudlin, wavering on its feet, but with that which is alert, unnaturally intelligent, vicious, perfectly steady, deadly wicked. Trina only had to look once at him, and in an instant, with some strange sixth sense, born of the occasion, knew what she had to expect. She jumped up and ran from him into the little cloakroom. She locked and bolted the door after her, and leaned her weight against it, panting and trembling, every nerve shrinking and quivering with the fear of him. McTeague put his hand on the knob of the door outside and opened it, tearing off the lock and bolt guard, and sending her staggering across the room. "Mac," she cried to him as he came in, speaking with horrid rapidity, cringing and holding out her hands. "Mac, listen. Wait a minute. Look here. Listen here. It wasn't my fault. I'll give you some money. You can come back. I'll do anything you want. Won't you just listen to me? Oh, don't. I'll scream. I can't help it, you know. The people will hear." McTeague came towards her slowly, his immense feet dragging and grinding on the floor, his enormous fists, hard as wooden mallets, swinging at his sides. Trina backed from him to the corner of the room, cowering before him, holding her elbow crooked in front of her face, watching him with fearful intentness, ready to dodge. "I want that money," he said, pausing in front of her. "What money?" cried Trina. "I want that money. You got it, that $5,000. I want every nickel of it. You understand?" "I haven't it. It isn't here. Uncle Obermann's got it." "That's a lie. He told me that you came and got it. You've had it long enough. Now I want it. Do you hear?" "Mac, I can't give you that money. I won't give it to you," Trina cried, with sudden resolution. "Yes, you will. You'll give me every nickel of it." "No, no." "You ain't going to make small of me this time. Give me that money." "No." "For the last time, will you give me that money?" "No." "You won't, huh? You won't give me it? For the last time." "No. No." Usually the dentist was slow in his movements, but now the alcohol had awakened in him an ape-like agility. He kept his small eyes upon her, and all at once sent his fist into the middle of her face with the suddenness of a relaxed spring. Beside herself with terror, Trina turned and fought him back, fought for her miserable life, with the exasperation and strength of a harassed cat, and with such energy and such wild, unnatural force that even McTeague for the moment drew back from her. But her resistance was the one thing to drive him to the top of his fury. He came back at her again, his eyes drawn to two fine twinkling points, and his enormous fists, clenched till the knuckles whitened, raised in the air. Then it became abominable. In the schoolroom outside, behind the coal scuttle, the cat listened to the sounds of stamping and struggling, and the muffled noise of blows, wildly terrified, his eyes bulging like brass knobs. At last the sounds stopped on a sudden. He heard nothing more. Then McTeague came out, closing the door. The cat followed him with distended eyes as he crossed the room and disappeared through the street door. The dentist paused for a moment on the sidewalk, looking carefully up and down the street. It was deserted and quiet. He turned sharply to the right and went down a narrow passage that led into the little courtyard behind the school. A candle was burning in Trina's room. He went up by the outside stairway and entered. The trunk stood locked in one corner of the room. The dentist took the lid lifter from the little oil stove, put it underneath the lock clasp, and wrenched it open. Groping beneath a pile of dresses, he found the chamois skin bag, the little brass matchbox, and at the very bottom, carefully thrust into one corner, the canvas sack crammed to the mouth with $20 gold pieces. He emptied the chamois skin bag and the matchbox into the pockets of his trousers, but the canvas sack was too bulky to hide about his clothes. "I guess I'll just naturally have to carry you," he muttered. He blew out the candle, closed the door, and gained the street again. The dentist crossed the city, going back to the music store. It was a little after 11 o'clock. The night was moonless, filled with a gray blur of faint light that seemed to come from all quarters of the horizon at once. From time to time there were sudden explosions of a southeast wind at the street corners. McTeague went on, slanting his head against the gusts to keep his cap from blowing off, carrying the sack close to his side. Once he looked critically at the sky. "I bet it'll rain tomorrow," he muttered, "if this wind works round to the south." Once in his little den behind the music store, he washed his hands and forearms and put on his working clothes, blue overalls and a jumper over cheap trousers and vest. Then he got together his small belongings, an old campaign hat, a pair of boots, a tin of tobacco, and a pinchbeck bracelet which he had found one Sunday in the park and which he believed to be valuable. He stripped his blanket from his bed and rolled up in it all these objects, together with the canvas sack, fastening the roll with a half hitch such as miners use, the instincts of the old-time carboy coming back to him in his present confusion of mind. He changed his pipe and his knife, a huge jackknife with a yellowed bone handle, to the pockets of his overalls. Then at last he stood with his hand on the door, holding up the lamp before blowing it out, looking about to make sure he was ready to go. The wavering light woke his canary. It stirred and began to chitter feebly, very sleepy and cross at being awakened. McTeague started, staring at it, and reflecting. He believed that it would be a long time before anyone came into that room again. The canary would be days without food. It was likely it would starve, would die there, hour by hour, in its little gilt prison. McTeague resolved to take it with him. He took down the cage, touching it gently with his enormous hands, and tied a couple of sacks about it to shelter the little bird from the sharp night wind. Then he went out, locking all the doors behind him, and turned toward the ferry slips. The boats had ceased running hours ago, but he told himself that by waiting till 4 o'clock he could get across the bay on the tug that took over the morning papers. Trina lay unconscious, just as she had fallen under the last of McTeague's blows, her body twitching with an occasional hiccup that stirred the pool of blood in which she lay face downward. Towards morning she died with a rapid series of hiccups that sounded like a piece of clockwork running down. The thing had been done in the cloakroom where the kindergarten children hung their hats and coats. There was no other entrance except by going through the main schoolroom. McTeague, going out, had shut the door of the cloakroom, but had left the street door open, so when the children arrived in the morning they entered as usual. About 8:30, 2 or 3 5-year-olds, one a little colored girl, came into the schoolroom of the kindergarten with a great chatter of voices, going across to the cloakroom to hang up their hats and coats as they had been taught. Halfway across the room one of them stopped and put her small nose in the air, crying, oh, what a funny smell." The others began to sniff the air as well, and one, the daughter of a butcher, exclaimed, "It smells like my pa's shop," adding in the next breath, "Look, what's the matter with the kitty?" In fact, the cat was acting strangely. He lay quite flat on the floor, his nose pressed close to the crevice under the door of the little cloakroom, winding his tail slowly back and forth, excited, very eager. At times he would draw back and make a strange little clacking noise down in his throat. "Ain't he funny?" said the little girl again. The cat slunk swiftly away as the children came up. Then the tallest of the little girls swung the door of the little cloakroom wide open, and they all ran in. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 20. The day was very hot, and the silence of high noon lay close and thick between the steep slopes of the cañons like an invisible, muffling fluid. At intervals the drone of an insect bored the air and trailed slowly to silence again. Everywhere were pungent, aromatic smells. The vast, moveless heat seemed to distill countless odors from the brush, odors of warm sap, of pine needles, and of tar weed, and above all the medicinal odor of witch hazel. As far as one could look, uncounted multitudes of trees and manzanita bushes were quietly and motionlessly growing, growing. A tremendous, immeasurable life pushed steadily heavenward without a sound, without a motion. At turns of the road, on the higher points, cañons disclosed themselves far away, gigantic grooves in the landscape, deep blue in the distance, opening one into another, ocean deep, silent, huge, and suggestive of colossal primeval forces held in reserve. At their bottoms they were solid, massive. On their crests they broke delicately into fine serrated edges where the pines and redwoods outlined their million of tops against the high white horizon. Here and there the mountains lifted themselves out of the narrow river beds in groups like giant lions rearing their heads after drinking. The entire region was untamed. In some places east of the Mississippi nature is cozy, intimate, small, and homelike, like a good-natured housewife. In Placer County, California, she is a vast, unconquered brute of the Pliocene epoch, savage, sullen, and magnificently indifferent to man. But there were men in these mountains, like lice on mammoths' hides, fighting them stubbornly, now with hydraulic monitors, now with drill and dynamite, boring into the vitals of them, or tearing away great yellow gravelly scars in the flanks of them, sucking their blood, extracting gold. Here and there at long distances upon the cañon sides rose the headgear of a mine, surrounded with its few unpainted houses and topped by its never-failing feather of black smoke. On near approach one heard the prolonged thunder of the stamp mill, the crusher, the insatiable monster, gnashing the rocks to powder with its long iron teeth, vomiting them out again in a thin stream of wet gray mud. Its enormous maw, fed night and day with the carboys' loads, gorged itself with gravel, and spat out the gold, grinding the rocks between its jaws, glutted, as it were, with the very entrails of the earth, and growling over its endless meal like some savage animal, some legendary dragon, some fabulous beast, symbol of inordinate and monstrous gluttony. McTeague had left the overland train at Colfax, and the same afternoon had ridden some 8 miles across the mountains in the stage that connects Colfax with Iowa Hill. Iowa Hill was a small one-street town, the headquarters of the mines of the district. Originally it had been built upon the summit of a mountain, but the sides of this mountain have long since been hydraulicked away, so that the town now clings to a mere backbone, and the rear windows of the houses on both sides of the street look down over sheer precipices into vast pits hundreds of feet deep. The dentist stayed overnight at the hill, and the next morning started off on foot farther into the mountains. He still wore his blue overalls and jumper. His woolen cap was pulled down over his eye. On his feet were hobnailed boots he had bought at the store in Colfax. His blanket roll was over his back. In his left hand swung the birdcage wrapped in sacks. Just outside the town he paused, as if suddenly remembering something. "There ought to be a trail just off the road here," he muttered. "There used to be a trail, a shortcut." The next instant, without moving from his position, he saw where it opened just before him. His instinct had halted him at the exact spot. The trail zigzagged down the abrupt descent of the cañon, debouching into a gravelly river bed. "Indian River," muttered the dentist. I remember. I ought to hear the Morning Star's stamps from here." He cocked his head. A low, sustained roar, like a distant cataract, came to his ears from across the river. "That's right," he said, contentedly. He crossed the river and regained the road beyond. The slope rose under his feet. A little farther on he passed the Morning Star mine, smoking and thundering. McTeague pushed steadily on. The road rose with the rise of the mountain, turned at a sharp angle where a great live oak grew, and held level for nearly a quarter of a mile. Twice again the dentist left the road and took to the trail that cut through the deserted hydraulic pits. He knew exactly where to look for these trails. Not once did his instinct deceive him. He recognized familiar points at once. Here was Cold Cañon, where invariably, winter and summer, a chilly wind was blowing. Here was where the road to Spencer's branched off. Here was Bussy's old place, where at one time there were so many dogs. Here was Delmue's cabin, where unlicensed whiskey used to be sold. Here was the plank bridge with its one rotten board, and here the flat, overgrown with manzanita, where he once had shot 3 quail. At noon, after he had been tramping for some 2 hours, he halted at a point where the road dipped suddenly. A little to the right of him, and flanking the road, an enormous yellow gravel pit like an emptied lake gaped to heaven. Farther on, in the distance, a cañon zigzagged toward the horizon, rugged with pine-clad mountain crests. Nearer at hand, and directly in the line of the road, was an irregular cluster of unpainted cabins. A dull, prolonged roar vibrated in the air. McTeague nodded his head, as if satisfied. "That's the place," he muttered. He reshouldered his blanket roll and descended the road. At last he halted again. He stood before a low one-story building, differing from the others in that it was painted. A veranda, shut in with mosquito netting, surrounded it. McTeague dropped his blanket roll on a lumber pile outside, and came up and knocked at the open door. Someone called to him to come in. McTeague entered, rolling his eyes about him, noting the changes that had been made since he had last seen this place. A partition had been knocked down, making one big room out of the 2 former small ones. A counter and railing stood inside the door. There was a telephone on the wall. In one corner he also observed a stack of surveyor's instruments, a big drawing board straddled on spindle legs across one end of the room, a mechanical drawing of some kind, no doubt the plan of the mine, unrolled upon it, a chromo representing a couple of peasants in a ploughed field. Millet's Angelus was nailed unframed upon the wall, and hanging from the same wire nail that secured one of its corners in place was a bullion bag and a cartridge belt with a loaded revolver in the pouch. The dentist approached the counter and leaned his elbows upon it. 3 men were in the room. A tall, lean young man, with a thick head of hair surprisingly gray, who was playing with a half-grown Great Dane puppy. Another fellow about as young, but with a jaw almost as salient as McTeague's, stood at the letterpress taking a copy of a letter. A third man, a little older than the other 2, was pottering over a transit. This latter was massively built, and wore overalls and low boots streaked and stained and spotted in every direction with gray mud. The dentist looked slowly from one to the other. Then, at length, "Is the foreman about?" he asked. The man in the muddy overalls came forward. "What do you want?" He spoke with a strong German accent. The old invariable formula came back to McTeague on the instant. "What's the show for a job?" At once the German foreman became preoccupied, looking aimlessly out of the window. There was a silence. "You have been miner already?" "Yes, yes." "Know how to handle pick and shovel?" "Yes, I know." The other seemed unsatisfied. "Are you a cousin Jack?" The dentist grinned. This prejudice against Cornishmen he remembered too. "No, American." "How long since you mine?" "Oh, year or 2." "Show your hands." McTeague exhibited his hard, calloused palms. "When can you go to work?" "I want a chuck tender on der night shift." "I can tend a chuck." "I'll go on tonight." "What's your name?" The dentist started. He had forgotten to be prepared for this. "Huh? What?" "What's the name?" McTeague's eye was caught by a railroad calendar hanging over the desk. There was no time to think. "Burlington," he said, loudly. The German took a card from a file and wrote it down. "Give dis card to der boarding boss, down at der boarding house. Den gome find me by der mill at 6 o'clock, und I set you to work." Straight as a homing pigeon, and following a blind and unreasoned instinct, McTeague had returned to the Big Dipper mine. Within a week's time it seemed to him as though he had never been away. He picked up his life again exactly where he had left it the day when his mother had sent him away with the traveling dentist, the charlatan who had set up his tent by the bunkhouse. The house McTeague had once lived in was still there, occupied by one of the shift bosses and his family. The dentist passed it on his way to and from the mine. He himself slept in the bunkhouse with some 30 others of his shift. At 5:30 in the evening, the cook at the boarding house sounded a prolonged alarm upon a crowbar bent in the form of a triangle that hung upon the porch of the boarding house. McTeague rose and dressed, and with his shift had supper. Their lunch pails were distributed to them. Then he made his way to the tunnel mouth, climbed into a car in the waiting ore train, and was hauled into the mine. Once inside, the hot evening air turned to a cool dampness, and the forest odors gave place to the smell of stale dynamite smoke, suggestive of burning rubber. A cloud of steam came from McTeague's mouth. Underneath, the water swashed and rippled around the car wheels, while the light from the miners' candlesticks threw wavering blurs of pale yellow over the gray, rotting quartz of the roof and walls. Occasionally McTeague bent down his head to avoid the lacking of the roof or the projections of an overhanging chute. From car to car all along the line the miners called to one another as the train trundled along, joshing and laughing. A mile from the entrance the train reached the breast where McTeague's gang worked. The men clambered from the cars and took up the labor where the day shift had left it, burrowing their way steadily through a primeval river bed. The candlesticks thrust into the crevices of the gravel strata lit up faintly the half-dozen moving figures befouled with sweat and with wet gray mold. The picks struck into the loose gravel with a yielding shock. The long-handled shovels clinked amidst the piles of boulders and scraped dully in the heaps of rotten quartz. The burly drill boring for blasts broke out from time to time in an irregular chug-chug, chug-chug, while the engine that pumped the water from the mine coughed and strangled at short intervals. McTeague tended the chuck. In a way he was the assistant of the man who worked the burly. It was his duty to replace the drills in the burly, putting in longer ones as the hole got deeper and deeper. From time to time he rapped the drill with a pole pick when it stuck fast or fitchered. Once it even occurred to him that there was a resemblance between his present work and the profession he had been forced to abandon. In the burly drill he saw a queer counterpart of his old-time dental engine, and what were the drills and chucks but enormous hoe excavators, hard bits, and burrs? It was the same work he had so often performed in his parlors, only magnified, made monstrous, distorted, and grotesqued, the caricature of dentistry. He passed his nights thus in the midst of the play of crude and simple forces, the powerful attacks of the burly drills, the great exertions of bared, bent backs overlaid with muscle, the brusque, resistless expansion of dynamite, and the silent, vast titanic force, mysterious and slow, that cracked the timbers, supporting the roof of the tunnel, and that gradually flattened the lagging till it was thin as paper. The life pleased the dentist beyond words. The still colossal mountains took him back again like a returning prodigal, and vaguely, without knowing why, he yielded to their influence, their immensity, their enormous power, crude and blind, reflecting themselves in his own nature, huge, strong, brutal in its simplicity. And this, though he only saw the mountains at night, they appeared far different then than in the daytime. At 12 o'clock he came out of the mine and lunched on the contents of his dinner pail, sitting upon the embankment of the track, eating with both hands, and looking around him with a steady ox-like gaze. The mountains rose sheer from every side, heaving their gigantic crests far up into the night, the black peaks crowding together, and looking now less like beasts than like a company of cowled giants. In the daytime they were silent, but at night they seemed to stir and rouse themselves. Occasionally the stamp mill stopped, its thunder ceasing abruptly. Then one could hear the noises that the mountains made in their living. From the cañon, from the crowding crests, from the whole immense landscape, there rose a steady and prolonged sound, coming from all sides at once. It was that incessant and muffled roar which disengages itself from all vast bodies, from oceans, from cities, from forests, from sleeping armies, and which is like the breathing of an infinitely great monster, alive, palpitating. McTeague returned to his work. At 6 in the morning his shift was taken off, and he went out of the mine and back to the bunkhouse. All day long he slept, flung at length upon the strong-smelling blankets, slept the dreamless sleep of exhaustion, crushed and overpowered with the work, flat and prone upon his belly, till again in the evening the cook sounded the alarm upon the crowbar bent into a triangle. Every alternate week the shifts were changed. The second week McTeague's shift worked in the daytime and slept at night. Wednesday night of this second week the dentist woke suddenly. He sat up in his bed in the bunkhouse, looking about him from side to side, an alarm clock hanging on the wall, over a lantern, marked 3:30. "What was it?" muttered the dentist. "I wonder what it was." The rest of the shift were sleeping soundly, filling the room with the rasping sound of snoring. Everything was in its accustomed place. Nothing stirred. But for all that, McTeague got up and lit his miner's candlestick and went carefully about the room, throwing the light into the dark corners, peering under all the beds, including his own. Then he went to the door and stepped outside. The night was warm and still, the moon very low and canted on her side like a galleon foundering. The camp was very quiet. Nobody was in sight. "I wonder what it was," muttered the dentist. "There was something. Why did I wake up? Huh." He made a circuit about the bunkhouse, unusually alert, his small eyes twinkling rapidly, seeing everything. All was quiet. An old dog who invariably slept on the steps of the bunkhouse had not even wakened. McTeague went back to bed, but did not sleep. There was something, he muttered, looking in a puzzled way at his canary in the cage that hung from the wall at his bedside. Something. What was it? There is something now. There it is again. The same thing. He sat up in bed with eyes and ears strained. What is it? I don't know what it is. I don't hear anything, and I don't see anything. I feel something. Right now. Feel it now. I wonder. I don't know. I don't know. Once more he got up, and this time dressed himself. He made a complete tour of the camp, looking and listening. For what, he did not know. He even went to the outskirts of the camp and for nearly half an hour watched the road that led into the camp from the direction of Iowa Hill. He saw nothing. Not even a rabbit stirred. He went to bed. But from this time on there was a change. The dentist grew restless, uneasy. Suspicion of something, he could not say what, annoyed him incessantly. He went wide around sharp corners. At every moment he looked sharply over his shoulder. He even went to bed with his clothes and cap on, and at every hour during the night would get up and prowl about the bunkhouse, one ear turned down the wind, his eyes gimleting the darkness. From time to time he would murmur, "There's something. What is it? I wonder what it is." What strange sixth sense stirred in McTeague at this time? What animal cunning, what brute instinct clamored for recognition and obedience? What lower faculty was it that aroused his suspicion, that drove him out into the night a score of times between dark and dawn, his head in the air, his eyes and ears keenly alert? One night as he stood on the steps of the bunkhouse, peering into the shadows of the camp, he uttered an exclamation as of a man suddenly enlightened. He turned back into the house, drew from under his bed the blanket roll in which he kept his money hid, and took the canary down from the wall. He strode to the door and disappeared into the night. When the sheriff of Placer County and the two deputies from San Francisco reached the Big Dipper mine, McTeague had been gone 2 days. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 21. "Well," said one of the deputies, as he backed the horse into the shafts of the buggy in which the pursuers had driven over from the hill, "we've about as good as got him. It isn't hard to follow a man who carries a birdcage with him wherever he goes." McTeague crossed the mountains on foot the Friday and Saturday of that week, going over through Emigrant Gap, following the line of the Overland Railroad. He reached Reno Monday night. By degrees, a vague plan of action outlined itself in the dentist's mind. "Mexico," he muttered to himself. "Mexico, that's the place. They'll watch the coast, and they'll watch the eastern trains, but they won't think of Mexico." The sense of pursuit which had harassed him during the last week of his stay at the Big Dipper mine had worn off, and he believed himself to be very cunning. "I'm pretty far ahead now, I guess," he said. At Reno he boarded a southbound freight on the line of the Carson and Colorado Railroad, paying for a passage in the caboose. "Freights don't run on scheduled time," he muttered, "and a conductor on a passenger train makes it his business to study faces. I'll stay with this train as far as it goes." The freight worked slowly southward, through western Nevada, the country becoming hourly more and more desolate and abandoned. After leaving Walker Lake, the sagebrush country began, and the freight rolled heavily over tracks that threw off visible layers of heat. At times it stopped whole half days on sidings or by water tanks, and the engineer and fireman came back to the caboose and played poker with the conductor and train crew. The dentist sat apart, behind the stove, smoking pipe after pipe of cheap tobacco. Sometimes he joined in the poker games. He had learned poker when a boy at the mine, and after a few deals his knowledge returned to him. But for the most part he was taciturn and unsociable, and rarely spoke to the others unless spoken to first. The crew recognized the type, and the impression gained ground among them that he had done for a livery stable keeper at Truckee and was trying to get down into Arizona. McTeague heard two brakemen discussing him one night as they stood outside by the halted train. The livery stable keeper called him a bastard. That's what Picachos told me, one of them remarked, and started to draw his gun, and this feller did for him with a hay fork. He's a horse doctor, this chap is, and the livery stable keeper had got the law on him so's he couldn't practice any more, and he was sore about it. Near a place called Queens the train re-entered California, and McTeague observed with relief that the line of track which had hitherto held westward curved sharply to the south again. The train was unmolested. Occasionally the crew fought with a gang of tramps who attempted to ride the brake beams, and once in the northern part of Inyo County, while they were halted at a water tank, an immense Indian buck, blanketed to the ground, approached McTeague as he stood on the roadbed stretching his legs, and without a word presented to him a filthy, crumpled letter. The letter was to the effect that the buck Big Jim was a good Indian and deserving of charity. The signature was illegible. The dentist stared at the letter, returned it to the buck, and regained the train just as it started. Neither had spoken. The buck did not move from his position, and fully 5 minutes afterward, when the slow-moving freight was miles away, the dentist looked back and saw him still standing motionless between the rails, a forlorn and solitary point of red, lost in the immensity of the surrounding white blur of the desert. At length the mountains began again, rising up on either side of the track, vast naked hills of white sand and red rock, spotted with blue shadows. Here and there a patch of green was spread like a gay tablecloth over the sand. All at once Mount Whitney leaped over the horizon. Independence was reached and passed. The freight, nearly emptied by now and much shortened, rolled along the shores of Owen Lake. At a place called Keeler it stopped definitely. It was the terminus of the road. The town of Keeler was a one-street town, not unlike Iowa Hill, the post office, the bar and hotel, the Odd Fellows Hall, and the livery stable being the principal buildings. "Where to now?" muttered McTeague to himself as he sat on the edge of the bed in his room in the hotel. He hung the canary in the window, filled its little bathtub, and watched it take its bath with enormous satisfaction. "Where to now?" he muttered again. "This is as far as the railroad goes, and it won't do for me to stay in a town yet a while. No, it won't do. I got to clear out. Where to? That's the word, where to? I'll go down to supper now." He went on whispering his thoughts aloud, so that they would take more concrete shape in his mind. "I'll go down to supper now, and then I'll hang around the bar this evening till I get the lay of this land. Maybe this is fruit country, though it looks more like a cattle country. Maybe it's a mining country. If it's a mining country," he continued, puckering his heavy eyebrows, "if it's a mining country and the mines are far enough off the roads, maybe I'd better get to the mines and lay quiet for a month before I try to get any farther south." He washed the cinders and dust of a week's railroading from his face and hair, put on a fresh pair of boots, and went down to supper. The dining room was of the invariable type of the smaller interior towns of California. There was but one table, covered with oilcloth. Rows of benches answered for chairs. A railroad map, a chromo with a gilt frame protected by mosquito netting, hung on the walls, together with a yellowed photograph of the proprietor in Masonic regalia. Two waitresses whom the guests, all men, called by their first names, came and went with large trays. Through the windows outside McTeague observed a great number of saddle horses tied to trees and fences. Each one of these horses had a riata on the pommel of the saddle. He sat down to the table, eating his thick hot soup, watching his neighbors covertly, listening to everything that was said. It did not take him long to gather that the country to the east and south of Keeler was a cattle country. Not far off, across a range of hills, was the Panamint Valley, where the big cattle ranges were. Every now and then this name was tossed to and fro across the table in the flow of conversation. Over in the Panamint. Just going down for a rodeo in the Panamint. Panamint brands. Has a range down in the Panamint. Then by and by the remark, "Oh, yes, Gold Gulch. They're down to good pay there. That's on the other side of the Panamint Range. Peters came in yesterday and told me." McTeague turned to the speaker. "Is that a gravel mine?" he asked. "No, no, quartz." "I'm a miner, that's why I asked." "Well, I've mined some too. I had a hole in the ground meself, but she was silver, and when the skunks at Washington lowered the price of silver, where was I? Fitchered, b'God." "I was looking for a job." "Well, it's mostly cattle down here in the Panamint, but since the strike over at Gold Gulch some of the boys have gone prospecting. There's gold in them damn Panamint mountains. If you can find a good long contact of country rocks, you ain't far from it. There's a couple of fellers from Redlands has located 4 claims around Gold Gulch. They got a vein 18 inches wide, and Peters says you can trace it for more'n 1,000 feet. Were you thinking of prospecting over there?" Well, I don't know. Well, I'm going over to the other side of the range day after tomorrow after some ponies of mine, and I'm going to have a look around. You say you've been a miner?" Yes. If you're going over that way, you might come along and see if we can't find a contact, or copper sulphurettes, or something. Even if we don't find color, we may find silver-bearing galena." Then after a pause, "Let's see, I didn't catch your name." "Huh?" "My name's Carter," answered McTeague, promptly. Why he should change his name again, the dentist could not say. Carter came to his mind at once, and he answered without reflecting that he had registered as Burlington when he had arrived at the hotel. "Well, my name's Cribbens," answered the other. The two shook hands solemnly. "You're about finished?" continued Cribbens, pushing back. "Let's go out in the bar and have a drink on it." Sure," said the dentist. The two sat up late that night in a corner of the barroom discussing the probability of finding gold in the Panamint Hills. It soon became evident that they held differing theories. McTeague clung to the old prospector's idea that there was no way of telling where gold was until you actually saw it. Cribbens had evidently read a good many books upon the subject, and had already prospected in something of a scientific manner. "Shucks!" he exclaimed. "Give me a long distinct contact between sedimentary and igneous rocks, and I'll sink a shaft without ever seeing color." The dentist put his huge chin in the air. "Gold is where you find it," he returned, doggedly. "Well, it's my idea as how pardners ought to work along different lines," said Cribbens. He tucked the corners of his mustache into his mouth and sucked the tobacco juice from them. For a moment he was thoughtful, then he blew out his mustache abruptly and exclaimed, "Say, Carter, let's make a go of this. You got a little cash, I suppose, $50 or so?" "Huh? Yes, Well, I got about 50. We'll go pardners on the proposition, and we'll dally round the range yonder and see what we can see. What do you say?" Sure, answered the dentist. "Well, it's a go then, hey?" "That's the word." "Well, let's have a drink on it." They drank with profound gravity. They fitted out the next day at the general merchandise store of Keeler. Picks, shovels, prospectors' hammers, a couple of cradles, pans, bacon, flour, coffee, and the like, and they bought a burro on which to pack their kit. "Say, by jingo, you ain't got a horse," suddenly exclaimed Cribbens as they came out of the store. "You can't get around this country without a pony of some kind." Cribbens already owned and rode a buckskin cayuse that had to be knocked in the head and stunned before it could be saddled. "I got an extry saddle and a headstall at the hotel that you can use," he said, "but you'll have to get a horse." In the end, the dentist bought a mule at the livery stable for $40. It turned out to be a good bargain, however, for the mule was a good traveler and seemed actually to fatten on sagebrush and potato parings. When the actual transaction took place, McTeague had been obliged to get the money to pay for the mule out of the canvas sack. Cribbens was with him at the time, and as the dentist unrolled his blankets and disclosed the sack, whistled in amazement. "And me asking you if you had $50," he exclaimed. "You carry your mine right around with you, don't you?" "Huh, I guess so," muttered the dentist. I I just sold a claim I had up in El Dorado County," he added. At 5 o'clock on a magnificent May morning the partners jogged out of Keeler, driving the burro before them. Cribbens rode his cayuse, McTeague following in his rear on the mule. "Say," remarked Cribbens, "why in thunder don't you leave that fool canary behind at the hotel? It's going to be in your way all the time, and it will sure die. Better break its neck and chuck it." "No, no," insisted the dentist. "I've had it too long. I'll take it with me." "Well, that's the craziest idea I ever heard of," remarked Cribbens. "To take a canary along prospecting. Why not kid gloves and be done with it?" They traveled leisurely to the southeast during the day, following a well-beaten cattle road, and that evening camped on a spur of some hills at the head of the Panamint Valley where there was a spring. The next day they crossed the Panamint itself. "That's a smart-looking valley," observed the dentist. "Now you're talking straight talk," returned Cribbens, sucking his mustache. The valley was beautiful, wide, level, and very green. Everywhere were herds of cattle, scarcely less wild than deer. Once or twice cowboys passed them on the road, big-boned fellows, picturesque in their broad hats, hairy trousers, jingling spurs, and revolver belts, surprisingly like the pictures McTeague remembered to have seen. Every one of them knew Cribbens, and almost invariably joshed him on his venture. "Say, Crib, you'd best take a wagon train with ye to bring your dust back." Cribbens resented their humor, and after they had passed, chewed fiercely on his mustache. "I'd like to make a strike, b'God, if it was only to get the laugh on them joshers." By noon they were climbing the eastern slope of the Panamint Range. Long since they had abandoned the road, vegetation ceased, not a tree was in sight. They followed faint cattle trails that led from one water hole to another. By degrees these water holes grew drier and drier, and at 3 o'clock Cribbens halted and filled their canteens. "There ain't any too much water on the other side," he observed grimly. "It's pretty hot," muttered the dentist, wiping his streaming forehead with the back of his hand. "Huh," snorted the other, more grimly than ever. The motionless air was like the mouth of a furnace. Cribbens's pony lathered and panted. McTeague's mule began to droop his long ears. Only the little burro plodded resolutely on, picking the trail where McTeague could see but trackless sand and stunted sage. Towards evening Cribbens, who was in the lead, drew rein on the summit of the hills. Behind them was the beautiful green Panamint Valley, but before and below them for miles and miles, as far as the eye could reach, a flat, white desert, empty even of sagebrush, unrolled toward the horizon. In the immediate foreground a broken system of arroyos and little cañons tumbled down to meet it. To the north faint blue hills shouldered themselves above the horizon. "Well," observed Cribbens, "we're on the top of the Panamint Range now. It's along this eastern slope, right below us here, that we're going to prospect. Gold Gulch," he pointed with the butt of his quirt, "is about 18 or 19 miles along here to the north of us. Those hills way over yonder to the northeast are the Telescope Hills." "What do you call the desert out yonder?" McTeague's eyes wandered over the illimitable stretch of alkali that stretched out forever and forever to the east, to the north, and to the south. "That," said Cribbens, "that's Death Valley." There was a long pause. The horses panted irregularly, the sweat dripping from their heaving bellies. Cribbens and the dentist sat motionless in their saddles, looking out over that abominable desolation, silent, troubled. "God!" ejaculated Cribbens at length, under his breath, with a shake of his head. Then he seemed to rouse himself. "Well," he remarked, "first thing we got to do now is to find water." This was a long and difficult task. They descended into one little cañon after another, followed the course of numberless arroyos, and even dug where there seemed indications of moisture, all to no purpose. But at length McTeague's mule put his nose in the air and blew once or twice through his nostrils. "Smells it, the son of a gun!" exclaimed Cribbens. The dentist let the animal have his head, and in a few minutes he had brought them to the bed of a tiny cañon where a thin stream of brackish water filtered over a ledge of rocks. "We'll camp here," observed Cribbens, "but we can't turn the horses loose. We'll have to picket 'em with the lariats. I saw some loco weed back here a piece, and if they get to eating that, they'll sure go plumb crazy. The burro won't eat it. but I wouldn't trust the others." A new life began for McTeague. After breakfast the "pardners" separated, going in opposite directions along the slope of the range, examining rocks, picking and chipping at ledges and boulders, looking for signs, prospecting. McTeague went up into the little cañons where the streams had cut through the bedrock, searching for veins of quartz, breaking out this quartz when he had found it, pulverizing and panning it. Cribbens hunted for contacts, closely examining country rocks and outcrops, continually on the lookout for spots where sedimentary and igneous rock came together. One day, after a week of prospecting, they met unexpectedly on the slope of an arroyo. It was late in the afternoon. "Hello, pardner," exclaimed Cribbens as he came down to where McTeague was bending over his pan. "What luck?" The dentist emptied his pan and straightened up. "Nothing. Nothing. You struck anything?" "Not a trace. Guess we might as well be moving towards camp." They returned together, Cribbens telling the dentist of a group of antelope he had seen. "We might lay off tomorrow and see if we can plug a couple of them fellers. Antelope steak would go pretty well after beans and bacon and coffee week in and week out." McTeague was answering when Cribbens interrupted him with an exclamation of profound disgust. "I thought we were the first to prospect along in here, and now look at that. Don't it make you sick?" He pointed out evidences of an abandoned prospectors' camp just before them, charred ashes, empty tin cans, one or two gold miners' pans, and a broken pick. "Don't that make you sick?" muttered Cribbens, sucking his mustache furiously. "To think of us mushheads going over ground that's been covered already. Say, pardner, we'll dig out of here tomorrow. I've been thinking, anyhow, we'd better move to the south. That water of ours is pretty low." Yes, I guess so," assented the dentist. "There ain't any gold here." "Yes, there is," protested Cribbens doggedly. "There's gold all through these hills if we could only strike it. I tell you what, pardner, I got a place in mind where I'll bet no one ain't prospected. Least, not very many. There don't very many care to try and get to it. It's over on the other side of Death Valley. It's called Gold Mountain, and there's only one mine been located there, and it's paying like a nitrate bed. There ain't many people in that country because it's all hell to get into. First place, you got to cross Death Valley and strike the Armagosa Range fur off to the south. Well, no one ain't struck on crossing the valley, not if they can help it. But we could work down the Panamint some 100 or so miles, maybe 200, and fetch around by the Armagosa River, way to the south'ard. We could prospect on the way. But I guess the Armagosa'd be dried up at this season. Anyhow," he concluded, "we'll move camp to the south tomorrow. We got to get new feed and water for the horses. We'll see if we can knock over a couple of antelope tomorrow, and then we'll scoot." "I ain't got a gun," said the dentist. "Not even a revolver. "Wait a second," said Cribbens, pausing in his scramble down the side of one of the smaller gulches. "Here's some slate here. I ain't seen no slate around here yet. Let's see where it goes to." McTeague followed him along the side of the gulch. Cribbens went on ahead, muttering to himself from time to time. "Runs right along here, even enough, and here's water, too. Didn't know this stream was here. Pretty near dry, though. Here's the slate again. See where it runs, pardner?" "Look at it up there ahead," said McTeague. "It runs right up over the back of this hill." "That's right," assented Cribbens. "Hi!" he shouted suddenly. "Here's a contact. And here it is again, and there, and yonder. Oh, look at it, will you? That's granodiorite on slate. Couldn't want it any more distinct than that. God! If we could only find the quartz between the two now." "Well, there it is," exclaimed McTeague. "Look on ahead there. Ain't that quartz?" "You're shouting right out loud," vociferated Cribbens, looking where McTeague was pointing. His face went suddenly pale. He turned to the dentist, his eyes wide. "By God, pardner," he exclaimed breathlessly. "By God." He broke off abruptly. "That's what you been looking for, ain't it?" asked the dentist. "Looking for? Looking for?" Cribbens checked himself. "That's slate, all right, and that's granodiorite, I know." He bent down and examined the rock. "And here's the quartz between 'em. There can't be no mistake about that. Gimme that hammer," he cried, excitedly. "Come on, get to work. Jab into the quartz with your pick. Get out some chunks of it." Cribbens went down on his hands and knees, attacking the quartz vein furiously. The dentist followed his example, swinging his pick with enormous force, splintering the rocks at every stroke. Cribbens was talking to himself in his excitement. "Got you this time, you son of a gun. By God, I guess we got you this time, at last. Looks like it, anyhow. Get a move on, pardner. There ain't anybody round, is there? Hey?" Without looking, he drew his revolver and threw it to the dentist. "Take the gun and look around, pardner. If you see any son of a gun anywhere, plug him. This year's our claim. I guess we got it this tide, pardner. Come on." He gathered up the chunks of quartz he had broken out and put them in his hat and started towards their camp. The two went along with great strides, hurrying as fast as they could over the uneven ground. "I don't know," exclaimed Cribbens, breathlessly. "I don't want to say too much. Maybe we're fooled. Lord, that damn camp's a long ways off. Oh, I ain't going to fool along this way. Come on, pardner." He broke into a run. McTeague followed at a lumbering gallop. Over the scorched, parched ground, stumbling and tripping over sagebrush and sharp-pointed rocks, under the palpitating heat of the desert sun, they ran and scrambled, carrying the quartz lumps in their hats. "See any color in it, pardner?" gasped Cribbens. "I can't. Can you? 'Twouldn't be visible nohow, I guess. Hurry up. Lord, we ain't ever going to get to that camp." Finally they arrived. Cribbens dumped the quartz fragments into a pan. "You pestle her, pardner, and I'll fix the scales." McTeague ground the lumps to fine dust in the iron mortar while Cribbens set up the tiny scales and got out the spoons from their outfit. "That's fine enough," Cribbens exclaimed, impatiently. "Now we'll spoon her. Give me the water." Cribbens scooped up a spoonful of the fine white powder and began to spoon it carefully. The two were on their hands and knees upon the ground, their heads close together, still panting with excitement and the exertion of their run. "Can't do it," exclaimed Cribbens, sitting back on his heels. "Hand shakes so. You take it, pardner. Careful now." McTeague took the horn spoon and began rocking it gently in his huge fingers, sluicing the water over the edge a little at a time, each movement washing away a little more of the powdered quartz. The two watched it with the intensest eagerness. "Don't see it yet. Don't see it yet," whispered Cribbens, chewing his mustache. "Leetle faster, pardner. That's the ticket. Careful, steady now. Leetle more, leetle more. Don't see color yet, do you?" The quartz sediment dwindled by degrees as McTeague spooned it steadily. Then at last a thin streak of a foreign substance began to show just along the edge. It was yellow. Neither spoke. Cribbens dug his nails into the sand and ground his mustache between his teeth. The yellow streak broadened as the quartz sediment washed away. Cribbens whispered, "We got it, pardner. That's gold." McTeague washed the last of the white quartz dust away and let the water trickle after it. A pinch of gold, fine as flour, was left in the bottom of the spoon. "There you are," he said. The two looked at each other. Then Cribbens rose into the air with a great leap and a yell that could have been heard for half a mile. "Yeow! We got it. We struck it, pardner. We got it. Out of sight. We're millionaires." He snatched up his revolver and fired it with inconceivable rapidity. "Put it there, old man," he shouted, gripping McTeague's palm. "That's gold, all right," muttered McTeague, studying the contents of the spoon. "You bet your great-grandma's Cochin China Chessy cat it's gold," shouted Cribbens. "Here now, we got a lot to do. We got to stake her out and put up the location notice. We'll take our full acreage, you bet. We haven't weighed this yet. Where's the scales?" He weighed the pinch of gold with shaking hands. 2 grains," he cried. "That'll run $5 to the ton. Rich. It's rich. It's the richest kind of pay, pardner. We're millionaires. Why don't you say something? Why don't you get excited? Why don't you run around and do something?" "Huh," said McTeague, rolling his eyes. "Huh. I know. We've struck it pretty rich." "Come on," exclaimed Cribbens, jumping up again. "We'll stake her out and put up the location notice." Lord, suppose anyone should have come on her while we've been away." He reloaded his revolver deliberately. "We'll drop him all right, if there's anyone fooling round there. I'll tell you those right now. Bring the rifle, pardner, and if you see anyone, plug him, and ask him what he wants afterward." They hurried back to where they had made their discovery. "To think," exclaimed Cribbens as he drove the first stake, "to think those other mushheads had their camp within gunshot of her and never located her. Guess they didn't know the meaning of a contact. Oh, I knew I was solid on contacts." They staked out their claim, and Cribbens put up the notice of location. It was dark before they were through. Cribbens broke off some more chunks of quartz in the vein. "I'll spoon this, too, just for the fun of it when I get home," he explained as they tramped back to the camp. "Well," said the dentist, "we got the laugh on those cowboys." "Have we?" shouted Cribbens. "Have we? Just wait and see the rush for this place when we tell 'em about it down in Keeler. Say, what'll we call her?" "I don't know. I don't know. We might call her the Last Chance. 'Twas our last chance, wasn't it? We'd 'a' gone antelope shooting tomorrow, and the next day we'd 'a' Say, what you stopping for?" he added, interrupting himself. "What's up?" The dentist had paused abruptly on the crest of a cañon. Cribbens, looking back, saw him standing motionless in his tracks. "What's up?" asked Cribbens a second time. McTeague slowly turned his head and looked over one shoulder, then over the other. Suddenly he wheeled sharply about, cocking the Winchester and tossing it to his shoulder. Cribbens ran back to his side, whipping out his revolver. "What is it?" he cried. "See anybody?" He peered on ahead through the gathering twilight. "No, no." "Hear anything?" "No, didn't hear anything." "What is it then? What's up?" "I don't know. I don't know," muttered the dentist, lowering the rifle. "There was something." "What?" "Something. Didn't you notice?" "Notice what?" "I don't know. Something. Something or other." "Who? What? Notice what? What did you see?" The dentist let down the hammer of the rifle. "I guess it wasn't anything," he said, rather foolishly. "What do you think you saw? Anybody on the claim?" "I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either. I had an idea, that's all, came all of a sudden, like that. Something, I don't know what." "I guess you just imagined something. There ain't anybody within 20 miles of us, I guess." "Yes, I guess so. Just imagined it. That's the word." Half an hour later they had the fire going. McTeague was frying strips of bacon over the coals, and Cribbens was still chattering and exclaiming over their great strike. All at once McTeague put down the frying pan. "What's that?" he growled. "Hey, what's what?" exclaimed Cribbens, getting up. "Didn't you notice something?" "Where?" "Off there." The dentist made a vague gesture toward the eastern horizon. "Didn't you hear something? I mean, see something? I mean, what's the matter with you, pardner?" "Nothing. I guess I just imagined it." But it was not imagination. Until midnight the partners lay broad awake, rolled in their blankets under the open sky, talking and discussing and making plans. At last Cribbens rolled over on his side and slept. The dentist could not sleep. What? It was warning him again, that strange sixth sense, that obscure brute instinct. It was aroused again and clamoring to be obeyed. Here in these desolate barren hills, 20 miles from the nearest human being, it stirred and woke and rowelled him to be moving on. It had goaded him to flight from the Big Dipper mine, and he had obeyed. But now it was different. Now he had suddenly become rich. He had lighted on a treasure far more valuable than the Big Dipper mine itself. How was he to leave that? He could not move on now. He turned about in his blankets. No, he would not move on. Perhaps it was his fancy, after all. He saw nothing, heard nothing. The emptiness of primeval desolation stretched from him leagues and leagues upon either hand. The gigantic silence of the night lay close over everything, like a muffling titanic palm. Of what was he suspicious? In that treeless waste, an object could be seen at half a day's journey distant. In that vast silence the click of a pebble was as audible as a pistol shot. And yet there was nothing. Nothing. The dentist settled himself in his blankets and tried to sleep. In 5 minutes he was sitting up, staring into the blue-gray shimmer of the moonlight, straining his ears, watching and listening intently. Nothing was in sight. The brown and broken flanks of the Panamint hills lay quiet and familiar under the moon. The burro moved its head with the clinking of its bell, and McTeague's mule, dozing on 3 legs, changed its weight to another foot, with a long breath. Everything fell silent again. "What is it?" muttered the dentist. "If I could only see something, hear something." He threw off the blankets, and, rising, climbed to the summit of the nearest hill, and looked back in the direction in which he and Cribbens had traveled a fortnight before. For half an hour he waited, watching and listening in vain. But as he returned to camp, and prepared to roll his blankets about him, the strange impulse rose in him again abruptly, never so strong, never so insistent. It seemed as though he were bitted and ridden, as if some unseen hand were turning him toward the east, some unseen heel spurring him to precipitate an instant flight. Flight from what? "No," he muttered under his breath. "Go now and leave the clay, and leave a fortune. What a fool I'd be, when I can't see anything or hear anything. To leave a fortune. No, I won't. No, by God." He drew Cribbens's Winchester toward him and slipped a cartridge into the magazine. "No," he growled. "Whatever happens, I'm going to stay. If anybody comes—" He depressed the lever of the rifle and sent the cartridge clashing into the breech. "I ain't going to sleep," he muttered under his mustache. "I can't sleep. I'll watch." He rose a second time, clambered to the nearest hilltop and sat down, drawing the blanket around him and laying the Winchester across his knees. The hours passed. The dentist sat on the hilltop, a motionless, crouching figure, inky black against the pale blur of the sky. By and by the edge of the eastern horizon began to grow blacker and more distinct in outline. The dawn was coming. Once more McTeague felt the mysterious intuition of approaching danger. An unseen hand seemed reining his head eastward. A spur was in his flanks that seemed to urge him to hurry. 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 The influence grew stronger with every moment. The dentist set his great jaws together and held his ground. "No," he growled between his set teeth. "No, I'll stay." He made a long circuit around the camp, even going as far as the first stake of the new claim, his Winchester cocked, his ears pricked, his eyes alert. There was nothing, yet as plainly as though it were shouted at the very nape of his neck he felt an enemy. It was not fear. McTeague was not afraid. "If I could only see something, somebody," he muttered, as he held the cocked rifle ready, I'd show him." He returned to camp. Cribbens was snoring. The burro had come down to the stream for its morning drink. The mule was awake and browsing. McTeague stood irresolutely by the cold ashes of the campfire, looking from side to side with all the suspicion and wariness of a tracked stag. Stronger and stronger grew the strange impulse. It seemed to him that on the next instant he must perforce wheel sharply eastward and rush away headlong in a clumsy, lumbering gallop. He fought against it with all the ferocious obstinacy of his simple, brute nature. Go and leave the mine? Go and leave $1,000,000? No, no, I won't go. No, I'll stay. Ah, he exclaimed under his breath, with a shake of his huge head, like an exasperated and harassed brute. Ah, show yourself, will you? He brought the rifle to his shoulder and covered point after point along the range of hills to the west. Come on, show yourself. Come on a little, all of you. I ain't afraid of you, but don't skulk this way. You ain't going to drive me away from my mine. I'm going to stay. An hour passed, then 2. The stars winked out, and the dawn whitened. The air became warmer. The whole east, clean of clouds, flamed opalescent from horizon to zenith, crimson at the base, where the earth blackened against it, at the top fading from pink to pale yellow, to green, to light blue, to the turquoise iridescence of the desert sky. The long, thin shadows of the early hours drew backward like receding serpents. Then suddenly the sun looked over the shoulder of the world. and it was day. At that moment McTeague was already 8 miles away from the camp, going steadily eastward. He was descending the lowest spurs of the Panamint Hills, following an old and faint cattle trail. Before him he drove his mule, laden with blankets, provisions for 6 days, Cribbens's rifle, and a canteen full of water. Securely bound to the pommel of the saddle was the canvas sack with its precious $5,000, all in $20 gold pieces. But strange enough in that horrid waste of sand and sage was the object that McTeague himself persistently carried, the canary in its cage, about which he had carefully wrapped a couple of old flour bags. At about 5 o'clock that morning McTeague had crossed several trails which seemed to be converging, and guessing that they led to a water hole, had followed one of them and had brought up at a sort of small sun-dried sink which nevertheless contained a little water at the bottom. He had watered the mule here, refilled the canteen, and drank deep himself. He had also dampened the old flour sacks around the bird cage to protect the little canary as far as possible from the heat that he knew would increase now with every hour. He had made ready to go forward again, but had paused irresolute again, hesitating for the last time. "I'm a fool," he growled, scowling back at the range behind him. "I'm a fool. What's the matter with me? I'm just walking right away from $1,000,000. I know it's there. No, by God," he exclaimed, savagely. "I ain't going to do it. I'm going back. I can't leave a mine like that." He had wheeled the mule about, and had started to return on his tracks, grinding his teeth fiercely, inclining his head forward as though butting against a wind that would beat him back. Go on," he cried, sometimes addressing the mule, sometimes himself. "Go on, go back, go back. I will go back." It was as though he were climbing a hill that grew steeper with every stride. The strange impelling instinct fought his advance yard by yard. By degrees the dentist's steps grew slower. He stopped, went forward again cautiously, almost feeling his way, like someone approaching a pit in the darkness. He stopped again, hesitating, gnashing his teeth, clenching his fists with blind fury. Suddenly he turned the mule about, and once more set his face to the eastward. "I can't," he cried aloud to the desert. "I can't. I can't. It's stronger than I am. I can't go back. Hurry now. Hurry, hurry, hurry." He hastened on furtively, his head and shoulders bent. At times one could almost say he crouched as he pushed forward with long strides. Now and then he even looked over his shoulder. Sweat rolled from him, he lost his hat, and the matted mane of thick yellow hair swept over his forehead and shaded his small, twinkling eyes. At times, with a vague, nearly automatic gesture, he reached his hand forward, the fingers prehensile, and directed towards the horizon, as if he would clutch it and draw it nearer, and at intervals he muttered, "Hurry, hurry, hurry on, hurry on." For now at last McTeague was afraid. His plans were uncertain. He remembered what Cribbens had said about the Armagosa Mountains and the country on the other side of Death Valley. It was all hell to get into that country, Cribbens had said, and not many men went there, because of the terrible valley of alkali that barred the way, a horrible vast sink of white sand and salt below even the sea level, the dry bed, no doubt, of some prehistoric lake. But McTeague resolved to make a circuit of the valley, keeping to the south, until he should strike the Armagosa River. He would make a circuit of the valley and come up on the other side. He would get into that country around Gold Mountain in the Armagosa Hills, barred off from the world by the leagues of the red-hot alkali of Death Valley. They would hardly reach him there. He would stay at Gold Mountain 2 or 3 months, and then work his way down into Mexico. McTeague tramped steadily forward, still descending the lower irregularities of the Panamint Range. By 9 o'clock the slope flattened out abruptly, the hills were behind him. Before him, to the east, all was level. He had reached the region where even the sand and sagebrush began to dwindle, giving place to white, powdered alkali. The trails were numerous, but old and faint, and they had been made by cattle, not by men. They led in all directions but one, north, south, and west, but not one, however faint, struck out towards the valley. "If I keep along the edge of the hills where these trails are, muttered the dentist. "I ought to find water up in the arroyos from time to time." At once he uttered an exclamation. The mule had begun to squeal and lash out with alternate hoofs, his eyes rolling, his ears flattened. He ran a few steps, halted, and squealed again. Then suddenly wheeling at right angles, set off on a jog trot to the north, squealing and kicking from time to time. McTeague ran after him shouting and swearing, but for a long time the mule would not allow himself to be caught. He seemed more bewildered than frightened. "He's eaten some of that loco weed that Cribbens spoke about," panted McTeague. "Whoa, there. Steady, you." At length the mule stopped of his own accord, and seemed to come to his senses again. McTeague came up and took the bridle rein, speaking to him and rubbing his nose. "There, there. What's the matter with you?" The mule was docile again. McTeague washed his mouth and set forward once more. The day was magnificent. From horizon to horizon was one vast span of blue, whitening as it dipped earthward. Miles upon miles to the east and southeast the desert unrolled itself, white, naked, inhospitable, palpitating and shimmering under the sun, unbroken by so much as a rock or cactus stump. In the distance it assumed all manner of faint colors, pink, purple, and pale orange. To the west rose the Panamint Range, sparsely sprinkled with gray sagebrush. Here the earths and sands were yellow, ochre, and rich, deep red, the hollows and cañons picked out with intense blue shadows. It seemed strange that such barrenness could exhibit this radiance of color, but nothing could have been more beautiful than the deep red of the higher bluffs and ridges, seamed with purple shadows, standing sharply out against the pale blue whiteness of the horizon. By 9 o'clock the sun stood high in the sky. The heat was intense. The atmosphere was thick and heavy with it. McTeague gasped for breath and wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead, his cheeks, and his neck. Every inch and pore of his skin was tingling and pricking underneath the merciless lash of the sun's rays. "If it gets much hotter," he muttered with a long breath. "If it gets much hotter, I don't know." He wagged his head and wiped the sweat from his eyelids, where it was running like tears. The sun rose higher, hour by hour. As the dentist tramped steadily on, the heat increased. The baked dry sand crackled into innumerable tiny flakes under his feet. The twigs of the sagebrush snapped like little pipe stems as he pushed through them. It grew hotter. At 11 the earth was like the surface of a furnace. The air, as McTeague breathed it in, was hot to his lips and the roof of his mouth. The sun was a disk of molten brass swimming in the burnt-out blue of the sky. McTeague stripped off his woolen shirt and even unbuttoned his flannel undershirt, tying a handkerchief loosely about his neck. "Lord," he exclaimed, "I never knew it could get as hot as this." The heat grew steadily fiercer. All distant objects were visibly shimmering and palpitating under it. At noon a mirage appeared on the hills to the northwest. McTeague halted the mule and drank from the tepid water in the canteen, dampening the sack around the canary's cage. As soon as he ceased his tramp and the noise of his crunching, grinding footsteps died away, the silence, vast, illimitable, enfolded him like an immeasurable tide. From all that gigantic landscape, that colossal reach of baking sand, there arose not a single sound. Not a twig rattled, not an insect hummed, not a bird or beast invaded that huge solitude with call or cry. Everything as far as the eye could reach, to north, to south, to east and west, lay inert, absolutely quiet and moveless under the remorseless scourge of the noon sun. The very shadows shrank away, hiding under sage bushes, retreating to the farthest nooks and crevices in the cañons of the hills. All the world was one gigantic blinding glare, silent, motionless. "If it gets much hotter," murmured the dentist again, moving his head from side to side. "If it gets much hotter, I don't know what I'll do." Steadily the heat increased. At 3 o'clock it was even more terrible than it had been at noon. "Ain't it ever going to let up?" groaned the dentist, rolling his eyes at the sky of hot blue brass. Then, as he spoke, the stillness was abruptly stabbed through and through by a shrill sound that seemed to come from all sides at once. It ceased, then, as McTeague took another forward step, began again with the suddenness of a blow, shriller, nearer at hand, a hideous, prolonged note that brought both man and mule to an instant halt. "I know what that is," exclaimed the dentist. His eyes searched the ground swiftly until he saw what he expected he should see, the round, thick coil, the slowly waving clover-shaped head and erect whirring tail with its vibrant rattles. For fully 30 seconds the man and snake remained looking into each other's eyes. Then the snake uncoiled and swiftly wound from sight amidst the sagebrush. McTeague drew breath again, and his eyes once more beheld the illimitable leagues of quivering sand and alkali. "Good Lord, what a country!" he exclaimed. But his voice was trembling as he urged forward the mule once more. Fiercer and fiercer grew the heat as the afternoon advanced. At 4 McTeague stopped again. He was dripping at every pore, but there was no relief in perspiration. The very touch of his clothes upon his body was unendurable. The mule's ears were drooping and his tongue lolled from his mouth. The cattle trails seemed to be drawing together toward a common point. Perhaps a water hole was near by. "I'll have to lay up, sure," muttered the dentist. "I ain't made to travel in such heat as this." He drove the mule up into one of the larger cañons and halted in the shadow of a pile of red rock. After a long search he found water, a few quarts, warm and brackish, at the bottom of a hollow of sun-racked mud. It was little more than enough to water the mule and refill his canteen. Here he camped, easing the mule of the saddle and turning him loose to find what nourishment he might. A few hours later the sun set in a cloudless glory of red and gold, and the heat became by degrees less intolerable. McTeague cooked his supper, chiefly coffee and bacon, and watched the twilight come on, reveling in the delicious coolness of the evening. As he spread his blankets on the ground he resolved that hereafter he would travel only at night, laying up in the daytime in the shade of the cañons. He was exhausted with his terrible day's march. Never in his life had sleep seemed so sweet to him. But suddenly he was broad awake, his jaded senses all alert. "What was that?" he muttered. "I thought I heard something, saw something." He rose to his feet, reaching for the Winchester. Desolation lay still around him. There was not a sound but his own breathing. On the face of the desert not a grain of sand was in motion. McTeague looked furtively and quickly from side to side, his teeth set, his eyes rolling. Once more the rowel was in his flanks. Once more an unseen hand reined him toward the east. After all the miles of that dreadful day's flight he was no better off than when he started. If anything, he was worse, for never had that mysterious instinct in him been more insistent than now. Never had the impulse toward precipitate flight been stronger. Never had the spur bit deeper. Every nerve of his body cried aloud for rest, yet every instinct seemed aroused and alive, goading him to hurry on, to hurry on. "What is it, then? What is it?" he cried, between his teeth. "Can't I ever get rid of you? Ain't I ever going to shake you off? Don't keep it up this way. Show yourselves. Let's have it out right away. Come on. I ain't afraid if you'll only come on, but don't skulk this way." Suddenly he cried aloud in a frenzy of exasperation. "Damn you, come on, will you? Come on and have it out." His rifle was at his shoulder. He was covering bush after bush, rock after rock, aiming at every denser shadow. All at once, and quite involuntarily, his forefinger crooked, and the rifle spoke and flamed. The cañons roared back the echo, tossing it out far over the desert in a rippling, widening wave of sound. McTeague lowered the rifle hastily, with an exclamation of dismay. "You fool," he said to himself. "You fool. You've done it now. They could hear that miles away. You've done it now." He stood listening intently, the rifle smoking in his hands. The last echo died away. The smoke vanished. The vast silence closed upon the passing echoes of the rifle, as the ocean closes upon a ship's wake. Nothing moved, yet McTeague bestirred himself sharply, rolling up his blankets, resaddling the mule, getting his outfit together again. From time to time he muttered, "Hurry now. Hurry on. You fool, you've done it now. They could hear that miles away. Hurry now. They ain't far off now." As he depressed the lever of the rifle to reload it, he found that the magazine was empty. He clapped his hands to his sides, feeling rapidly first in one pocket, then in another. He had forgotten to take extra cartridges with him. McTeague swore under his breath as he flung the rifle away. Henceforth he must travel unarmed. A little more water had gathered in the mud hole near which he had camped. He watered the mule for the last time and wet the sacks around the canary's cage. Then once more he set forward. But there was a change in the direction of McTeague's flight. Hitherto he had held to the south, keeping upon the very edge of the hills. Now he turned sharply at right angles. The slope fell away beneath his hurrying feet. The sagebrush dwindled, and at length ceased. The sand gave place to a fine powder, white as snow, and an hour after he had fired the rifle, his mule's hoofs were crisping and cracking the sun-baked flakes of alkali on the surface of Death Valley. Tracked and harried, as he felt himself to be, from one camping place to another, McTeague had suddenly resolved to make one last effort to rid himself of the enemy that seemed to hang upon his heels. He would strike straight out into that horrible wilderness where even the beasts were afraid. He would cross Death Valley at once, and put its arid waste between him and his pursuer. "You don't dare follow me now," he muttered as he hurried on. "Let's see you come out here after me." He hurried on swiftly, urging the mule to a rapid, racking walk. Towards 4 o'clock the sky in front of him began to flush pink and golden. McTeague halted and breakfasted, pushing on again immediately afterward. The dawn flamed and glowed like a brazier, and the sun rose a vast red-hot coal floating in fire. An hour passed, then another and another. It was about 9 o'clock. Once more the dentist paused and stood panting and blowing, his arms dangling, his eyes screwed up and blinking as he looked about him. Far behind him the Panamint hills were already but blue hummocks on the horizon. Before him and upon either side, to the north and to the east and to the south, stretched primordial desolation. League upon league the infinite reaches of dazzling white alkali laid themselves out like an immeasurable scroll, unrolled from horizon to horizon. Not a bush, not a twig relieved that horrible monotony. Even the sand of the desert would have been a welcome sight. A single clump of sagebrush would have fascinated the eye, but this was worse than the desert. It was abominable, this hideous sink of alkali, this bed of some primeval lake lying so far below the level of the ocean. The great mountains of Placer County had been merely indifferent to man, but this awful sink of alkali was openly and unreservedly iniquitous and malignant. McTeague had told himself that the heat upon the lower slopes of the Panamint had been dreadful. Here in Death Valley it became a thing of terror. There was no longer any shadow but his own. He was scorched and parched from head to heel. It seemed to him that the smart of his tortured body could not have been keener if he had been flayed. "If it gets much hotter," he muttered, wringing the sweat from his thick fell of hair and mustache, "if it gets much hotter, I don't know what I'll do." He was thirsty, and drank a little from his canteen. "I ain't got any too much water," he murmured, shaking the canteen. "I got to get out of this place in a hurry, sure." By 11 o'clock the heat had increased to such an extent that McTeague could feel the burning of the ground come pringling and stinging through the soles of his boots. Every step he took threw up clouds of impalpable alkali dust, salty and choking, so that he strangled and coughed and sneezed with it. "Lord, what a country!" exclaimed the dentist. An hour later the mule stopped and lay down, his jaws wide open, his ears dangling. McTeague washed his mouth with a handful of water, and for a second time since sunrise wetted the flour sacks around the bird cage. The air was quivering and palpitating like that in the stokehold of a steamship. The sun, small and contracted, swam molten overhead. "I can't stand it," said McTeague at length. "I'll have to stop and make some kind of shade." The mule was crouched upon the ground, panting rapidly, with half-closed eyes. The dentist removed the saddle, and unrolling his blanket, propped it up as best he could between him and the sun. As he stooped down to crawl beneath it, his palm touched the ground. He snatched it away with a cry of pain. The surface alkali was oven hot. He was obliged to scoop out a trench in it before he dared to lie down. By degrees the dentist began to doze. He had had little or no sleep the night before, and the hurry of his flight under the blazing sun had exhausted him. But his rest was broken, between waking and sleeping, All manner of troublous images galloped through his brain. He thought he was back in the Panamint Hills again with Cribbens. They had just discovered the mine and were returning toward camp. McTeague saw himself as another man, striding along over the sand and sagebrush. At once he saw himself stop and wheel sharply about, peering back suspiciously. There was something behind him, something was following him. He looked, as it were, over the shoulder of this other McTeague, and saw down there, in the half-light of the canyon, something dark crawling upon the ground. An indistinct gray figure, man or brute, he did not know. Then he saw another, and another, then another. A score of black, crawling objects were following him, crawling from bush to bush, converging upon him. They were after him, were closing in upon him, were within touch of his hand, were at his feet, were at his throat. McTeague jumped up with a shout, oversetting the blanket. There was nothing in sight. For miles around the alkali was empty, solitary, quivering, and shimmering under the pelting fire of the afternoon sun. But once more the spur bit into his body, goading him on. There was to be no rest, no going back, no pause, no stop. Hurry, hurry, hurry on. The brute that in him slept so close to the surface was alive and alert, and tugging to be gone. There was no resisting that instinct. The brute felt an enemy, scented the trackers, clamored and struggled and fought, and would not be gainsaid. "I can't go on," groaned McTeague, his eyes sweeping the horizon behind him. "I'm beat out. I'm dog-tired. I ain't slept any for 2 nights." But for all that he roused himself again, saddled the mule, scarcely less exhausted than himself, and pushed on once more over the scorching alkali and under the blazing sun. From that time on the fear never left him. The spur never ceased to bite. The instinct that goaded him to fight never was dumb. Hurry or halt, it was all the same. On he went, straight on, chasing the receding horizon, flagellated with heat, tortured with thirst, crouching over, looking furtively behind, and at times reaching his hand forward, the fingers prehensile, grasping, as it were, toward the horizon that always fled before him. The sun set upon the 3rd day of McTeague's flight. Night came on. The stars burned slowly into the cool dark purple of the sky. The gigantic sink of white alkali glowed like snow. McTeague, now far into the desert, held steadily on, swinging forward with great strides. His enormous strength held him doggedly to his work. Sullenly, with his huge jaws gripping stolidly together, he pushed on. At midnight he stopped. "Now," he growled, with a certain desperate defiance, as though he expected to be heard. "Now I'm going to lay up and get some sleep. You can come or not." He cleared away the hot surface alkali, spread out his blanket, and slept until the next day's heat aroused him. His water was so low that he dared not make coffee now, and so breakfasted without it. Until 10 o'clock he tramped forward, then camped again in the shade of one of the rare rock ledges, and lay up during the heat of the day. By 5 o'clock he was once more on the march. He traveled on for the greater part of that night, stopping only once towards 3 in the morning to water the mule from the canteen. Again the red-hot day burned up over the horizon. Even at 6 o'clock it was hot. "It's going to be worse than ever today," he groaned. "I wish I could find another rock to camp by. Ain't I ever going to get out of this place?" There was no change in the character of the desert. Always the same measureless leagues of white-hot alkali stretched away toward the horizon on every hand. Here and there the flat, dazzling surface of the desert broke and raised into long, low mounds, from the summit of which McTeague could look for miles and miles over its horrible desolation. No shade was in sight. Not a rock, not a stone broke the monotony of the ground. Again and again he ascended the low unevennesses, looking and searching for a camping place, shading his eyes from the glitter of sand and sky. He tramped forward a little farther, then paused at length in a hollow between 2 breaks, resolving to make camp there. Suddenly there was a shout. "Hands up! By damn, I got the drop on you!" McTeague looked up. It was Marcus. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of McTeague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. McTeague by Frank Norris. Chapter 22. Within a month after his departure from San Francisco, Marcus had "gone in" on a cattle ranch in the Panamint Valley with an Englishman, an acquaintance of Mr. Sieppes's. His headquarters were at a place called Modoc, at the lower extremity of the valley, about 50 miles by trail to the south of Keeler. His life was the life of a cowboy. He realized his former vision of himself, booted, sombreroed, and revolvered, passing his days in the saddle and the better part of his nights around the poker tables in Modoc's one saloon. To his intense satisfaction, he even involved himself in a gunfight that arose over a disputed brand, with the result that 2 fingers of his left hand were shot away. News from the outside world filtered slowly into the Panamint Valley, and the telegraph had never been built beyond Keeler. At intervals one of the local papers of Independence, the nearest large town, found its way into the cattle camps on the ranges, and occasionally one of the Sunday editions of a Sacramento journal, weeks old, was passed from hand to hand. Marcus ceased to hear from the Sieppes. As for San Francisco, it was as far from him as was London or Vienna. One day, a fortnight after McTeague's flight from San Francisco, Marcus rode into Modoc to find a group of men gathered about a notice affixed to the outside of the Wells Fargo office. It was an offer of reward for the arrest and apprehension of a murderer. The crime had been committed in San Francisco, but the man wanted had been traced as far as the western portion of Inyo County, and was believed at that time to be hiding in either the Pinto or Panamint Hills, in the vicinity of Keeler. Marcus reached Keeler on the afternoon of that same day. Half a mile from the town his pony fell and died from exhaustion. Marcus did not stop even to remove the saddle. He arrived in the bar room of the hotel in Keeler just after the posse had been made up. The sheriff, who had come down from Independence that morning, at first refused his offer of assistance. He had enough men already, too many, in fact. The country traveled through would be hard, and it would be difficult to find water for so many men and horses. "But none of you fellers have ever seen 'em," vociferated Marcus, quivering with excitement and wrath. "I know 'em well. I could pick 'em out in a million. I can identify 'em, and you fellers can't. And I knew. Good God! I knew that girl, his wife, in Frisco. She's a cousin of mine, she is. She was. I thought once of. This thing's a personal matter of mine, and that money he got away with, that 5,000, belongs to me by rights. Oh, never mind. I'm going along, do you hear?" he shouted, his fists raised. "I'm going along, I tell you. There ain't a man of you big enough to stop me. Let's see you try and stop me going. Let's see you once, any 2 of you." He filled the barroom with his clamor. "Lord love you, come along, then," said the sheriff. The posse rode out of Keeler that same night. The keeper of the general merchandise store, from whom Marcus had borrowed a second pony, had informed them that Cribbens and his partner, whose description tallied exactly with that given in the notice of reward, had outfitted at his place with a view to prospecting in the Panamint Hills. The posse trailed them at once to their first camp at the head of the valley. It was an easy matter. It was only necessary to inquire of the cowboys and range riders of the valley if they had seen and noted the passage of 2 men, one of whom carried a bird cage. Beyond this first camp the trail was lost, and a week was wasted in a bootless search around the mine at Gold Gulch, whither it seemed probable the partners had gone. Then a traveling peddler, who included Gold Gulch in his route, brought in the news of a wonderful strike of gold-bearing quartz some 10 miles to the south on the western slope of the range. 2 men from Keeler had made a strike, the peddler had said, and added the curious detail that one of the men had a canary bird in a cage with him. The posse made Cribbens's camp 3 days after the unaccountable disappearance of his partner. Their man was gone, but the narrow hoofprints of a mule, mixed with those of huge hobnailed boots, could be plainly followed in the sand. Here they picked up the trail and held to it steadily till the point was reached where, instead of tending southward, it swerved abruptly to the east. The men could hardly believe their eyes. "It ain't reason," exclaimed the sheriff. "What in thunder is he up to? This beats me. Cutting out into Death Valley at this time of year."
He's heading for Gold Mountain over in the Armagosa, sure." The men decided that this conjecture was true. It was the only inhabited locality in that direction. A discussion began as to the further movements of the posse. "I don't figure on going into that alkali sink with no 8 men and horses," declared the sheriff. "One man can't carry enough water to take him and his mount across, let alone 8. No, sir. 4 couldn't do it. No, 3 couldn't. We've got to make a circuit round the valley and come up on the other side and head him off at Gold Mountain. That's what we got to do, and ride like hell to do it, too." But Marcus protested with all the strength of his lungs against abandoning the trail now that they had found it. He argued that they were but a day and a half behind their man now. There was no possibility of their missing the trail, as distinct in the white alkali as in snow. They could make a dash into the valley, secure their man, and return long before their water failed them. He, for one, would not give up the pursuit, now that they were so close. In the haste of the departure from Keeler, the sheriff had neglected to swear him in. He was under no orders. He would do as he pleased. "Go on, then, you darn fool," answered the sheriff. "We'll cut on round the valley, for all that. It's a gamble he'll be at Gold Mountain before you're halfway across. But if you catch him, here." He tossed Marcus a pair of handcuffs. "Put 'em on him and bring him back to Keeler." 2 days after he had left the posse, and when he was already far out in the desert, Marcus's horse gave out. In the fury of his impatience he had spurred mercilessly forward on the trail, and on the morning of the 3rd day found that his horse was unable to move. The joints of his legs seemed locked rigidly. He would go his own length, stumbling and interfering, then collapse helplessly upon the ground with a pitiful groan. He was used up. Marcus believed himself to be close upon McTeague now. The ashes at his last camp had still been smoldering. Marcus took what supplies of food and water he could carry and hurried on. But McTeague was farther ahead than he had guessed, and by evening of his 3rd day upon the desert, Marcus, raging with thirst, had drunk his last mouthful of water and had flung away the empty canteen. "If he ain't got water with him," he said to himself as he pushed on, "if he ain't got water with him, by damn, I'll be in a bad way. I will for a fact." At Marcus's shout, McTeague looked up and around him. For the instant he saw no one. The white glare of alkali was still unbroken. Then his swiftly rolling eyes lighted upon a head and shoulder that protruded above the low crest of the break directly in front of him. A man was there, lying at full length upon the ground, covering him with a revolver. For a few seconds McTeague looked at the man stupidly, bewildered, confused, as yet without definite thought. Then he noticed that the man was singularly like Marcus Schouler. It was Marcus Schouler. How in the world did Marcus Schouler come to be in that desert? What did he mean by pointing a pistol at him that way? He'd best look out or the pistol would go off. Then his thoughts readjusted themselves with a swiftness born of a vivid sense of danger. Here was the enemy at last, the tracker he had felt upon his footsteps. Now at length he had come on and shown himself, after all those days of skulking. McTeague was glad of it. He'd show him now. They two would have it out right then and there. His rifle! He had thrown it away long since. He was helpless. Marcus had ordered him to put up his hands. If he did not, Marcus would kill him. He had the drop on him. McTeague stared, scowling fiercely at the leveled pistol. He did not move. "Hands up!" shouted Marcus a second time. "I'll give you 3 to do it in. 1, 2." Instinctively McTeague put his hands above his head. Marcus rose and came towards him over the break. "Keep 'em up," he cried. "If you move 'em once, I'll kill you, sure." He came up to McTeague and searched him, going through his pockets. But McTeague had no revolver, not even a hunting knife. "What did you do with that money, with that $5,000? "It's on the mule," answered McTeague, sullenly. Marcus grunted and cast a glance at the mule, who was standing some distance away, snorting nervously, and from time to time flattening his long ears. "Is that it there on the horn of the saddle, there in that canvas sack?" Marcus demanded. "Yes, that's it." A gleam of satisfaction came into Marcus's eyes, and under his breath he muttered, "Got it, at last." He was singularly puzzled to know what next to do. He had got McTeague. There he stood at length with his big hands over his head, scowling at him sullenly. Marcus had caught his enemy, had run down the man for whom every officer in the state had been looking. What should he do with him now? He couldn't keep him standing there forever with his hands over his head. "Got any water?" he demanded. "There's a canteen of water on the mule." Marcus moved toward the mule and made as if to reach the bridle rein. The mule squealed, threw up his head, and galloped to a little distance, rolling his eyes and flattening his ears. Marcus swore wrathfully. "He acted that way once before," explained McTeague, his hands still in the air. "He ate some loco weed back in the hills before I started." For a moment Marcus hesitated. While he was catching the mule, McTeague might get away. But where to, in heaven's name? A rat could not hide on the surface of that glistening alkali, and besides, all McTeague's store of provisions and his priceless supply of water were on the mule. Marcus ran after the mule, revolver in hand, shouting and cursing. But the mule would not be caught. He acted as if possessed, squealing, lashing out, and galloping in wide circles, his head high in the air. "Come on," shouted Marcus, furious, turning back to McTeague. "Come on, help me catch him. We got to catch him. All the water we got is on the saddle." McTeague came up. "He's eaten some loco weed," he repeated. "He went kinda crazy once before. If he should take it into his head to bolt and keep on running." Marcus did not finish. A sudden great fear seemed to widen around and enclose the two men. Once their water gone, the end would not be long. "We can catch him all right," said the dentist. "I caught him once before." "Oh, I guess we can catch him," answered Marcus, reassuringly. Already the sense of enmity between the two had weakened in the face of a common peril. Marcus let down the hammer of his revolver and slid it back into the holster. The mule was trotting on ahead, snorting and throwing up great clouds of alkali dust. At every step the canvas sack jingled, and McTeague's birdcage, still wrapped in the flour bags, bumped against the saddle pads. By and by the mule stopped, blowing out his nostrils excitedly. "He's clean crazy," fumed Marcus, panting and swearing. "We ought to come up on him quiet," observed McTeague. "I'll try and sneak up," said Marcus. "Two of us would scare him again. You stay here." Marcus went forward a step at a time. He was almost within arm's length of the bridle when the mule shied from him abruptly and galloped away. Marcus danced with rage, shaking his fists and swearing horribly. Some 100 yards away the mule paused and began blowing and snuffing in the alkali as though in search of feed. Then for no reason he shied again and started off on a jog trot toward the east. "We've got to follow him," exclaimed Marcus as McTeague came up. "There's no water within 70 miles of here." Then began an interminable pursuit. Mile after mile, under the terrible heat of the desert sun, the two men followed the mule, racked with a thirst that grew fiercer every hour. A dozen times they could almost touch the canteen of water, and as often the distraught animal shied away and fled before them. At length Marcus cried, "It's no use. We can't catch him, and we're killing ourselves with thirst. We got to take our chances." He drew his revolver from its holster, cocked it, and crept forward. "Steady now," said McTeague. "It won't do to shoot through the canteen." Within 20 yards Marcus paused, made a rest of his left forearm, and fired. "You got him," cried McTeague. "No, he's up again. Shoot him again. He's going to bolt." Marcus ran on, firing as he ran. The mule, one foreleg trailing, scrambled along, squealing and snorting. Marcus fired his last shot. The mule pitched forward upon his head, then rolling sideways, fell upon the canteen, bursting it open and spilling its entire contents into the sand. Marcus and McTeague ran up, and Marcus snatched the battered canteen from under the reeking, bloody hide. There was no water left. Marcus flung the canteen from him and stood up, facing McTeague. There was a pause. "We're dead men," said Marcus. McTeague looked from him out over the desert. Chaotic desolation stretched from them on either hand, flaming and glaring with the afternoon heat. There was the brazen sky and the leagues upon leagues of alkali, leper white. There was nothing more. They were in the heart of Death Valley. Not a drop of water, muttered McTeague. Not a drop of water. We can drink the mule's blood, said Marcus. It's been done before, but he looked down at the quivering, gory body. But I ain't thirsty enough for that yet. Where's the nearest water? Well, it's about 100 miles or more back of us in the Panamint Hills, returned Marcus, doggedly. We'd be crazy long before we reached it. I tell you, we're done for, by damn, we're done for. We ain't ever going to get out of here. Done for? Murmured the other, looking about stupidly. Done for, that's the word. Done for? Yes, I guess we're done for. What are we going to do now? Exclaimed Marcus sharply after a while. Well, let's be moving along, somewhere. Where, I'd like to know. What's the good of moving on? What's the good of stopping here? There was a silence. Lord, it's hot, said the dentist, finally, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. Marcus ground his teeth. Done for, he muttered. Done for. I never was so thirsty, continued McTeague. I'm that dry I can hear my tongue rubbing against the roof of my mouth. Well, we can't stop here, said Marcus, finally. We got to go somewhere. We'll try and get back. But it ain't no manner of use. Anything we want to take along with us from the mule? We can. Suddenly he paused. In an instant the eyes of the two doomed men had met as the same thought simultaneously rose in their minds. The canvas sack with its $5,000 was still tied to the horn of the saddle. Marcus had emptied his revolver at the mule, and though he still wore his cartridge belt, he was for the moment as unarmed as McTeague. I guess, began McTeague, coming forward a step. I guess, even if we are done for, I'll take some of my truck along. Hold on, exclaimed Marcus, with rising aggressiveness. Let's talk about that. I ain't so sure about who that money belongs to. Well, I am, you see, growled the dentist. The old enmity between the two men, their ancient hate, was flaming up again. Don't try and load that gun, either, cried McTeague, fixing Marcus with his little eyes. Then don't lay your finger on that sack, shouted the other. You're my prisoner, do you understand? You'll do as I say. Marcus had drawn the handcuffs from his pocket and stood ready with his revolver held as a club. You soldiered me out of that money once and played me for a sucker, and it's my turn now. Don't you lay your finger on that sack. Marcus barred McTeague's way, white with passion. McTeague did not answer. His eyes drew to two fine twinkling points, and his enormous hands knotted themselves into fists, hard as wooden mallets. He moved a step nearer to Marcus, then another. Suddenly the men grappled, and in another instant were rolling and struggling upon the hot white ground. McTeague thrust Marcus backward until he tripped and fell over the body of the dead mule. The little birdcage broke from the saddle with the violence of their fall, and rolled out upon the ground, the flour bags slipping from it. McTeague tore the revolver from Marcus's grip, and struck out with it blindly. Clouds of alkali dust, fine and pungent, enveloped the two fighting men, all but strangling them. McTeague did not know how he killed his enemy, but all at once Marcus grew still beneath his blows. Then there was a sudden last return of energy. McTeague's right wrist was caught, something licked upon it, then the struggling body fell limp and motionless with a long breath. As McTeague rose to his feet, he felt a pull at his right wrist. Something held it fast. Looking down, he saw that Marcus in that last struggle had found strength to handcuff their wrists together. Marcus was dead now. McTeague was locked to the body. All about him, vast, interminable, stretched the measureless leagues of Death Valley. McTeague remained stupidly looking around him, now at the distant horizon, now at the ground, now at the half-dead canary chittering feebly in its little gilt prison. End of chapter 22. End of McTeague by Frank Norris.